So through this show, we've talked about using glass-lined paints and Fritz and powders, how to make a template, how to apply the Fritz and powders in a very loose manner. Thank you for watching, and join us on our next show.
We used to think all lung cancer was the same.
But now several different molecular types of lung cancer have been identified.
By performing molecular testing on a lung cancer tumor,
doctors can try to determine what's causing the cancer to grow.
Knowing the molecular profile of my tumor helped determine my treatment options.
Anyone can get lung cancer, and not all lung cancers are the same. Talk to your doctor to see if molecular testing is appropriate for you. Visit Lung Cancer Profile.
This is River, and we are kicking off the Liberty Tax 1001 donations in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you so much for joining us again. 9 hours coming up of stories behind the scenes at the Winnipeg Humane Society, showing you where your money and your support and all your love for these animals go. And I'm starting today with Catherine and River, and because we're going to have tears, I think, in the very first interview of the show. River is a shelter cat, meaning he works here. He actually, for the past 3 years, has worked to help assess dogs and how they are with cats. And Catherine has gotten very close to River. And River, oh, there we go. I knew it wouldn't take long. River is retiring. So first of all, how hard is it? And I think I know the answer right now, but how hard will it be to say goodbye?
Well, very hard. Sorry. River has been Behavior Department Assessor Cat, which means that for the last 3 years he has helped us in the department. He has been a honorary staff person. He has helped us assess dogs to see their compatibility with cats. And the department felt that it's time for him to find a loving home. So he is up for adoptions. He is 3 years old, absolute superstar. Sorry.
You know a cat is sweet when Catherine's crying because she has to say goodbye. But this is so important, and to me, it shows how much work the Humane Society does to make sure animals get adopted. River, to actually have a program where you assess how a dog is with cats means that if a dog gets adopted in a home with cats, the dog won't be returned, and that's really important.
Right. I mean, it's not 100%, but at least we can let the adopters know that the difficulty rating on how difficult he might be, the animal, might be to introduce to a cat. I mean, we do recommend at least a 2-week quarantine between the two, because of course the cat or the dog needs to get used to each other. If you're taking a dog home, for example, they need to get used to the environment as well as this cat. So we recommend a 2-week period. There are some dogs that are just not compatible with cats, and we know that from the start as soon as we bring the dog into the room. I just want to let viewers know that we don't actually throw the cat and the dog together. We put River, or Romano, our new assessor cat, into a cage, and then we bring the dog in and we judge the dog's reaction. Does the dog become aroused very quickly? Does the dog stare and attempt to bite at the bars? And then, of course, that gives us an indication whether or not the dog is suitable. Sorry, I have cat hair in my mouth. Suitable to go to home with cats.
Well, what makes River so perfect for this? Why did you pick River?
Well, he has a very laid-back personality. We took him from adoptions with the mindset of trying him. He was our first cat to try, and he was perfect. They have to be able to deal well with the hustle and bustle of life here. I mean, it's not just the actual assessment itself. Being able to live in a shelter life, and a shelter life is not for many cats. There's so much going on, there's a lot of unpredictability, there's a lot of change, many people coming and going. They have to be able to tolerate a lot of handling. He is a little bit spooked here by the cameras today, but you know, he is so pliable, he loves to snuggle, and he has to be up for anything, any time of day. Typically he does about 8 assessments a day, and we just found that he's getting a little bit more quieter and just less, more reserved. So we think that it's about time that he found a home where he could be spoiled, because he is just charming.
And you'll be so happy when River gets adopted. And like Catherine says, look how calm River's been. And you can't see, but behind us here, and Catherine, if I could get, one of my students, Catherine, is on camera right here, just to get an idea of what's going on in this room, because this entire telethon, other than what I'm doing right now, is produced by creative communication students at Red River College. There's river hair floating everywhere. But these are students who are, some of them are in journalism and broadcast, but most of them are advertising majors or public relations majors. This is not their usual thing to be doing television. So it's an amazing, yeah, say hello everybody. These are the people you'll be seeing in front of the camera. They're directing, they're switching. They've spent months producing stories, including one coming up on River and Mr. Cat. But the students have worked hard on this. So I love the fact that they get real television experience, but what I love even more is they get that connection with the community. They learn how important it is to use the skills that you get in creative communications to give back and to help the animals, especially like River. And bottom line, Catherine, how important is it that people support animals like River?
Oh, for sure. I mean, your donations go to help animals like River. Not only being able to keep River in our care, he needs to be fed every day. He has medication. He's been neutered. So whoever, well, the lucky person or family that adopts River, they're going to have a cat that is neutered, up to date on his rabies vaccination. He's vaccinated. He's had a health check. He's great to go. And so all your donations go to help animals like River.
And we're going to be showing you all day today different operations, different programs, how much work goes in. It is insane to me how much love goes in, just like that, goes into these animals, but from the volunteer and the staff, and of course you at home who support the animals. We've already had, as you can see, the phones are ringing. Would love to get them ringing all day. You can also text 41010, the word rescue, to 41010. You can go online to make a donation. If you're watching this at home right now on Shaw TV, if you're leaving for the day, you can watch us online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca. You can donate from anywhere in the world, not just here in Winnipeg. We've already had one caller call in to say that she is going to donate the fees for somebody between April and September to adopt a black cat, a senior cat, a special needs cat. I know. Oh. Okay, here I go. It didn't take long. And also, if a lot of you watching right now may not be able to afford to donate, and we get that, but there are other ways to help, including fostering. Humane Society provides all the food, all the medicine, everything that you need to foster. You always need fosters. And I personally, I'm going to donate right now. Got my $60 in my pocket right now, and I'm donating this in memory. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
In memory of my brother Christopher. They have two dogs. He and his boyfriend have Bree and Velveeta. I know, Bree and Velveeta. But Velvy was hit by a car over Christmas and did not survive. And Velvy was an insanely sweet dog. They have a farm up on the Sunshine Coast. So my donation of $60, I've got all kinds of money tucked in pockets here. I'll be donating through the day, will be doubled. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is doubling every donation over $50. So this $60 is actually $120, and that can go a long way to helping animals. So stay with us, 9 hours. The students have been working hard on this. You're going to meet lots of incredible animals, including, coming up in just a few moments, well, we called her Eileen. We did a story on Eileen, the puppy who was bit. Eileen is adopted. Her name is now Cassie, and she's here out in the lobby right now. We'll be doing an interview. I always say with her as though we interview the animals. Cassie will be there, and we'll be interviewing her new owners as well. So please stay with us. Right now, a story of another cat who came in blind in both eyes, and it's quite incredible how these cats get along and what great pets they make. So again, River is up for adoption, and here's a look at a cat who's dealing with some big challenges as well.
So this is Mo. Mo is a little kitty that came to us. He was actually living in a barn, and the person who owned the barn knew that he could not see, so he was born this way. And you know, being quite concerned about the cats in her care, she figured that he was unlikely to be able to do very well living outside in a barn if he was blind. So, you know, I don't know if our viewers know, but we do have a Barn Buddies program where if we have cats that come into us that maybe don't have a temperament that's suitable to live in a home, then we will still do all their medical care and spay and neuter them, and then we find suitable barn placements for them where they can go live in nice, warm, cozy barns. So that, you know, gives them still a chance at having a nice life. And so, you know, the woman was able to, you know, give another cat a home through that Barn Buddies program, and in exchange we got to have adorable little Mo. So, you know, you may be able to see from his eyes, you know, when you look through the center, the pupil, Normally that should look fairly black, but in his it's looking very white. So he has bilateral cataracts. So that's a change to the lens of the eye, which is the part of the eye that helps us to focus. And because his are so, have already progressed so far, he is completely blind, but he gets around very well and does just fine. So, lots of people obviously have fallen deeply in love with Mo here, and so we really wanted to give him a chance. The tricky thing with cataracts being that unfortunately, right now they're not causing him any problems except that he can't see, which is not a big deal. He could live happily in a home, blind. But there is a risk that they can cause inflammation in the eye, which can then lead to glaucoma. And glaucoma is a very serious and painful condition in the eye. And really at that point, the only treatment would be to remove the eye. So, in his case, what we have decided to do is that we're going to adopt him out. And if Mo ever in his lifetime ever gets into trouble with his eyes, if he does develop glaucoma, it's not a guarantee. It may never happen. He may live the rest of his life blind and happy. But if it ever does happen, then we want to support that adopter, and we'll be here for Mo for his entire life. And if he ever needs to come back to us to have an eye surgery, then that's what we're prepared to do to give him a chance at a happy and healthy life.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
That Mo is just so cute. I can't get enough of it. I'm here with Lori, the Manager of Investigations and Emergency Response here at the Humane Society. So if there's a cat stuck in a tree, a cat left behind, anything you can think of, they answer and take the cat or dog in, any animal in. So can you tell me a little bit about the calls that you do receive?
Yeah, we do the emergency response for the entire city of Winnipeg, which includes, dogs, cats, as well as wildlife. We have reptiles. We often get calls on fish. We do everything. So we're servicing the entire city of Winnipeg, which includes Winnipeg Police, Fire Department, Health Department, and all the social services agencies, as well as the general public. They're the ones that are calling whether their animal is sick and they need some help, or they found a stray that's injured or ill and they need some help as well. We're all over the place.
So for the types of calls, have you noticed sort of an increase or anything?
Yeah, it's a little distressing actually. The calls that we're getting to respond to animals that need medical help that the owners can't afford, sometimes feel that they're afraid to let us know they even own the animal because they fear that we're not going to help. But we do. This is what we do. The animals, we go out, we get them, whether they're hit by a car, sick, they've been shot, whatever. That's us. We're on the scene. The animal is brought back to our vet clinic or to the emergency clinic we use after hours if we don't have a vet. And all of these services that we're due, the donors are, thank God we've got the donors, or this would be something we would not be able to do. We could use some more help. The cases of medical, issues with animals are increasing and has just been something that's continuing to increase, which puts an extra tax on the Humane Society in having to take care and provide the medical attention for these animals that are coming in. Our clinic staff, they're jaunty on the spot, they're doing their thing, they're really good at what we do. We get, the animals, once they're through that system, then they go into the back where everyone else is stepping up and taking care of them. It's truly a huge team effort, and we need each other to get through it, but we also need people to know that we could use a little more help.
Fair enough. So, and especially the viewers at home might be like me and think that the winter would be the time where you get the most calls, but it's actually the summer, right?
The heat, of course, this past winter hasn't been as cold as, we've had for usual winters, but in the summer, when the heat and the humidity skyrocket, the calls skyrocket as well. We have animals left in vehicles with, no windows down, no air conditioning, direct sun, parking lots, and heat radiating from everywhere. So those types of calls are keeping us moving, as well as the Winnipeg Police and the Fire Department as well. People just need to realize, think about it. If you don't want to sit in that car, don't leave your animal in that car. Think about it. Please, just leave them at home where they're safe. The other thing is when you're leaving your animal outside, make sure that one, it doesn't just have a doghouse, but it actually has shade, to keep the sun off them when they're laying outside of the doghouse. Like if you think about it, yeah, it might have a doghouse, but to lay inside or to just lay around inside your hot house as opposed to going outside and getting some air movement, some fresh air, you're going to feel better. Same thing with the dog, same thing with the cat too. Cats are a little bit different, they handle things a little differently. It's mostly dogs that we get the calls about. So pardon me, making sure there's water for them at all times too is a big thing. People are dealing with, well, my dog's always spilling the water. We've got information, we've got simple tips to help you remedy that, to make it easier for you to take care of your animal. And we are a resource. If you don't know, if you've got a question, call the Humane Society. We will answer those questions for you to the best of our ability.
So do you notice, or have you noticed this year, like a trend in the sorts of medical that comes into the Humane Society?
Yeah, we are seeing a lot more issues with dentistry. So animals are like people. Their teeth need to be paid attention to, and sometimes people don't notice. The cat, the dog, they're eating. Maybe they're not eating all of a sudden, or maybe when they're eating you hear them, whining or making a sound of, discomfort, or maybe they just kind of turn away. Check their mouths. If you can smell something bad, if you see on a white dog, if you see some brown stuff coming down or some green or yellow, you've got an issue in that mouth, and that stuff courses its way through the body. It affects other organs. It's an infection, and it rages and very painful. So we are dealing with a lot of that type of issue, and we understand medical care is expensive. We are and have been providing the care, of course, for the animals that are here with these dental issues, and it does cost us too. So just anything that can help us deal with what we've got coming in to make it easier on the animal and the people who are trying to do us, and help us get that animal back out into an adoption situation and a forever home. That's the goal. That's what we do, no matter what.
So for the people at home watching, like what sort of donations, or what do the donations help with?
Well, the donations help with taking care of the animals. That's our first and foremost thing, is take care of those creatures that we're bringing in. In order to take care of those creatures that we're bringing in, we have to have the medical supplies. We have to have the money to pay the gas and the maintenance of our vehicles. We have to have the equipment, and we have to have the staffing in order to be able to do that. For an entire city of Winnipeg, we have 2 vehicles. One which is responding to emergencies and the routine types of situations, and the other vehicle which is out on the road trying to handle the investigations or inspections that are coming across our desks. And in doing those, we're enforcing the Animal Care Act of Manitoba, which is the provincial statute that governs how animals are to be cared for. And there are responsibilities as an owner that people need to do. The other thing I'd like to see is when you're leaving an address and you're moving on, whether you've been evicted or you're just choosing to move on, take your animal with you. Do not leave it behind. If you can't take it, call us. Let us know you can't take it. Don't leave it till the last minute, because we have so many calls that we're taking care of in a day. We can't meet the demand on an hourly basis. So, please think about the fact that it doesn't have to be as hard as it is. The Humane Society is here. We have phones, we have email, we have all sorts of ways to get in touch with us, and we're here to help. And it's for the animals, and when we help the animals, it helps people.
Thank you so for all that you do. I'm sure your job is challenging, to say the least. So never a dull moment. Well, if you're watching at home, the smallest donation can make a difference in these animals' lives. Right now, we have Maddie with Cassie, who was bit, but now Cassie's pretty happy, if I understand. So Maddie's going to chat with her.
Cass was just a newborn puppy when she was found at the Winnipeg Humane Society with a bad injury on her face. She was bitten by a bigger dog. Today she's 5 months old and with her adopted parents here. So this is the McDonald's family who got Cass when she was 8 weeks old. So when you met Cass, what was kind of your first experience with her, and did you notice her bites as being something that impeded her?
We noticed when we take her to puppy classes, she wouldn't participate, and she kept going around the edge of the room, and we thought that later on that she was afraid, caught again and bitten again. So we took her to the second, and she was a little better. The third one, she was just right in there.
So today is Cass kind of like any other dog? Would you say she's afraid to deal with bigger dogs, or is that not an issue for her?
It's not an issue for her at all now. Yeah.
Puppy socialization, she's been around dogs all sizes. So she gets along with any type of dog now.
And so when you met Cass and you'd heard her story, she obviously was fostered after her surgery. What did they do for her kind of during her, while she was fostered, and was kind of, how did that, was she trained, or how was she when you met her?
Well, when we met her, we didn't realize that until about a couple of days later when we got her home, she had been trained by the foster, and we just said, shake a paw. We just thought, do that right there. And sit.
So the foster parent was actually able to kind of teach her how to sit, how to shake a paw, and not only that, but the foster parent probably would have also had all of the fees paid for Cass to be nursed back to health by the Winnipeg Humane Society.
It's wonderful. It's just wonderful.
And so with Cass, kind of what's your connection with her? What is she like just day to day? How is she integrated into your family?
Well, she's very vocal to play fight with our other dog. Very well right now. They're best of buds. And
she would sometimes torment the beagle. Go put her in her place.
Just a young puppy like any other, just a little rowdy.
And then around 9 o'clock at night, they want to play. You can set your watch by them, and we say, okay, if you want to get this done in the house, you better do it now because they're going to start playing.
She's just like any other puppy, just rowdy as heck, and yeah. Amazing. Well, next we're going to cut to a story about Yasmin the dog, which got her front leg amputated after it was injured as a young dog.
There's a lot of prep involved in the surgery time.
Behind the Winnipeg Humane Society of Veterinarians, Yasmin is out cold and getting ready to lose her right front leg.
We don't exactly know what happened to it, but it's likely that she had the injuries since she was a puppy and she had never received emergency or any medical treatment for it. So the bone kind of healed improperly and now she has a bit of a crooked leg.
Yeah, like this is where all the surgery's happening. Okay. So prep like this. Right. And then like all this surface. Right. This leg will be up in the air so you can prep the underside and then you can prep the leg. Okay, okay, understood.
The day started with an antibiotic and a shave for Yasmin. Yasmin had to have the leg removed to prevent future complications.
It's pulling her ulna, her elbow bone there, in the joint so that the joint is no longer working properly. So if left, she would develop severe arthritis in that joint.
So that's your really focused cleaning.
The leg is being removed from the scapula because it's less painful than going through a joint.
Yeah, and she'll wrap the leg.
This is sterile bandage material, so we can handle this leg. Okay, so the first cut goes down the spine of the scapula.
Now, the total length of Yasmin's surgery is approximately 2 hours. We've just seen the beginning of it. You can see they're still carrying on behind me. The good news is that Yasmin will be in recovery this afternoon, and it will only take her about 2 weeks to recover, and then she can move straight on to adoption. Yasmin is just one of thousands of animals cared for at the Humane Society Clinic each year.
If it wasn't for people's donations coming in, we wouldn't have a chance to save Yasmin. We wouldn't be able to do these types of procedures and just give animals the type of happy homes and the forever lives that they deserve.
It usually doesn't take long for dogs to adjust to having 3 legs, so Yasmin will be up and running around in no time.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
To one of the most inspiring success stories of this telethon, if not, Winnipeg Humane Society. This here is Snowflake. She was in a car accident with her owner, Wade, and she endured so much pain and suffering, but thanks to the Winnipeg Humane Society, she was able to get constant love and care, and she was able to have a full recovery. And you know what? You would never be able to tell by her loving and just sweet expression. She has jumped on everyone. She has just given everyone so much love and attention. Can you tell us a little bit about, the day she was injured and what happened?
We were working, she comes to work with me every day, so we were hauling gravel, and as far as I can remember, all I remember is running into a loader that was on the highway, going slow, and when we hit it, then we slid on the side of the ground there, and and then it burst into flames as we were sliding, and then, when we come to a stop, I tried to get her out the window right away, and she was just too freaked out, so then I jumped out, rolled around myself to make sure I was out of fire, and then I went back to coax the 2 dogs to come out of there, because she also has her partner that was with her too, so.
You have 2 dogs?
Yes. The other one's an Australian dingo, but she didn't. All she got was singed whiskers and a little mark under one eye. So.
And so you yourself, you were able to get out of the car when it burst into flames and extinguish yourself. But I'm sure that was just incredibly scary, looking at that car. And she hid under kind of the passenger side, right?
Actually, we have a full cab. We have a bunk with a bed in the back, so they went all to the back. After she caught fire, she went to the other dog as well. Because that was security for her. So.
But how did it feel?
It was pretty horrifying. I didn't feel the pain of my burns at all. So it was while I'm trying to get her out there, that's all I wanted to do was get her out, because I didn't want to hear the screaming, of them burning to death, so it was very traumatic.
Oh, I bet. And you yourself, you went to the hospital?
Yes, I was in the hospital for 6 days myself. After they got out of the truck, they just bolted. They ran away, they didn't know where to go. They were just confused, so they just ran, and some people managed to collect them and, tried to.
And so Snowflake was at the Winnipeg Humane Society for 3 months. The accident happened this August. And you know what, looking at her now, looking at what a sweet pup she is, you'd never be able to tell that she was in every day for 3 months. And the care they gave her, so she was so burned all over her body that she had to have hydrotherapy. So it was so painful for Snowflake that they had to put her under, they had to use anesthetic on her, and then they would do hydrotherapy to help her wounds, and then they would I don't even remember. There was so much, the vets would come in early and they would cover her in honey to help heal all of that. And how has she been since you got her home and just after she's gone?
Actually, since she's been home, she hasn't really missed a beat. She went back to eating really well and fattened her up because she lost lots of weight while she was here because she didn't want to eat and stuff. So, Yeah, and so she's actually doing really well, and so she's never really slowed down all that much. Even when she was supposed to be quiet, she was not quiet, so she was just happy, you know, chase the cat around the house, chase the other dog. It's just...
And even with like no fur, she's just like, yeah.
Like go, go, go all the time, you know. Like she did lose part of one ear, and then the burns to the back of...
Can you show us that? Just...
Yeah, like if you look at her ears, like there's, you know, it's much shorter on one side versus the other, you know. I just keep the hair shorter on one side and then the other side a little longer so it looks like a normal ear. And then the back of her body, like she was burnt on the back, her tail, and so, you know, and all the back of her legs. She had skin grafting that they took the part of her belly skin and wrapped it around underneath her legs.
Oh.
So she managed to grow some of the hair back on the inside of her legs. So it's not...
And did you come and visit her? I mean, since
Yes,
she had to
oh yeah,
stay
yeah. I came visit her a few times, you know, but you know, like, but then she gets too crazy too. So like, you know, it wasn't always that good thing neither, because they wanted her to keep fairly quiet, you know, so she didn't tear any of her stitches or...
Nothing can keep this dog down. She just, yeah, what a story of inspiration. And I mean for both of you guys. And I'm so happy that you guys are safe and she's doing so good and so are you. And could you just tell us what that meant to be able to have her come and get cared for at the Winnipeg Humane Society when the crash happened, guys? So Wade went to the hospital and Snowflake came here and she stayed here. So what did that care mean to you?
Oh, it meant the world to me. Like at first I was, you know, like knew of the pain I was going through, and you know, like I didn't know how, you know, her burns were worse than mine. So at first I did not want, you know, her to go through all that pain. So, but due to her mentality, and she's still a very young dog. She just turned 2, so in December, so she's... I want to go play with that other dog there. It's too much activity, so...
Well, we're going to go let Snowflake go play. But yeah, the superstar of the Winnipeg Humane Society, and without your donation, Snowflake wouldn't have been able to get that extensive care. And I know Wade appreciated the heck out of
Most definitely, yes. If you can donate, please do, and help out as much as you can.
Absolutely. So right now we are going to Maddie. She's going to be interviewing Javier, the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society. Stay with us.
I'm here with the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society, Javier. Javier has been the CEO here since June. Javier, can you tell us a bit about your experience with the Winnipeg Humane Society so far, and kind of the importance of the telethon that we're having here today?
Sure. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here and for supporting the Humane Society. Well, the Winnipeg Humane Society is one of the oldest charities in Winnipeg, and essentially 70% of our budget to care for over 6,500 dogs and cats come from donations like the ones that we're receiving right now. So we just couldn't do the job we do without the generous support of everyone in Winnipeg and around the world, really. So it's a very humbling experience to lead an organization just like this one.
So 65,000 animals here at any given 6,500 animals here at any given time. What does that is that
total.
Total. Okay.
Yeah.
So kind of what does that look like for you guys on the day-to-day? What does the Winnipeg Humane Society have to do for these animals to make sure that they're healthy and ready to find a loving home?
Well, it's actually quite a process, and I learned about it pretty, not so long ago, and I actually did the job, around the Humane Society. So animals that come to intake, and they're assessed, they are vaccinated, and then they are checked by a veterinarian. We have 3 on staff that you will see throughout the day. And after that, then we place them in what we call the bags, so in our holding spaces, and we take a look at their behavior. We analyze, how they're doing, and we try then to determine, their demeanor. So, what type of family or individual will be a good match for that animal. Right. Once we're happy with their health, once they're, back in good health, and we're happy with their behavior, then they move to adoptions. And at that point in time, we try to find that perfect, forever home for that animal. The process, it depends on every animal, but it takes at least 2-3 weeks for us to get from the start to the end, depending on how quickly we can get the animal adopted. And to give you an idea, every day we spend approximately between $70 and $80 in every animal just to care for them, and with all the staff and the medications that they may need. So donations are critical for us to continue to do this job.
And so you mentioned you have three full-time veterinarian staff. How many people do you have full-time on staff here at the Winnipeg Humane Society?
Well, we have roughly 47 full-time equivalents, so it's a bit more people than that number, but we have a lot of part-time. But we couldn't do this job without the volunteers. We have over 200 active volunteers, or more than that, 400 active volunteers at any given time. We have 200 active fosters at any given time. So really, we can handle the volume that we can handle and do the work we can do thanks to the people that support us, like the individuals right here that are just taking your calls. So it's really amazing the amount of volunteers that we have at the Humane Society.
And so even what does the donations go towards? So from $5 to $500, what is that money going towards here today?
Well, it goes to, of course, all the food that we need for the animals, to pay for their medication, to pay for their heating, cooling, for the space here at the Humane Society, to do all their behavior work and retraining of animals, and then of course to get them ready for adoption. So everything that you see at the Humane Society is supported by the donations.
And so Planned Pet Insurance is they're matching donations of $50 or more today, and so that makes a big difference probably to the Winnipeg Humane Society budget. So really, what is it that you guys kind of hope? How much money or what is it that you hope to gain from the telethon today?
Well, we're hoping to get lots of money, or 30,000 if at all possible. And again, the matching donation is fantastic. We're extremely happy and proud to be sponsored by Planned Pet Insurance, and we work with them every day. They are amazing to work with, and you can double the impact of your donation. You give $50 and they will match it, and then we have 100, and with that we can care for 3 dogs or 3 cats for a number of days. So every bit counts, and if you can get to the matching donation part, it will be just fantastic.
So just a donation of $50 here today will become a donation of $100, which is amazing and will make a huge impact in the lives of these animals. So thank you so much for speaking with me, Javier. It's been a real treat.
Sure.
Thank you for doing what you do. So next we're going to toss to an underweight kitten story about 2 cats who were nursed back to health with wet food.
Okay guys, come in. Even though they look really small now, they're about almost half this size. And so they have grown, they have filled out, and they've, contrary to this little one right now, they have become quite the little cuddlers. She's just been fed, so she wants to go and play and burn off some of her energy.
Cinder and Chase were dangerously underweight only a few months ago, but thanks to plenty of wet cat food, they are back on track to be adopted.
Yeah. There. There you go. There you go.
Anita Jacobson has been fostering and feeding kittens from the Humane Society for over a year now.
The foster parents don't have to provide the food. The Humane Society provides the food, the litter box. It provides any vet care that is needed and regular shots while they are in foster, and we just have to take them there.
Jacobson says her and her husband are fortunate enough to be able to buy wet food for their foster kittens, but she knows not everyone is in a position to do that.
Keep going. Because they have to show me where their dishes are. Because if they don't show me, I might forget. Yes.
Once Cinder and Chase reach a safe weight, they'll be brought back to the Humane Society for adoption so they can find their forever home.
They're always going to need donations, whether it be wet food, whether it be money to help run the programs, whether it be dropping off litter. And one of the things that I didn't know was you can't just give them milk. It has to be cat milk. Because they are not going to be able to digest it. So sometimes if you're not sure of what to buy, even a couple of dollar donation can make a really big difference in their hands. Yeah, Hey, my little fat babies.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Ansu, Director of Animal Health for the Winnipeg Humane Society. While we really love large donations here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, even small donations are very much appreciated. $5, $10, or $25 can do a lot of good for helping dogs and cats in our community. Your $5 donation will buy 1 package of suture used to spay 1 cat. Your $10 donation can provide 1 monthly treatment of heartworm prevention. Your $25 donation will neuter 1 cat. Snip, snip. Your $50 donation will help spay a cat like Mittens here.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
We have a beautiful, rambunctious dog named Winnie here, and Winnie is a new member of Ford's family. Ford, how did you get hooked up with Winnie and when?
About last August, I got a call from a friend, a family from up north who had 2 dogs, and they had just moved, and I guess the dogs had gotten together and they hadn't planned to have puppies. And so I called them up and came out for a visit, and they were more than happy to give me Winnie.
That's so wonderful, and she is so playful. How much fun do you have with Winnie, and what do you two like to do together?
She loves to play fetch. She loves to go for walks. She's such a wonderful dog. She's very, very friendly and loves kids and other animals, and just really enjoys life.
That's so wonderful. And do you guys go for a lot of walks together?
I try and go twice a day right now. She's just over 8 months, and so I go once in the morning and once at the end of the day, and sometimes we go 3 times during the weekends.
So she's got a lot of energy to burn off.
Yeah.
And how has she impacted your life? What's it like having Winnie as your new companion?
She's been really fantastic. I had a dog before, Sit Winnie, and Packer was her name, a chocolate lab, and I had her for 17 years. And we were very close, and so I took some time off, and then waited for the right opportunity, and so she's been wonderful, helping me being a single person. It's nice to have someone around the house with.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that she just fills your life with joy, because I can't stop smiling near her. Even before, she was just licking me all over, and I didn't mind. Kisses are great. And she just seems to love being here at the Humane Society, and she's a rescue, so that means a lot to the Humane Society to see that there are great dogs making differences in people's lives.
She just, we come here quite a bit to the walkways and around here, and the people are so nice here, and they do such a great job of educating people like myself on how to take care of them when things happen. How do you fix things, and they just do such great work. It's such a wonderful place to come and be around, and it's really great.
It absolutely is great, and every donation counts towards helping dogs like Winnie find their forever home and find the perfect house and family to be with. So we thank you so much for stopping by, Ford, and hope you have a great day with Winnie.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go see about Randy, who's a phone volunteer, and he's out there with Jordan.
Because I'm sitting down here and I have this desk. Oh. Hi, I'm here with Randy, who's a member of the board of directors and also volunteering here today at the Winnipeg Humane Society as answering phones. How's it going so far, Randy?
Oh, it's going really good, thanks. We're getting lots of calls. My last donor was $500, so thank you very much to that person.
That's fantastic. And you were telling me just before we went on about how you're a part of the farm animal compassion community. Tell me about that.
Yeah, you bet. When people think the Humane Society, they often think dogs and cats, but we also have a committee that's been here for about 15 years or so, and they are working towards raising awareness about farm animal welfare issues and trying to ensure the better treatment of farm animals.
Mm-hmm. And you've been volunteering with that for how long?
I've been on that committee for going on 10 years now or so. So we've done a lot of really cool things with that. In our front lobby is Penelope, and Penelope is a model of a female pig in a sow stall. So that's one of the initiatives we've been working on for a long time, is trying to have better treatment of farm animals and sow stalls and have them in better housing conditions. Female pigs spend their entire life in a tiny, tiny little cage that's so small they can't even move around. They can't even lie down properly. So we advocate for those sorts of things, and we raise awareness about those sorts of things.
Yeah, and so do you guys go out into like rural communities and you speak with people who are in like the farming community, the agriculture community? Is that one of those things you guys do?
We do a little bit of everything around that. We, with Penelope, we go out to shopping malls and universities, and we, it's seeing that display is really just is so powerful that it helps people understand like what an important issue this is. But we also, we have dialogues with producers and with the industry itself. Anything we can do to try to help female pigs and farm animals in general is what we do.
That's fantastic. And you were telling me also that you have a cat at home, and it's not from the Winnipeg Humane Society, but you did rescue it. You said it was frozen when you got it?
Yeah, it was living in underneath a house a few doors down with a kitten. And when I found her, she had just frozen her tail off. So I call her Bobby because she's got a tail about this big. So yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, well, thank you very much. Up next, we have a story about Jeff, who is a sick dog, and because of his condition, he wasn't able to socialize with other dogs until he was a little older. And the Winnipeg Humane Society is helping rehabilitate him.
Jeff has been with us since July 2015. He came in with his puppies, his siblings, and they came in with quite a few extensive medical concerns. He did have, he initially came in with scabies, or a sarcoptic mange, and unfortunately, because that is highly contagious to both dogs and humans, he had to be kept away from other animals during his time here. Now, when he came in, he was a very, very young puppy, about 6-7 weeks of age, and so during that time, he was kept away from puppies. He actually missed out on a lot of key socialization aspects. Now, he is a fantastic pup, especially through everything that he's gone through. He's 9 months old now, but the unfortunate thing is he is a little bit of a bull in a china shop at times. So we could just fine-tuning his manners and just teaching him just a little bit of impulse control, so that when he does meet other dogs, that he's not a bit of a bulldozer. And so you can see how much energy he's got. That as a puppy in a cage that he's not allowed out because he's got various diseases or various parasites and stuff. That's a lot of dog. And the problem, the reason why behavior's really been kind of looking after him also is that that lack of impulse, and even though it's not aggressive behavior, it's just very much Tarzan behavior. And so anytime he came across a dog, because he'd been so deprived and really didn't learn the social basics as a young pup, he was very gung-ho, which is very, very intimidating to other dogs who jump on their backs and grab at their ears and can often get another dog's back up because of that type of behavior. So we've been working a little bit on teaching him that calm behavior allows you to interact with the dog, and if you're really wound up, the interaction ends. Or we try and sort of end it before he gets to that stage. In addition to teaching him those impulse control exercises, which hopefully allows him to think before he acts. Whereas when we first started working with him, he was acting before he was thinking, and which often is not the best situation. Sit again. First thing first, we have to teach him the basic manners prior to expecting him to utilize those manners around other dogs. Okay, so we just have to teach him the basics. So he's learning here. The longer he sits still, good things happen. Although he keeps choking on his treats. Here, honey. Good job. Sit, please. Sit. Now, because he's been in our care an awful long time, with the extensive medical concerns there, we have spent a lot of time and effort and money on both medical care and behavioral care for him.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
That was Jeff, and an update on Jeff. He just got adopted, so that's great. Here we are with Zoe, and she is so sweet. You never know that when she came to the Humane Society, she's a really shy girl, but they've been working with her. Can you tell us a little bit about Zoe?
Yes, she's actually, she's a year and a half old. She's listed as a Rottweiler mix, which her coloring seems to bear out. She's been here since about the middle of December. She was very, very shy when she first came in. So we spent quite a lot of time just getting her socialized and getting her used to people, and so that, you know, she could be assessed. And so she has been up in adoption for a bit now, and she's doing really well, but she still tends to be a little bit shy when she first meets people. So it does take a little bit of time for her to warm up to people that she doesn't know. But once she actually gets to know people, she's just a wonderful dog. Like, she likes to cuddle, she's very affectionate. We are recommending at this point that she goes to a home. Zoe, come back here. Look at, I have another treat here. We are recommending that she goes to a home with older children at this point in time, just because she is a little bit unsure, and you know, too much movement, activity, noise, it may decrease the length of time, you know, if she's in a quiet home and no other pets.
Yeah, so she's an only dog home.
We're recommending only dog right now, yes, yes. She was very, very good friends with Henry, as you saw from the video previously, and they used to play together a lot, and they sort of helped each other become more confident. This is actually quite amazing for Zoe, because she's in a crowd full of people and she's actually sitting there. You wouldn't have recognized her at the beginning, because in her kennel she used to sort of retreat to the far corner and just shake and bark, and because she was so fearful. But now she's gaining a little bit of confidence, and you know, we're hoping that she'll find her forever home, and that people will continue to work with her, and she'll be a happy, confident dog.
So what sort of work did the volunteers go? I understand it's been a lot of work with her to socialize her. And
a lot of it, I mean, we started out by just sitting with her in her kennel when she was in the back, and then when she got moved up to adoption, we spent a lot of time sitting with her in the room and just holding her, getting her used to being touched and handled, taking her for walks, because sometimes she would sort of walk along quite nicely and then she would become fearful and she would just stop. But she's also become very, very playful. Like in the exercise yards, we're able to play ball with her, and she'll run around and chase the ball. So I can still remember the first time I had her out that she actually played. I thought, wonderful progress, you know. And she actually would chase the tennis ball and then bring it back. And so she has made an awful lot of progress since she's been here. But, you know, of course, once she goes into another new environment, another new home, it is going to take her some time to sort of get to know everybody and to settle in a new environment. And so the key is sort of patience and, you know, perseverance with her. And yeah.
That's great. Well, thanks for all your work. If you're at home, can't donate, but are looking to adopt, the sweetest puppy. She's ready, I think, to go to a forever home and be spoiled like an only child she deserves to be. So next we are going to the lobby. They'll be talking to, it'll be Reagan. Who are we talking? Talking to the radio.
I am being serenaded by some awesome tunes here in the Winnipeg Humane Society lobby. We've got 94.3 The Drive, just bring us some nice tunes.
The tunes are, yeah, they sure are ABBA right now. If you turn on your radio, it's all about the ABBA. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. You know what's great though? I just love the, like, people, it's proof that we're at the Humane Society, because you can hear dogs barking in the background when we're on the air. I love it. Just like, but they're so cute.
They are so cute.
Yeah. And same with Darth Vader, and one of the stormtroopers are here too. So Another reason to come down if you like Star Wars, right?
Absolutely. There's so much going on here, and it's just a fun day. And can you tell me, Carrie, about your experiences with pets in the past? You're a bit of an animal lover.
Well, you know what? It's weird. I've had to, I took a Benadryl today because only in the past couple years I've had like a little sneeze, but I grew up with animals like my whole life. Hamsters, cats, dogs, rabbits, you name it. And in fact, I guess I didn't have a cat from the Humane Society, but I did rescue a cat from the farm.
That's so great.
Yeah, Morris, my cat. He came with he was deaf. He had fur balls all over him, and we cut them all off. I got him for Christmas. I called him Morris, and I mean he was the best cat ever. Lasted forever. So I feel like I kind of did my part.
That's so wonderful.
Saving my animal, yeah.
And we have just so much going on today, and we're lucky to have the drive here with us.
Thank you. Well, it's kind of a big deal. People think, well, how does the Winnipeg Humane Society operate, exist? Where does this money come from? Well, a lot of it comes from days like this, 1,001 donations, and there's so many ways to donate. I mean, texting, email, or online. You can call, but you know what? Come down. Come down, because it's super fun, because it's, and bring your kids. Bring your kids. They can check out the animals. You might leave with an animal, just saying.
Now, your kids are coming by later today, and you said they can just look so far.
Look, but don't touch. Right now, our place is a little small, but I mean, you know what? It might happen. It might happen one day soon.
Fingers crossed that happens. Yeah. So thanks so much for chatting with me, Carrie, and keep the music coming. Right now we've got a story about a poor little kitty that was hit by a car and had a little bit of damage done to him, but with the Humane Society's help, he is recovering so well, and we're going to hear about that story. Every donation of $50 or more will be matched by Pet Plan Insurance today, so make sure you donate.
He's a very handsome boy. So this is Mr. Stevie that was hit by a car. He ran away and the owners couldn't find him. And then a week later he came home, but he was having a lot of trouble breathing. So they brought him to us. And he damaged his diaphragm. And when that was damaged, a bunch of his abdominal contents went up into his chest, and that was causing a lot of problems with breathing, and actually broke his pelvis. His stomach, his spleen, some intestines, and omentum, which is kind of a curtain that covers your intestines, were all up on in his lungs on the left side. So what we had to do is we took him to surgery, and we repaired the diaphragm, put everything back in the abdomen that belonged in the abdomen, and sewed him up. And then he was having quite a bit of trouble after surgery with one of his lung lobes didn't want to reinflate. So he had some chest tubes in him. That's why he shaved in such a funny pattern. He had tubes on either side so we could draw off air if it was leaking out of the lungs. Those were in place for several days. His tubes came out yesterday. He's doing well. He still has the broken pelvis. So he'll need still about a month of cage rest. We call it cage and cuddle. So cuddle him on the sofa for a while for attention, and then back in the kennel to really reduce that activity so the pelvis can heal. And then hopefully you stay inside after that. Cats sneak out and people think, oh, well, he'll be fine, or maybe they didn't notice him get out, or maybe they don't realize how dangerous it can be, but yeah, it's a tough world for a cat on the mean streets of Winnipeg. Even when he first came in, he was such a sweet cat. I mean, he was purring and happy to be here, and you just want to do everything you can for them. As long as they let us treat them, we want to treat them. His owners really love him. Didn't have any place to turn. Couldn't afford to take him to the vet, so they did the right thing calling us and hopefully get him back home to them. He's had a lot done, surgery-wise and chest tubes and so on, and a bill like this at a regular vet clinic is several $1,000s. We certainly couldn't afford to send him out to another vet, so the donations supply this clinic. They fund this clinic, they fund our staff and all our equipment, and we can look after him with their donations, even small donations. Suture materials are $5 a package. He had about 4 or 5 packs of suture, so that's 4 or 5 donations of $5 contributed to the surgery. So all the little things, they add up. I mean, it's expensive to do some of this stuff, but if everybody pitches in a small amount, it makes a big difference. And we're very fortunate that our donors support our veterinary team here, because there's a lot of cases like him that if we didn't have the clinic, he would just be euthanized. He's like, I want to get around and walk. allowed to walk yet.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
And I'm here with Matthew from A&S Homes. They were kind enough to sponsor the phones that are, you're calling in, they're ringing for donations, and right before actually we came on air here, we just got a call. It's so exciting. How does it feel to see, you know, the phones that you sponsored and them ringing?
This is just unbelievable. The energy here is so positive. A&S Homes being the premier builder in Winnipeg, we thought it'd be a great idea to partner up with the Winnipeg Humane Society because it's all about good, healthy home living. So currently right now it's the Parade of Homes. So we have 13 show homes that are bringing traffic in every day. So we partnered up with the Winnipeg Humane Society and we're accepting donations at all of our show homes. And the beautiful thing is A&S Homes is going to match all donations to support these animals because it's so close to the heart we're a very family-oriented company. So this is a really nice cause.
So any of the they're going to have donation boxes in the Parade of Homes. I have that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. And anything that you donate when you go visit one of those homes, they're going to match it, which is excellent. And as you can see, you know, we've got lots of volunteers here manning the phones. Those are the volunteers from the Winnipeg Humane Society. And so you said lots of people at A&S have pets, and
all the family, it's a very family-run company. They all have dogs, they all have pets, and it's just really close to the heart. And I really encourage everyone to go to the A&S Homes. You can recognize it by a green bow on the garage, which means healthy living and basically quality of lifestyle. And it's all about giving these animals a second chance, whether they've been injured, abandoned, hurt. It's the quality of life. And like that's our whole theme. It's where life happens. So we want people to have a happy lifestyle, and we think pets bring it all together. So like we just thought this was the perfect fit for A&S Homes. And also, it's a great time to go out in the springtime and check out the houses and see our product.
And I was talking with Matthew before, neither of us have pets, but I think just seeing from today and even seeing the story that we just saw, the cat, you know, who was hit by a car and all of his organs were all shuffled around, which is just so sad. I think we can both really appreciate now how important an animal is to a home, and we've seen so many interviews already, and we're going to see so many more in this telethon that show
just the smiles on people's faces with these animals. It's like the second chance. It's just I love this atmosphere. It's just a great cause.
Well, keep those phones ringing. And A&S, of course, is our sponsor for that. Thank you so much to Matthew for joining me.
And thank you for having me.
And right now we're going to head to the lobby. We are going to interview Josh and his absolutely adorable dog, Duke.
Perfect. All right, so we are here with Duke and Duke's owner, Josh. So this cute little fur ball is Josh's first dog, actually. So Josh, tell us a little bit about Duke and how you met him and what exactly Duke has done as he's come into your family.
So the way we got Duke was a lady I was working with at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Her dog had puppies.
Okay.
And we were able to meet him. It took a very long time to convince my mom that it was a good idea. But it worked, and he's just been the best. Like, everybody loves having him at home. He's a good stress reliever. He's a ton of fun to have.
Sure. And what is it about Duke that kind of drew you in, aside, of course, from his cute, adorable face?
His sister, like all three, him and two of his siblings came over when we met them, and his sister went directly under the TV and just hid there.
Okay.
And his older brother was a little bit of a bully, and he was sort of just like curious and fun, and so we decided that was the best one.
Awesome. And what kind of fun things do you and Duke like to do together?
Well, he loves taking naps, as boring as it sounds. He loves taking naps in my lap. He loves going for walks, and he loves playing with a laser pointer.
Right on. And as a first-time pet owner, what do you find that the dog can do to a family, and what kind of relationship can it really build in a family?
It's sort of like a common bond for everyone. Like families obviously already have common bonds, but he does a good job of it. He makes sure everybody gets home. There used to be times when we would stay at school, stay at work because we got stuff to do, but he gets everybody home. He makes sure everybody's always in a good mood, and it's a nice thing to have. Yeah.
Awesome, wonderful. And coming up next, we are going to be going to kennel cough. And what kennel cough is actually it's a whooping cough that dogs get. And we're going to talk about how vets at the Humane Society help to cure these dogs.
Kennel cough is a general term for infectious respiratory disease in dogs. It's a harsh, honking cough. Sometimes they'll cough up a little bit of foam. But generally the dog isn't sick. They still want to eat and drink. They're still fairly active, but the cough is often exacerbated by collar pressure, so on a walk or in cold air. It can be complicated by secondary bacterial infections that you may get pneumonia, in which case you'll have a very productive cough in a sick dog. In a really young dog or in an older dog, they're more likely to have trouble with it. Dogs who already have some respiratory or cardiac disease can have more trouble with it. So a dog that has a collapsing trachea, it's called a weak trachea, kennel cough can be very hard on them. Dogs with heart conditions, it can be hard on them too. So if your dog is coughing, good idea to have it checked out at the vet. They probably won't prescribe antibiotics, and that's because it doesn't make any difference, generally speaking, with the course of the disease. If the dog is actually producing something in their cough, like they're coughing stuff up, we don't want to subdue that cough because the body is getting rid of inflammatory secretions. Generally lasts in the dog's symptoms probably 7 to 10 days, but they can be infectious for a few weeks afterwards. It's spread with contact to other dogs or even things that other dogs have touched. So at dog parks, if they're sharing toys, grooming facilities, veterinary clinics, boarding facilities, doggy daycare, anytime the dogs come together, share air or toys, they can spread it. We do not at the Winnipeg Humane Society see these cases because we have very strict vaccination and isolation protocols. So any new dog is vaccinated against kennel cough before it comes in, and as soon as it shows any symptoms of kennel cough, it's put into isolation because we have a large at-risk population. We have 6 rooms that can hold 36 dogs. Each room they're going to spread it around. But when you're talking about casual dog contact at the dog park or a doggy daycare or so on, that's where it spreads. Yes, there are vaccines. There's vaccines against Bordetella bronchoseptica, parainfluenza, and those are the main culprits that we see with respiratory disease in dogs. So it's a good idea to vaccinate your pet. The vaccines last about a year. So if you're planning on boarding your dog or going to grooming, or you're thinking about going to the doggy daycare or the dog park and your dog is almost due for its vaccination, it might be a good idea to get it done early.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Oh, Joby, hey? Hey? Yes. Hey? You are such a good dog. You are such a good dog. Yes, you are. Hey? Yes, you are. You're the best dog. Yes, you are.
There's a group of 3 of us that have been taking Toby out twice a day from the shelter, just in an effort to get him a bit more socialized. He's only about 2 years old, and he's very exuberant and could use a lot of exercise. And unfortunately, the more time he spent at the shelter, his behavior started to deteriorate. He got quite jumpy and mouthy, and so in an effort to make him more adoptable again, 3 of us decided that we would come up with a plan to get him out a bit more, get him more exercise, get him more socialized, get him out meeting people. So that's what we're doing here at the park today. Behavior can always be corrected and changed as long as there's somebody there willing to put in the effort with the dog, and be consistent in terms of what they're doing with the dog. Toby is starting obedience classes tonight at the shelter. They run the classes for the general public, for people who have adopted dogs from the shelter, and if they have spots open, they'll often try and put in a dog from the shelter as long as there's somebody there to take them to the classes. So we're going to start obedience classes tonight for 6 weeks. Yeah. we're hoping that that'll, complement some of the things that we're doing with them here at the park every day, and help him become a really, really good dog, a perfect dog. Hey, no such thing, I don't think, but but he's pretty close. Hey, he's pretty close.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
I'd like to give a huge thank you to Liberty Tax Insurance for being our title sponsor of this 1001 donations event that we have here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And I'm here with Anne and Cornwallis, who is just like the last dog that we saw, Toby, very energetic, because Cornwallis is only about a year old. So Anne, can you tell me a little bit about Cornwallis?
Well, we don't actually know a lot about him. He came in as a stray, but the girl that I was working with this morning and I were in looking at the cats, and we picked him out. We spent quite a bit of time with him, and he's outgoing and a cuddler. He loves having his ears scratched. And for a lot of these animals coming down here and passing people, it's pretty stressful for them, pardon me. But for this little guy, we put him in the kennel. There was no problem. We brought him down here. I actually went to get him out, and he was laying down in there. So he's pretty calm and relaxed. He seems to be a people person, wants to meet people. So, yeah.
Now, yeah, every cat has a different personality. They seem like they're very similar animals always, but they all do have different personalities, and you guys actually give them different personality colors based on their personality. And Cornwallis here is an orange personality. What does that mean?
Just that he likes to go out and meet people and find new things to explore, and yeah, he's just a pretty easygoing little guy here.
Now, do we know if he would get along really well with other cats, or is he just kind of a on his own single cat?
He came out of a single kennel, but he's sitting above a cat and sitting beside a cat. When we took him out, he didn't seem to faze him. He just kind of crawled up into our arms, and yeah.
Yeah, and he actually seems to be doing really well here with all the different sights and sounds that we have going on here at the Winnipeg Humane Society today. Yeah, he looks really calm and really happy. So he'd be maybe a great cat for somebody with kids?
Yes, I mean, he's still a kitten at 1, but he's past that 8-week-old, 3-month-old frisky kitten, so he's not going to be trying to sort of bite at kids or bat at kids, but he's just heard a dog over there, as you can hear, and he's not really reacting. He's just watching everybody. So, and I might point out he has the softest fur going, and they're described as domestic short-haired cat mixes when they come in, but he would be a brown tabby with a nice striping on him. So just a very nice little cat.
And I have to ask you about his name. How do you guys come up with names here at the Humane Society?
I'm not exactly sure. There's somebody in here. I mean, as strays, they obviously come in with no names, and Cornwallis certainly suits this little guy. It's a unique name, and he's definitely a unique cat. So if I could, I would take him home. But we've had a couple of cats from the Humane Society, so he's going to have a long and healthy life. The cat we had lived till he was 21 and a half. We got him at 3 months. So, yeah, there.
I'd take him home too, but I have 3 cats at home already, so it's already pretty full house. So
you were telling me that before, yeah.
Thank you very much, Anne, and thank you, Cornwallis, for sitting down with us today. Up next, we have a story about Janessa and her dog. Sorry, we're going to the lobby for Janessa and her dog. Thank you.
So we are here with an Australian Shepherd named Dixie, who's about 2.5 years old. Dixie was found with her sister on the side of a highway a couple of years ago and was eventually rescued by Janessa, her family. So why don't you just tell us a little bit about Dixie and the transition into your guys' home when you first got her?
Sure. Well, we were looking for a dog for a little while, and we had come to the Humane Society, and we kind of kept seeing dogs that we wanted, but we would come back and they would be adopted every time. So we ended up finding her through Manitoba Mutts, and it was quite the transition because we have a very busy family. Everyone works and they have sports and everything, so it was a big adjustment to kind of take care of a new family member, but she fit in really well. She has a lot of energy, and it was really good. Yeah. She's a very excited puppy, and she fits really well in with everyone.
She's very calm. Like, there's so much going on around out here, yet she's lying down on the ground and she's posing for the camera right now. So how does that fit into your family dynamic? Like you said, you guys are really busy, but at the same time, your mom was telling me earlier that she's got her own spot on the couch and she's got her own territory. Why don't you just tell us how she is at home?
Yeah, she's pretty calm at home for the most part. Sometimes, like, my dad works from home a lot, so during the day she kind of hangs out with him, and then when we come home, my mom or I will take her out for a walk, and then she gets kind of all excited at that point. But yeah, she made one of our couches her official spot, so no one's allowed to sit on there if she's on there. But yeah, no, she's really playful all the time, and then she'll sleep usually when she needs to, so it's really good.
And as someone that has adopted a dog, how important is it for donations? Like, if someone hadn't donated to another shelter, I can't imagine what would happen to Dixie, but how important do you think that donations are?
Yeah, I think since we donated her, we are very involved with donating to a lot of the shelters now, including the Humane Society. We do the walk that they have every year. I think it's so important because there's so many animals out there who just need like the love and care, and just to see how much she's changed since we've gotten her and everything, it brings so much joy to your life, and it's amazing.
It's another family member,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. Just so you guys know, every donation of $50 or more is going to be matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance. So it's really important that you guys donate so we can save the lives of other dogs, just like Dixie. See, Dixie says so too. Next, we're going to go to a story about Barn Buddies, which is a great program that takes cats that won't necessarily fit into homes, but sends them out to farms outside of Winnipeg.
So the Barn Buddies program was designed by the Winnipeg Humane Society to provide every cat with a home. So some cats come to us who may not be great to be adopted out into the typical kind of family situation that most people are looking for. Not best to be an indoor cat, perhaps because they spent a few months or even a few years outside, but they're not quite feral. So it's basically designed for cats that have behavior issues that would make them unadoptable in a regular sense. And we designed it so that farms or workshops can adopt these cats for free, and these cats can live out their lives.
Oh, Deuce, you're going to be the friendly one today. Come on. Come on, Deuce. Come on. I actually saw it on Facebook. I liked the Humane Society page, and so I was able to, when I saw it, I quickly jumped on it and I reposted it because everybody out here always wants cats for their barns. So then I filled out my application, and I figured it'd be a couple weeks, but within a couple days I had a call. As long as you're not in a hurry, they'll come down eventually. I have the two dogs, Penny and Handsome, and I think I told you Penny is one of my former foster puppies because I used to foster for the Humane Society. And then I have Nick and Rebel, my horses. He's going to steam up your lens.
And then the three cats.
Come on, guys. Come on down.
This is Daphne, the gray one that's about her same size that you were filming earlier. That's Annie, and then Deuce's the big black cat, Medusa.
Yeah, I tried brushing her today, which was kind of funny because she just immediately rolled onto her back.
You know, I've always wanted to have the barn cats, but I'm a firm believer in having my pets spayed and neutered. I know quite a few people out in the country who have the colony, you know, where they've got a couple and they breed and they breed and they breed. So I'm not really fond of that. Sorry, everyone. So you always get people out here saying, well, I have a cat if you want one. And I say no just out of the principle because I don't want to support them doing that. Like, I want people to get their cats fixed and not have the colony. Because I think there's more than enough animals out there, you know, that need to be taken care of, that we don't need to be breeding extra ones.
And Daff is a shoulder cat. If I'm up playing with the horses and she comes around, she likes to hop on. Yeah. She rides around like a parrot. Annie, come down. Come down.
For the Winnipeg Humane Society to care for a cat from the time that we get it to the time we adopt it out, it costs us about $180. So every cat that we adopt out, including the Barn Buddies program, the cats are spayed or neutered. They have all their vaccinations, they're tattooed, and we fed them for the entire duration that they're here. For the Barn Buddies program, the cats are adopted out at no cost. So it's a really great free program, but of course there is costs incurred while the cat is staying with us. So donations are essential to keeping this program running, just like they're essential to keeping all of our programs running, and without the donations we wouldn't be able to keep it going.
Come down, come to the company. Don't be such a standoffish bunch.
It may not be the snuggly warm couch, but they have their nice warm box. They've got the straw, and like I said, they also like to stay up on the horses, so it works well for both. Keeps the horses warm, keeps them warm. Hey buddy, you like having your own cat, don't you? Yeah. You're saving a life. You know, how can you possibly go wrong with that? And nothing. They eat your rodents. They're very good mousers. You know, these aren't cats that were, you know, snuggled and brought up in the house, right? They're streetwise. They know how to hunt. How do you say this? I prefer to take animals that other people have somehow not done the right thing for. My dogs are both, like I said, Penny's from fostering, Hansom's from the animal shelter. The horses are the only ones that that came from a good background, but I have the space and I have the capacity, so I just think I should. Hopefully half these stories make it better.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
What a great program for cats there. We are here with a soon-to-be birthday boy, Baker. He's coming up on 1 year, March 31st?
March 31 is Baker's first birthday.
Wow.
Yeah, he's been a bundle of joy to have in our house, for sure. It's been quite a year.
So what people at home might not know is that Baker is an addition. You have Finn at home.
We have another lab as well. His name's Finnicle, and Finnicle looks like this a lot of the time, lying around doing very little. He's a lovely guy, and we had a chocolate in our house who died, and we just thought it was a good idea to get a friend for Mr. Finn as he got older, and Baker was the guy. He comes from a breeder out in rural Manitoba. Very nice woman by the name of Joyce Love, and he's just been great, absolutely great.
A lot of energy there, and
yes. Well, it's lab puppy for you.
So when did you know it was the right time to add a dog into the house?
I work in the school system, so as summer comes on, my job kind of slows down a lot. My wife and I just sort of thought it was a better idea to get it late spring, early summer, and that way we'd have more time to spend with him as the summer months came on. And it worked out perfectly. It really did. We had a nice, hot, dry kind of summer last year, so we just lived in the backyard for the most part.
Great. And how was it integrating him? How did the two get along?
At first, it was interesting because Finn didn't really want to have anything to do with him. He was very apprehensive about the whole process. Then came Sunday. It was about 3 weeks in, and there was a fight over the green stuffy. I'll never forget it. It was in the backyard, and there was just a tussle over the stuffy, and they've been pals ever since. Finn's about 9, so the energy of the puppy can be a little much for him at times, so we do spend some time trying to separate them a little bit. But overall, they get along just famously. Yeah.
So for people at home who might have a dog and are looking to bring in a second dog into a loving home, what would your advice be to them?
My advice, I guess, would be to try and keep them together and do things together as much as possible, right? The older dog has to come to a realization that little one's part of the family now, right? And that we're all going to do the same things, so it's just a lot of kindness and just kind of, supervised at first, and then gradually, by doing lots of things together and maintaining your normal life, not letting the puppy, there's a cat over there, he's never met a cat.
Right.
by sort of maintaining your normal life and doing everything that you used to do, just with extra along, things will probably go just fine.
And what has Baker brought to your life and your family life?
Oh, this one? It's funny because as kids, my brothers had dogs, especially my middle brother, and he always had labs, and I never really realized how much joy for some reason, this breed brings to my life. Like, I got my first one, would have been 2002. He was a chocolate lab named Ren, and I've had one ever since, and they're just awesome friends. They are just unbelievable friends. You look for, like, you really want to just go home and see them at the end of the day.
Well, we have Katrina in the lobby, but we also have Star Wars. I guess we have Darth Vader and a Stormtrooper here. So if you want to come down to the Humane Society here and get your picture taken with Darth Vader and some Star Wars figurines, who's your favorite Star Wars?
Well, Baker's naturally is Darth Vader. For me, it's probably going to be the Evil Emperor.
Fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, head on down to the Humane Society, get your picture taken, but we're going to check out Katrina in the lobby.
We're here with retired Winnipeg Blue Bomber Doug Brown and his beautiful dog Sam. So Doug, tell me a little bit about Sam and how long you've had him for and the relationship that the two of you have.
Well, Sam's about 7.5. He'll be 8 in October, and he's actually an American dog. I got him out of Minneapolis. He was brought up when he was about 7 weeks old, so I knew very little about Winnipeg outdoors until I got him. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'd have to make a recommendation. If you're ever going to get a Wyme, never get him in winter. Okay. Because trying to train him to go outside when it's minus 20, that was initial big struggle for me. But he's a very active dog. Sure. He's calmed down a little bit over his years now that he's almost 8. But he's taken me to pretty much every dog park in the city that I've come to discover due to his inquisitiveness. So.
Right on. And I know that you've come here for about 3 years now to the Telethon. Tell me a little bit as to why you choose to come here and why you think people should support this great cause.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I have a love of animals. I used to have my teammates tell me I like animals better than people, and that kind of still holds true today. Yeah. But, I have a little bit of understanding about the Winnipeg Humane Society and how underfunded they are and how reliant they are on contributions from the public. So I understand what they contribute in terms of the animals that they take in here, the procedures that are done with them, the number of animals that they see, and it's a tremendous operation, and anything you can do to help support and benefit that, I think is very worthwhile, because like I say, the amount of funding they get, my understanding at least, is that they're pretty much dependent upon donations from volunteers and the public and so on and so forth. So this is really critical. Any opportunity you have to come out and help something that this worthwhile is really good.
Right, yeah, that's wonderful. And what do you and Sam, what's your favorite thing to do together?
We're both big swimmers. I'll tell you that, yeah. So we very much appreciate the lake life and taking a dip in any of the water bodies in Manitoba.
Right on. Well, thank you very much for coming by today. I'm just going to take a quick moment to say thank you to our sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. And coming up next, we're going to have a little bit of a segment on cat enrichment, which is just what the Humane Society does to keep cats active while they're waiting to be adopted.
Okay, so who is this?
So this is Eileen. This is a beautiful little puppy that came to us. And when she came, she had some pretty severe injuries to her face, as you can see. So she was actually bit in the face by another dog. And, she's looking a lot better now. When she first came in, it was hard to even tell whether the eye was going to be okay, because the worst of the wounds are kind of right here, right below the eye. So she, thankfully, has been very lucky that her eye was not damaged. But actually, this big cut right here, the tooth must have bit all the way through and into the inside of her mouth, so she ended up losing a tooth. Her prognosis is fantastic. Everything is healing nicely, and I don't suspect, maybe she'll have a little bit of scarring, but she's so stinking cute anyways, it won't matter. But otherwise, no long-term effects, and it hasn't scared her or hurt her any. She's super loving and affectionate, and she's going to make a wonderful pet for somebody. So every little bit that people can give can help. In a puppy, some of the expenses, the antibiotics would probably cost about $5. So the people who think that, unless they make a significant contribution, that it isn't going to make a difference, but, $5 would help a puppy like Eileen get the medicine that she needs. And every little bit, helps us to save lives and make these animals happy and comfortable.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Dozens of people waited for the doors to the Winnipeg Humane Society to open on February 13th for its annual book, DVD, and cupcake sale.
Almost every spare room and hallway in the Humane Society was used during the sale. Not only were there books and DVDs to satisfy almost any taste, but guests could satisfy their taste buds with cupcakes freshly made by WHS staff and volunteers. The cupcake sale today was a precursor event to National Cupcake Day, which took place on February 29th. Anybody can participate in National Cupcake Day by baking or buying cupcakes and selling them to raise money for their local Humane Society.
We have about 100 volunteers that have been working really hard and sorting and organizing all the books and the DVDs for people to come down, spend lots of money, and help the animals at the Winnipeg Humane Society.
One of those hundreds of volunteers is Adele Walker. Walker's been volunteering with the Humane Society for the past 18 years.
It's a lot of work, a lot of volunteers, and it's fun, but it's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And now today, yesterday and today, our sale is on, and people are coming, and it's just been wonderful.
We could not do these kind of events without our fabulous volunteers.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
And that is a great way to raise money for the Winnipeg Humane Society. I'm here with Paul the cat and his owner, Derek. Derek got Paul in August of this year. He was 3.5 at the time, and he was blind when you got him. Is that right?
That is right, yes.
And what happened to Paul that he lost his vision?
Basically, he was a stray, I think about a year or so before that. And in the past few months before I got him, they realized that he had a bad case of glaucoma. And basically, they decided that his eyes were kind of beyond repair, so they decided the only real solution would be to remove them. So.
Okay, so glaucoma, and the Winnipeg Humane Society removed his eyes. So you got Paul as a cat with disabilities.
Yeah, basically about a month after they did the operation, so. Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. And had he been in foster care prior to, after his surgery, but prior to you taking him on?
He was in foster care, I think, a little bit like a few months before they actually realized there was an eye problem going on. Yeah, so.
Okay, amazing. Yeah. And so what has it been like having a cat with a disability, and how has his impaired vision kind of affected him as a pet?
Basically, it's rather astounding what he can do. Basically, one of the things he does is he's figured out my house pretty quickly and knows his way around without much trouble. And actually, in the new year, he went to my mom's, who's 2 hours away, and he figured out his way around her house pretty quickly too.
So would it be fair to say he's kind of like any other cat?
Exactly. There's not much difference at all. And like I was saying it to a friend earlier, he even chased a dragonfly one day when we were out for a walk, and I'm like, you'd think that he wouldn't be able to know where that dragonfly was, but somehow he's figured it out.
Yeah,
so.
It's amazing. Yeah. He has that sixth sense, I guess. Yes. And so, kind of, what has it been like? And I know you were saying to me earlier that your friends love him on social media, and he should have his own Facebook page. But kind of what's your bond like with Paul?
Amazing. Like everybody on my Facebook friends can see that we have a bond, and when I first got him, that was the other thing that was overwhelming, is the number of people that said so many unbelievably nice comments about what I've done here, thinking that I've taken on this cat that has this disability. But the more I get to know him, the more like he's like any other cat.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you were joking with me before, saying that Paul is kind of like a cat dog.
Yeah.
He has a bit of a, he still goes for walks, and he gets you out and about.
Exactly.
What's that like for you?
Well, basically, one of the reasons why I originally was thinking of getting a dog, my last cat passed away a couple months before I got Paul, and I wanted a dog to try and get me to go outside and socialize with people, because I have a rather bad problem with anxiety attacks. But basically, because Paul loves to go for walks too, he basically is a dog, and he actually gets along better with dogs than with other cats as well. So it's really quite amusing. So
it's fair to say that. So it's fair to say that your relationship with Paul, like you were looking for a dog, and it was Paul and his wonderful personality that kind of got you fell in love with him.
One of the employees here, when I was looking for cats on that day, Paul was facing away from me, and I was about to go away, and then the employee said, "Oh, by the way, he's blind too." I'm like, "Oh my God, he's blind!" And he turns around and he's got these little, closed eyes. And I'm like, "Oh my God!" And I just went and held him, and there was like this really unique bond that I wasn't getting with other cats here.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know you had said to me you were a bit anxious when you were filling out the paperwork. You were kind of like wondering if this was a good fit and if having a blind cat was going to be too much.
Yes.
But what would you say to people that are hesitant to kind of get an animal with a disability?
Basically, like I was saying, after I had him for the first few weeks, I realized, this isn't really bad at all. This is actually wonderful. And yeah, when I was first filling out the forms, I'm thinking, do I want to do this? But just the past few months have been amazing. And one thing which I also get a kick out of is people that are very sympathetic to him, but also other people that are going, "Ew, I don't think I could do stuff like that." And I'm thinking, you have to give it a chance, because, he's obviously a very loving cat and very well behaved and super sweet.
So thank goodness that the Winnipeg Humane Society did that operation to save his quality of life. I guess glaucoma affects the cats. It's very painful for them. Is that right?
Yes, that's one of the reasons why they had to do it, because they knew that he'd be in too much pain if they didn't do something about it.
Yeah. And I wonder, do you kind of wonder if the cat, because he had eyes for what would have been 3 years of his life, do you think that affects that ability, like you say, to know that there's a squirrel or to know that there's a bird or whatever the case is?
Yes, I thought about that fairly often, as I'm thinking, because he originally did have sight, he knows what sounds are being made by certain things, so he relates that to that thing, even though he can't see them anymore. He knows that that's what that is. Yeah. So he just goes with that instinct.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Well, thank goodness that the Winnipeg Humane Society was able to get him all ready for your loving home, and that you guys have such a special bond. I can see it here.
I feel very blessed, yes. Yeah.
He's a really special cat. You can tell he's quite a friendly, sociable animal and a real treat. So next we're going to pass it to Joanne and her dog in the lobby.
So Jackson made Joanne a bit of a pet convert along with her other dog. Joanne, how did you get in touch with Jackson here?
Well, Jackson is our second dog, and Jackson, both our dogs, Mia and Jackson, were rescues from the Humane Society. Mia I adopted after doing story after story on her, and she was beautiful but wasn't being adopted, and finally it was like, let's just bring her home. But then we wanted a friend for her, because having two dogs, in my mind, is awesome because they keep each other company. So Catherine, the behaviorist here, knew we were looking for a second dog, and Jackson was actually in foster care because he had been very stressed out he had been returned. He was a stray puppy. Oh yes, my baby. And he was adopted, but they returned him after a year because he was so stressed and anxious that he chewed through everything, through couches and beds and kennels and books. But since we have brought Jackson home, he stopped chewing. He's so happy with Mia. The two of them together are best friends. They sleep together, they cuddle together, they play together, they fight together, but they work it out themselves, right? Like dogs, I truly find having 2 dogs is less work than having 1 dog. And you don't feel guilty going to work, right? Like they barely notice you leave. Well, that's a lie. They always notice when you leave. But they barely notice you leaving because they have each other.
And what does Jackson like to do in his spare time? What does Jackson get up to?
Jackson is one of those full-on energy dogs. Like you take him to the dog park and he barely notices other dogs. He just sees that ball and it's like, Mom, throw that ball. You throw it, like the fastest runner gets the ball, brings it back, drops it, throw it again, throw it again, throw it again. He likes to run, yes. He's very, very friendly. He loves everybody. Oh, yeah.
And he's well known here at the Humane Society. Catherine, one of the behavioralists, came right away and brought some toys for Jackson. So we can tell that he likes to play and he likes to be around people. And what's it been like for you watching his transformation from kind of a more difficult dog to being just so sweet?
It's been amazing. When we first got him, we had Mia for so long that I felt like this was almost our extra dog, you know, until they all of a sudden, well, with Jackson, it was after he ate, 4 or 5 massive bars of dark chocolate, and we took him to the vet, and he almost didn't survive, and it was like, oh my, you know, that heartbreak of you realize how much you love these animals, and as you mentioned off the top, Katrina, I really wasn't a dog person before I started doing the telethon for the Humane Society, and then we adopted Mia, and then Jackson, and I can't believe that I was ever considered myself not a dog person. Not only do they, you know, both sleep with me and they lick my face and I clean up their poop and it's changed my life having dogs. So if you're thinking about it, and the Humane Society will help you find the perfect dog for your lifestyle. Mia and Jackson fit us absolutely perfectly. So they do a wonderful job getting you the right animal.
And they fit well together, and that must be really important too. You want to make sure that the dog's not just the right fit for you, but also the right fit for your whole family.
Absolutely. In fact, we brought Mia to the Humane Society several times to have her meet dogs, and if they didn't get along, we didn't. But the first time we brought Mia to meet Jackson, they went out back and played like you would. Good boy. Yeah. Oh, someone needs to come give my baby a belly rub. I can't reach. But they are best friends, and that is the best you can ask for, right, is to have dogs that you can leave and not feel guilty when you leave them for work. And we've got friends who will watch them together, so they don't have to be separated on holidays and stuff. They're amazing together.
Just having that instant connection must be so special. Well, we are lucky to have such great volunteers working here to help dogs like Jackson, who are maybe a little more difficult behaviorally, get ready for adoption and make sure that they find the right home. And our volunteers here do such great work, not just with the dogs, but also with cats. So we're going to learn about the Cat Enrichment program here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, which is a program our volunteers here do to make sure that the cats are really happy and ready to go for adoption. And don't forget, any donation, every donation helps. Pet Plan, pet insurance is matching all donations from $50 and up, so get those donations in.
I'll put an apron on, push up my sleeves.
Val Poulton does the same thing every time she handles a cat. Apron, sleeves, and then a scrub at the sink when she's done.
Sanitize, rinse.
Something that takes a lot of time she could spend playing with the cats. So Poulton started what she calls a cat enrichment program. She takes ordinary things like bubbles and laser pointers and uses them to keep the cats active and engaged.
They spend a lot of time lying around on the floor or on their shelf, so if they have something to chase and a reason to stand up and maybe stretch and move around a bit.
She started using these techniques last fall and says she's already seen an improvement, especially in cats with health issues.
Sometimes when they're not eating, and we come in and we provide a little bit of enrichment, then they will relax and start eating again.
She says the activities get the cats up and moving because they play on their natural stalking instincts.
You gonna get that? Oh, where'd it go? Where is it?
So it's important to keep these enrichment activities up once you take your cat home.
Enrichment activities at home can include things like bubbles and laser pointer, feeder balls, where if they're feeding hard cat food, they could put the food in a little ball so that the cat has to move around and roll the ball around to get the food out.
She said it's also important people know cats need someone to play with, not just something.
If you have a cat that's doing things like stalking and grabbing your ankles, or climbing your drapes, or those types of things that we find unacceptable, then engaging in some kind of play activity, whether it's a laser pointer or getting a dangling toy on a stick so that they could stalk and catch it, or get a video. I mean, they're telling you that they need some more attention and activity.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way, that's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Okay, so after only 1 hour, Javier and I are here to tell you guys that we have over $7,000 raised, to be exact. Yeah! That's amazing. So after 1 hour, how much do we have, Javier?
$7,075, and we would like to first thank our hourly sponsor, which is the Transcona Veterinary Hospital. Thank you so much for the support. And while I was coming here for this interview, I got a lovely check for $1,001 from Liberty Tax Service. So thank you so much, Liberty Tax Service, and this $1,001 donation is going to be matched by Pet Plan Insurance.
Yeah, it's important to remember that every single donation over $50 will be doubled. So if you donate 50, that's 100. So I also want to talk to you, Javier, about your cat, who is named Spencer. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Spencer, who is found on Spence Street, correct?
That is correct. How many hours we have?
Yeah.
You know, Spencer is a Humane Society alumni, of course. It was from here. And the story was, I started at the Humane Society in June. And the first, month or so, I was doing some practice runs, taking friends and family to the back to do tours. And any of the viewers, if you want a tour of the back of the Humane Society, you can give me a call. I'll be happy. I'm much better now with those tours. So I was taking Elizabeth, my girlfriend, through the Humane Society, and we just randomly opened one of our cat rooms in the back, and we see this tiny, tiny, tiny cat that is like a big head and just nothing much. It's full of fleas, was found on Spence Street in a box, was surrendered to the Humane Society, and Elizabeth just falls for the cat and says, oh, such a lovely cat, and I really liked Spencer as well. And she said, you should take him. And I said, well, if he makes it, I will adopt Spencer. So Spencer was first treated by, with the flea infection that he had. Then he gained weight, went to foster for a month, got his neuter surgery done, and arrived home in September. And he's been part of the family since then.
Good. I also want to talk to you about an important issue with cats that are coming a lot into Winnipeg. It's called URI, so an upper respiratory infection. How important is it to get your cat treated with this infection?
Well, again, as part of coming as CEO, I did a lot of consultation with the community, and one of the issues that we have is we have a cat overpopulation issue in Winnipeg, and cats that are outside or strays, they can develop an infection. We call it upper respiratory infection. It could be as simple as a cold or more complicated as pneumonia. The issue with that virus is it never goes away from that cat. So if we take a cat like that, we have to treat the cat for the infection until it's healthy, then keep it separate from the rest of the cat population because we don't want to spread disease. So we heard loud and clear that the community wants us to treat more of these cats and try to find live outcomes from these cats. So we are doing such that we're trying to treat them and then find them homes very quickly. There are chances that these cats may get sick again, but it's treatable for the most part. Right. And we have really reduced the cost of adopting these cats. So if you really want to rescue a cat, I would suggest you go to Kitty Cat Way A, B, or C. It's only $25 to adopt these cats. They're perfectly fine otherwise, and you'll be doing a great deal of help to the community.
And you told me earlier that it takes a lot of money to save these cats with URIs because they're put into isolation, correct?
That is correct. We have isolation spaces, and they're limited. And of course, the more medication and the more time that they take to recover, the more money it takes to, nurture them back to health. But we're committed to every animal that comes to the Humane Society, and we can do that because of the donations that we receive today and every single day.
Well, speaking of donations, I was just handed a donation slip. This is $500 in memory of Frisky from Earl Benito. Thank you so much, Earl. This is going to turn into $1,000, and this is amazing, you guys. So I think that takes us up to over $8,000.
Fantastic.
Up next, we are going to talk to Jordan and Brody Jackson from QX 104 in the lobby.
Thank you, Rhea. I'd like to give a huge shout out to A&S Homes for donating the phones and powering the phones today here at the 1001 Donations Telethon here. And a huge shout out to that person that just called in and donated $1,000. Thank you very much. I'm here with Brody Jackson, who is a proud cat owner and who was telling me that he just celebrated his cat's 5th birthday.
Yeah.
What is a cat's birthday party like?
For him, nothing. You know, I asked him, I was like, dude, do you want me to get you a clown? But then I realized that he hates everything and everybody other than me. So it was just the two of us. We had a nice night with catnip, and I had a bottle of bubbly. So it was just a good boys' night, the two of us.
What's it like being a cat owner?
The cat owner is awesome. You know what? And I was never a cat guy at all. And when I got Kadri, when we adopted Kadri, he was it added a different dimension to your life. Just made going home exciting and fun and different. And you always had somebody to lean onto, and it's just having a good buddy around you at all times.
Now, word around the Humane Society right now is that you are like 90% away from adopting a dog.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, so, recently we've been talking about, me and the other half have been talking about getting a dog, and then we just so happened to meet this adorable puppy named Denver. So, of course, I talked to the other half, and she's the one who makes all of the decisions. And she came here, and she went and took it into the puppy room. Look, there's a puppy cuddle room here. Okay, a puppy cuddle room. Doesn't everybody need one of those in their houses? So she went with a puppy cuddle room, and they had a great time. And now the deal is that she walked away and she put down a deposit, which basically means that it gives you a chance, right? So if you're in the market to adopt an animal, but you're not quite sure about whether you want to do it or not, you can put a deposit down. It gives you 24 hours to rethink whether you really want to do this, whether this is something that you can commit to, because obviously it's a big deal. And you don't want to have to bring a dog back to the Winnipeg Humane Society. You just adopted it from the Winnipeg Humane Society. So you want to be confident in that decision. So that's where we're at right now.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Brody. I know that you've got somewhere to be shortly. There's a Jets game on at 2 o'clock.
That's right.
You're kind of cutting it close here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take all the dogs to the Jets games, and you know what? We're going to play them on the 4th line. It'll be great. We are going to dominate this hockey game today.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and thanks QX104 for being here today. We're going to go to a story about a BuzzFeed star, actually named Mittens, who's a cat that had prosthetic legs or paws put on, and it became a huge internet celebrity.
1, 2. Okay, so this is Mittens. Mittens came to us from a northern community, and he was in a car accident about a month ago, and it's affected both his back legs. The right leg, unfortunately, is quite infected and not salvageable. He doesn't have much of a foot on this leg. I know. So it's healing, but the ankle joint was broken as well, and then this is just like there's no toes left. So this whole leg is going to come off. So he's got some toes, and it's just finished healing, but the tissue's very hard, and just a little tiny bit of pressure, and he complains. And so he doesn't have a foot pad, he just has that bit of healing tissue. So most of the wound is closed now, but it's very painful. Like I can feel bone right there, and he does not want to put it down. So whenever he walks, he's just walking with like kind of skin covering bone, and it's quite painful when he walks. So what we're going to do today is take off the diseased leg, and then we're going to try to fit him with kind of a prosthetic. Because his ankle and most of his foot are a normal shape, we can probably fit a brace on there. Because he's smaller, I think we're probably going to be able to provide him with some support so he's just not walking bone on ground, right? So this is an anesthetic and a narcotic, and that goes in, it freezes the nerves that are supplying the area where we're working. So that helps with dogs asleep not feeling it, but it helps it makes it less painful on recovery. If you've already frozen those nerves there, they don't get so agitated. So we just wrap up the yucky part here with sterile vet wrap so we can handle the whole leg and not worry about the nasty business on the bottom there. And he's been uncomfortable and managing and in a lot of pain in managing, so I expect he will do fine after surgery with respect to learning to walk on 3 legs.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or you can go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
And this is Styx with us right here. Joining me and Styx is a volunteer for the Humane Society. This is Adele. Thanks for joining us today, Adele.
Oh, you're very welcome.
So
we're happy to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. We were chatting a little bit before, and Styx has been here since March, I believe, right?
Yes,
about March.
near the beginning of March, yeah.
Near the beginning of March. And tell us a little bit about how Styx came about to the Humane Society.
Well, Styx came to us. She came to us as a stray, and she came with a badly injured tail, and she had to have surgery and have her tail removed. But, you know, that hasn't slowed her down or anything. She's still as lively and happy as ever. A little bit, yeah, there's a good girl.
She seems to have a lot of energy.
She does, and she's very cuddly. Like there's a lot of activity here, so she's maybe a little bit nervous, but generally she's a very cuddly, wonderful little girl, and she doesn't even know her tail's missing. She gets around and does everything just beautifully.
How old is Styx?
Styx is just over a year. She's just 1 year and a week. And oh, sweetheart, yes, I know. You watch. Look at the camera. See? Oh, you're on TV. Yes, little girl. Yeah, she's. She has. We color categorize their personalities. She's what we call an orange. Has an orange felinality, which is a fancy word for cat personality, and that means she likes to be around people, always on your lap. If you're on the computer, she'll be hanging there on your lap wanting to see what you're doing. Whenever you're sitting, she'll want to sit with you. She just likes to be with people. So she's just a lovely little girl. She likes being petted. She enjoys me rubbing the side of her face.
Have you been beside her and helping her along since she's been here since March?
I haven't been with her the whole time because she hasn't been in the adoption area that long. When they first come in, there's a process they go through. They have to be assessed and vet checked and everything. And of course, she had to have surgery, so she was in the clinic for a while. So I've known her since she's been in the adoption area.
Okay.
And she's just a lovely little girl.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. And you've been volunteering here at the Humane Society for a number of years. You're a former nurse, as I learned.
Yeah.
So caregiving comes quite naturally to you. Tell me a little bit about why you like so much to volunteer for the Humane Society.
Oh, I love animals. It's just so great being around animals and helping as much as you can, you know, with anything. anything to do with animals.
And you have a couple of animals.
I have
and
a
you have one
dog.
from here too.
I have a dog, and I have a cat that I adopted from here. The cat that I adopted from here, his name is Stormy, and he was our shelter cat here at the shelter for 4 years. He had the same job as River. I think River was interviewed earlier. And Stormy had that job several years ago. And then when he retired, I got to adopt him. So that was wonderful.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and how often do you volunteer here?
I'm here usually about 3 or 4 days a week. I do several different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if people are interested in donating today, give us some more reason for people to pick up the phone and to donate some of their money, or in your case, donate some of their time.
Time or money, or both, whatever you want. Humane Society always runs largely on donated funds, so any amount of donations helps everything, all the care for the animals, food, veterinary care, housing, whatever we need for looking after animals. And of course there are salaries that have to be paid as well. So, there's always a need for money. And the good thing today, I guess everybody knows this, I think his Pro Plan insurance is matching any donation over $50 or more. So
that's right.
That's all the more incentive to.
That's absolutely true. And I'll take this opportunity as well to thank our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Services, of course, for today's telethon. And so, yeah, she settled right in. So she's a sweet little thing. She likes to cuddle.
Yes, darling. Do you want to say goodbye? Here,
and so she'll just carry on and have a normal life.
Yeah, tail or no tail.
Tail or no
She's
tail.
as happy as ever.
Yeah.
Aren't you, sweetheart? Yeah.
And so, tell me a bit about some of the other things that you do when you volunteer here.
I do animal handling for the photographer. We take pictures of all our adoptable animals to put them on the website so that people can see what we have here. So I do that posing animals, which is sometimes it's not as easy as like Heidi Klum or anything like that. It takes a while to get them to sit, and they don't understand hold that pose.
Right.
So yeah, it takes a lot of work.
Right, working with animals and kids, right? They're unpredictable. You never know what they're going to do. But it's as I was talking with you before. I mean, you've been volunteering here for 18 years, but it must feel like it's gone by like that, right? When you do something you love, it's a fun thing to do, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. The years just went by. When I first started, I thought, maybe I'll volunteer for a year or two, and before I know it, 18 years has gone by, and it just flew by. It's just because it's such a wonderful place to be. It's always so rewarding coming here. And
what is the biggest reward? I would imagine maybe seeing some of the animals come through and then leave with some owners.
Yeah, seeing them adopted and getting their forever homes. It's just so nice, because they're in their little cages or their little rooms, and they're looking out all the time. And when somebody comes and takes them home, it's just such a nice feeling.
I can imagine. I have to give you, I would probably have 18 cats by now. So, I mean, kudos to you. But I mean, it's important to have those relationships with those.
You see them and you wish you could take them all home, but it just doesn't work out for everybody.
Right. So we want to remind people to call in or to donate online. I believe they can donate online.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you can donate online, our website, or phone in to the number and.
Or come through today. We're going to be here, right?
Yes, that's right. We're open till 5 o'clock, I believe. And come on down.
What's a typical day for Sticks these days then? What is Sticks gets up in the morning and has breakfast and.
Sticks, we have cat condos, and these are rooms where there's several cats in one room, and we have these little. They look like mixing bowls, but they got a little blanket in them, and they're up on a kind of a cat tree. And she loves laying in her little bowl and just looking around, seeing what's going on.
She's a cutie.
And she likes to be, she just likes hanging out, don't you? You like hanging out.
And we have,
And we have a number of dogs here today too.
Yes.
And so it's a lot of great activity here today, and we just want to encourage everyone to call in and donate if they can. And as I mentioned, donating time is another way that people can do it, right? Because it takes a lot of people to run this entire place, right?
That's right, yeah. The donations are needed for everything. The animals, the people, everything. And, just keeping the place going. So donations are very important. You're right.
And what's your favorite thing about being with Sticks then in particular?
Oh, just seeing a cat that's been through so much. Heaven only knows why her tail got injured in the first place, what she'd been through. And then when she came here, she had to go through the surgery and everything. And just seeing her just so nice after all of that. She's endured so much, and now look at her. She's
got a great temperament.
Beautiful little girl. Yes, she sure is. So just seeing how she's got through everything and just still remains such a lovable little cat.
So she should go to a nice home. Someone will have a wonderful relationship with Sticks, I would imagine, right?
You're darn right.
Let's find Sticks a home today.
Yeah. Okay, Sticks, you wave and say, come and get me. Somebody come and take me home. Somebody come and take me home. Okay, Sticks, you say that.
Sticks is great. Okay, well, thanks so much for joining me today, Adele.
Oh,
and thank you for all the work that you do here.
And Sticks says
and thank you, Sticks.
for letting me be on TV, eh,
You
Sticks?
bet. So once again, I want to remind people to donate if they can today. And we're going to go to a story about a dog and their volunteer. And then stay tuned as well. We have part 2 of Mittens coming up in a few minutes.
We are here with Nate, the cutest, sweetest Lab Retriever Husky. And I hope you can start off by getting a good look at Nate's face, because Nate is up for adoption. He has been at the shelter for 16 days, and he has one blue eye and one brown eye. And he's just a puppy. And you know what? Dogs like this, it can be such a range. You were telling me before of how long they can be in the shelter. What did you think when you met Nate? You met him only 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I only met Nate maybe 10 minutes, half an hour ago. Spent a little bit of time with him before bringing him out. He came to the Humane Society on March 4th as a stray, so somebody found him and brought him in. So he's been here 16 days, and he's fantastic. He's a puppy. He's 10 months old, but he's very easygoing. He's shown himself to be quite smart. He's demonstrating that he knows how to smile. He gives kisses. He knows high five. Can't guarantee that he would do high five on command on camera, but he might. And yeah, one of his eyes. Come here, handsome. Handsome.
He's being a bit shy. Before he was kind of
brown eye side, and this is his blue side. Hi, handsome. Are you my handsome boy? We would recommend, only because he came in as a stray, so we don't know his history. For going in a home that has a dog, maybe set up a meeting first. He could be unsure meeting new dogs. May not do the best with cats. And then we would also recommend a family with older children, or maybe just mature children, just because he's kind of slow to meet. We were watching him earlier in the lobby, and he was giving high fives to kids, but they just might need to understand to go a little slower with him until he gets to know them and they get to know him and what his parameters are and what he's happy with. But he's pretty easygoing, chill. I mean, we've been sitting here for 10 minutes, and that's a lot to ask for a puppy, but he's done really, oh, hi, buddy. Hi, handsome. Oh,
he is after that treat.
Yeah, A+ to marrow bones. These are awesome treats. But he's so soft and gorgeous. I'd say he's lab / retriever / husky, and probably has the best of all of those temperaments built into him. He's just really nice, easygoing. I think he's definitely showing how smart he is. He'd be wonderful to take for some obedience classes, so he can really stretch and learn and have a chance to show what else he can do. Hey, handsome.
And because I was saying before, I actually thought that he had obedience training because he was kind of surrounded by all these people. People are immediately attracted and, asking about his eyes and things like that. And you would almost think that he had obedience training with how good he is. But yeah, he's a 10-month-old puppy, and he's nice to walk. And yeah, he's just one of the many animals that is here at the Humane Society today that you can come down and adopt, which I think is amazing. Just sweet pups like this that you can bring into your home and expand your family. And since it is right around 1 o'clock, I also want to thank Domino's. Oh, he's going to take me down here. I also want to thank Domino's Pizza for providing the pizza for all the volunteers here. You can't see, but there's tons of people standing behind me right now. There's lots of people manning the phones, lots of volunteers like Stacy who are here today giving their time to make this telethon a thing. Nate is the star of the show. And I also want to thank Liberty Tax. We all want to thank Liberty Tax for being the sponsor of the 101 Donations Telethon. Right now, we are going to go to a story, a dog named Mittens. Woo! Mittens was on BuzzFeed. Mittens is a great story, has no paw, and he's recovered, and he's now adopted. So he's one of the animals that has been adopted. Stay with us.
Mittens, come on. Come on. So he kind of shuffles, gets around quite well, just kind of shuffling like that, but we want him to actually practice more getting his foot underneath him. It's just difficult when it's slippery, but yeah, he can really move. Once he gets his foot on, he can really tear around. So he gets it a bit underneath him, but this is the grippy foot's much better for him. So I've just shaped it to his foot and then made him kind of like a little walking grippy pad here with some silicone. It's kind of padded in itself, and I'll incorporate this with it. So this just tapes on like this, and then he just takes off like crazy. Close here. We went through a few designs for him, and this seems to be simple, but it's been working the best. They don't really have commercial prosthetics. If you look online, you'll see examples of what people have made, and some of them are really fancy. And what we discovered with him is I wanted to provide more support, so I was kind of having the splint part down the front of the leg and then bending the foot around. But he really needs to move his ankle to move properly, because he hasn't been using it a lot. He just needs some physio to get that muscle toned up again, because he has been kind of shuffling around on his own. But once he puts it on for a day or so, then he gets better. Oh, you're so bad. You're so bad. Come on. Without donations, nothing would have been possible for Mittens. He was brought to us. He needed a lot of care. We had to amputate one of the legs, and fostering was very important in his healing. Lots of antibiotics, x-rays, the surgery for the amputation, and then ordering the brace for him. You know, some of these things cost a little bit and some of them cost a lot. And I like to say anybody can be involved in the care of somebody like Mittens. The little splint he's wearing, you know, it's kind of like a $12 item, and somebody wants to donate $12, we've made a foot for him. And then this is just caulking from the hardware store, so. And then the surgery costs were probably about $500, so there's a lot of people are involved in the care of animals like this. And you know, our monthly donors who give $25 a month are just as important as the people who donate big pieces of equipment. Because we're very lucky, we have a lot of people who believe in what we do, and we're very proud of that, and we want to do what they want us to do with their money. So, and that's helping guys like Mittens. Yeah, I'm going to tighten that up a little bit. It's a little loose, I think. It'll run around better. Once we get that permanent splint tomorrow, and he'll be on his way to adoption. Perfect.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
What a wonderful story about hard work that Winnipeg Humane Society does to make sure that these animals, are fixed and have a loving home. Mittens has since been adopted, and Mittens has an Instagram account that you can follow for updates and to see how he's doing. So I'm here with our rabbit wrangler, Amy, and we're here with the Winnipeg Humane Society's Rabbit Midnight. So I know that Midnight came in March, and can you tell me a bit about kind of like what it's like to have rabbits here at the Winnipeg Humane Society and your role in caring for them?
Sure. So we typically have about 3 to 5 rabbits at any given time. Right now we just have Midnight. So basically when I get here on my shift, I sort of see how many rabbits are there. For every rabbit, we have observation cards. So each volunteer will go and they'll write down how much time they spent with them and just like a little bit about them. So are they really playful? Are they shy? How much attention they need? And then depending on who's already been out that day, then I can decide who I want to spend some time with. So we typically spend some time cuddling, and then they'll usually run around. And one of the neat things that rabbits do is when they're really happy, they do what's called a binky. So they kind of run around, and then they'll wiggle their bodies and jump up in the air. So we like to see a lot of binkies, and we like to have a lot of cuddling.
And what were the personality traits attributed to Midnight?
She's very, as you can see here, she's very relaxed, loves to cuddle. So she typically explores a little bit, as she seems to be doing right now. And then we'll come back to you and say hi for pets.
Oh, that's wonderful. And so I know that you were saying that typically, like Midnight was brought in from a home that they could no longer care for her. But how are rabbits typically brought in to the Winnipeg Humane Society?
They'll either be surrendered by a family that, sometimes they're moving, or sometimes they just realize that they couldn't take care of them. Sometimes people will see rabbits and see that they're caged animals and think that they might be a bit low maintenance, but really they need about as much work as a cat or a dog does. You need to guarantee that they have at least 2 hours of time outside of their cage every day. The nice thing though is they can be litter trained just like a cat, so you can get them to go in their litter bin and clean that up all nice and easy. And then of course you have to make sure that their area is rabbit proofed, which means that you don't want any exposed cords, which of course we're being very careful that the cord isn't near our rabbit here, and anything that they might want to chew. So you have to have a lot of toys for them to chew. So we have cats that like to scratch things, we have scratching posts, you have rabbits that like to chew things, so you need to give them different toys they can chew. And a lot of pet stores will sell willow products, so little wreaths made out of willow that they can chew on, or different balls.
Yeah. And so you were telling me an interesting story about the House Rabbit Society and how around this time of year, with it being Easter coming up, that they have a bit of a campaign that they run. Can you tell me about that? And
Sure. Okay, so the House Rabbit Society has what's called a Make Mine Chocolate campaign. So a lot of times what happens is around Easter, people will adopt real rabbits as presents for people for Easter instead of chocolate. And what they don't realize is that, after Easter, the interest in the rabbit might wane, or they don't realize how much effort and care goes into taking care of a rabbit. And so typically at any shelter, you see an influx of rabbits, a couple months down the road after Easter. So what they do is they have this Make Mine Chocolate campaign, which advocates, getting a child chocolate as opposed to a rabbit, unless you've really thought about it.
Right, it's a time commitment, and like you say, it's like getting a cat or a dog.
And they typically live about 8 to 12 years, so yeah.
Which is a long time, and that little tidbit surprised me when you first told me. How often do you have people coming in and with looking at purchasing a rabbit for themselves?
I'd say that we have quite a good turnover on our rabbits. I'd say I'm here every Thursday for volunteering, and I'd say about every other week I have people coming in asking a lot of questions, visiting with different rabbits, and I'd say every week there's definitely rabbits I don't recognize, and some of the ones I did aren't there anymore, so it's good to see. Yeah.
And you've been a Winnipeg Humane Society volunteer for a while, and what's your experience been like working here and dealing with these rabbits for all that time?
Yeah, I've been here for about 10 and a half years, and always with rabbits, and then some special events like this. I also do the Pause in Motion usually in the summer, which is a lot of fun. And I really love it. I've been a fan of rabbits ever since I was about 5 years old, and my cousins had them, and so I wanted one ever since. And of course, though, for me, my mom made me wait until I was a responsible age so I could take care of it myself. So I've really loved it. It's nice to see them come in and go, and the rabbits that I've had have also been from the Humane Society. So, and I currently have an 11-and-a-half-year-old at home.
Well, Amy, thank you so much for coming in and talking to us about Midnight today, and we appreciate all your work and all your knowledge about this very friendly rabbit. I'd also like to thank A&S Homes, who are sponsoring the telephones that are happening behind me. We've gotten lots of calls and lots of sponsorships coming in, so that's been wonderful. Next, we're going to Jordan with foster parents.
Thank you very much, Maddie. I'd like to give a special thanks. Everyone here at the Winnipeg Humane Society would like to give a special thanks to Pet Plan Pet Insurance, who is matching all donations of $50 and up today. I'm here with Cricket and Michelle, and Michelle is fostering Cricket. So tell me a little bit about Cricket and what it's like to be a foster parent.
Well, Cricket's 2. She came to us because she needed patella surgery. She's got a floating patella. It's pretty common in little dogs. She had her surgery a couple of weeks ago, and she gets her stitches removed this week. And as you can see, she's doing really well. There's her little leg right there. Mm-hmm. She's supposed to take it easy, but it's been a handful trying to keep an eye on her. But she's a really good girl, very easy to look after, and she's recovering nicely.
And you said that she's already actually found a home, probably, right?
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, she, someone saw her picture and a friend of the family, and she just said, I gotta have this dog. And she visits her every Saturday, and she's gonna go to a great home.
And Cricket is far from your first foster dog. You've had about how many, would you say?
About 65, 70. Mostly puppies are like 4 and 5 weeks old, and they, they just make a mess. But we've had adults, and the adults have all been failed fosters. So we got 3 dogs at home. They're all failed fosters. And we like to adopt adults. So if the right one comes along, it's like, okay, we'll do that. But fostering's great. I mean, if you love dogs or animals in particular, fostering is really kind of an adventure. It's a new dog every time, and they all have their weird, wild personalities, and my dogs love it because it's another interesting creature coming in, and it's great. It's really great, and there's always a lot of support from the shelter, and you got your food and your toys and your blankets, and it's great. It can be a lot of work, but it's fun. It's rewarding.
Yeah. You find every dog is definitely different. They all have their own personalities, and could it be challenging, especially moving into a home where you already have your own dogs?
Yeah.
So do you find that challenging?
My dogs are so used to it that they were all fosters too, so they actually are very accepting, The first 5 minutes there's a little bit of, but they're really good, and I couldn't do it without, my 3 dogs just being so, okay, another dog's coming in, let's work with that. It's great. I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for our other dogs. So yeah, we love it. It's just it's a lot of fun, and it's just I love seeing the different dogs coming in. So my husband and I just we love it. We just if we don't have a foster dog for a couple of weeks, we're like, okay, we need another one. But she's fun. She's just a very laid-back puppy.
Yeah, she seems very sweet, and she's done a very good job of handling all the excitement and atmosphere that's going on here today at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Next, we're going to go to a story about senior cats and how it can be challenging for senior cats to get adopted here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, but how much it really does mean for them to be adopted by both the cats and what they can do for the people that adopt them, like Melissa Martin, who is in the story.
Yeah, you're a good girl. You're going to be on the TV. Yeah, what do you think about that?
This is Princess. Princess is almost 16 years old, but the only signs of old age on this cat are the few flecks of gray hair in her fur.
Princess. Hey, Princess, come here.
Princess's owner, Melissa Martin, adopted her from the Winnipeg Humane Society last October. Martin thought Princess was going to be another sleepy senior cat. Princess is anything but.
Princess has really blown us away. When we met her at the Humane Society, we didn't get a sense of her personality. We didn't see that really until we got her home. Once we got her home, we found she's just a really special little kitty.
Martin says she was helping a friend adopt a cat from the Humane Society when she met Princess for the first time.
I just took one look at her and I fell in love with her. And I also realized too, I noticed her age, and I kind of thought, oh geez, I know it's tough for older cats out there, and I just thought she would be a great fit for our home.
Princess will hopefully live many more years with Martin. Cats can live into their early 20s, and that's a lot of good, healthy years left.
Gus is a 12-year-old kitty cat. He's a boy cat. He's neutered. And he's up for adoption here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And people might think that a 12-year-old cat's really old, and why would you put up a cat like that for adoption? It's like, well, he's got a lot of years left.
The veterinarians at the Humane Society say, like with humans, the older cats get, the more medical attention they may need. A donation of $10 can pay for a vaccine, and a larger donation can pay for dental work. And Sui says this shouldn't deter people from adopting a senior cat.
Age is not a disease. So it's nice when somebody specifically comes looking for an older cat because they tend to be overlooked. So it's nice because these older cats, they've been raised in a home their whole life, and coming to the shelter is stressful and a lot of change, and there's noise, and they're set in their ways, and it's just nice when they can go home and get back to those easygoing lifestyles that they're used to having.
At the end of the day, when you adopt through the Humane Society that these cats have been given, a good veterinary checkup, that they're healthy when you're adopting them, and you can have many, many years of life left, and especially with a cat that really needs a home and is going to have a harder time finding one than the kittens. So that's why I think it's important.
Good girl.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, we're here with Anya, who is the Assistant Shelter Manager. Anya, tell me a little bit about yourself and what you do here at the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Well, I'm part of the animal care team here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, and we are taking care of the animals here on a daily basis. 365 days of the year, it doesn't matter Monday, Sunday, Easter, Christmas, we're here to take care of them.
Right. And in taking care of the animals, what is it that you believe that the animals need most that maybe you're not receiving at the shelter currently?
Well, I think besides, the money our generous donors donate to us, we do need a lot of food. Yes, last year we went pretty much to 20,000 pounds of just dry food alone, and 13,000 cans of cat food.
Wow.
Yeah.
So a lot of animals to provide for. And you were saying that there's a few items that you wouldn't normally think to donate to a shelter, but items that you definitely need a lot of. And what kind of items would those be?
Yeah, you pretty much have to think as a big household. Right. So we do dishes, so we do laundry, so of course dish soap, laundry soap, paper towels, toilet paper, we all need that here. So these are things people might not think of right away.
Sure. And what are some items that you are constantly in need of? Items that perhaps every day you're using that you just need more and more every single day to help provide for the animals?
Yeah. Oh, well, of course, cat food is always appreciated, and then we do like toys, or actually our animals like toys. Right. And I think we have a couple of examples here.
Yeah. So just some examples of some things that they could actually use. So we have some dish detergent. What is this actually? This is a cat toy?
These are little mice for the cats, and they do like that a lot because sometimes there's not a lot of space in the cage, so we like the little toys. They do that.
Sure. And then this is actually one of the toys that you get a lot of use of. Explain
yes.
kind of the
well, the behavior department, they fill that with vet food, and it gets frozen in the freezer, so the dogs do have a lot to chew on,
Sure,
and they're not getting bored, and these are quite indestructible actually.
Okay, yeah. And then we also just have some generic dog bones and also some cat food. So just a lot of different items that the Humane Society could use, and definitely items that need to be donated. Is there anything else that you'd like to add at all?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody how important the animal care team is to that. We do have 23 staff members just in our department alone, and we do work from 7:30 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, so the animals are all taken care of, and we couldn't do it without our donors, and especially also our volunteers who come in each and every single day and help us out clean and feed the animals.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure all the animals really appreciate what you do here. We'd just like to take a quick moment to thank our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. Coming up next, we have Rihanna with a couple of fun characters. May the force be with you, Rihanna.
We're on? Okay, thank you so much, Michelle, and I am officially on the dark side. I have some friends here who have some great music. I'm someone that knows nothing about Star Wars, so this is going to be an interesting segment. I'm with the 501st Canadian Garrison, who have a great organization. Basically, what they're doing today is they're set up at the Winnipeg Humane Society. If you donate, you get to shoot them with a Nerf gun. So I'm on the dark side today, so I'm going to shoot these lovely men. Let's give it a try. Switch this here.
Hold it down. Hold it down. There you go.
Oh, now I get a lifesaver. What is it called? Lifesaver.
Set up. Up.
Oh.
Good idea. You never touch the blade. There you go. What you want? Hey, there you go.
Okay,
That
now I
helps
got
too.
it. This helps too.
Now what it is, it's an elegant weapon.
Okay.
Much more elegant than a blaster.
Yeah.
The idea is to hit your enemy.
He's the enemy, right?
Any one of us is the enemy.
Okay. I don't know anything about Star Wars.
Hit him.
I don't want to hit him too hard. That's not very nice.
Yeah. See? You're a Jedi. That's the boss.
That's the boss. So I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you've done today. Basically, can you just tell me a little bit about how this all started? And
Actually, the gentleman you want to talk to is this one here.
this guy over here. All right.
The 501st Legion was started by a man named Albion Johnson down in Texas, and it's grown and grown and grown over the years. And now you see 501st troopers all around the world.
So you guys go to a lot of different events around Winnipeg and basically just let young kids or adults that are really into Star Wars and talk, allow them to have their, I don't know, dark side dreams filled. And
Any charitable event we'll be happy to provide support for.
And so thank you guys for coming out to the Winnipeg Humane Society today. How important is the donations here today for you guys?
They're very important. We're the main theme of the 501st Legion is donations for charities.
Thank you guys so much. I just want to thank Domino's for bringing us lunch. All of our hard workers here today are getting to have a pizza lunch twice. Puppies and pizza and animals, I don't know how much better you can get. And we also want to thank our head sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. And come on down for photos with these guys and donate and play with these guys as well. And oh, my gun's going off. We are going next to a story about Sylvia, a stray dog who actually had 13 puppies. I just want to warn you guys that it's a bit graphic, so if you are a little bit queasy or you can't handle it, it's a great story, but at the same time there's some graphic images that might upset some viewers.
She was a stray dog that had moved into someone's doghouse trying to find shelter so that she could have puppies. And she was in labor for about 4 days. She did in fact have 13 puppies, 10 of which unfortunately didn't make it. But when she came to us, she had a big swelling at her hind end. So, you know, we weren't sure if there was still a puppy stuck or what was happening, but it was obvious that she was in a lot of distress and definitely needed some emergency care. And we have all of this soft tissue swelling here, but I don't see a skeleton, so there isn't a puppy there. And when I investigate further, I see that there is no bladder. So normally her bladder would be sitting right here, and that's not there. So what we actually had here was that her bladder had actually prolapsed and was pushing out of her here through the vagina. But we were able to put the bladder back in place, and since then she's been doing wonderfully. So we're so glad that she was able to be brought into us and we could give her the help that she needed.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Marley wants to show us his bum. Not even treats will get Marley to face the camera for right now, but I'm here with Val. She has been with the Winnipeg Humane Society for 3 years. And Val, can you tell us a little bit about this sweet dog who will not show us?
Kind of camera shy, it looks like, right?
A little bit. You met Marley when Marley came to the Humane Society originally. What was Marley like?
Marley was a little bit nervous. He's a little nervous now. He's stressed. You can see the panting, and he's trying to avoid looking at the camera. But very friendly.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
When we did his behavior assessment, he was great with other dogs. He does need to go with somebody a little bit more experienced, and also somebody that is going to give him plenty of exercise.
Marley is one of the dogs that's up for adoption today if you come down to the Winnipeg Humane Society. Marley is 1 year and 4 months old and has only been at the shelter for, you said a month, right?
About a month. He came in the end of February.
And I actually found out right before we came on camera here that Marley can sit, and what was the other thing?
He can shake a paw.
Yeah. And I didn't know this, but actually, so the longer that the animals are in the shelter, the more kind of daily training they get. So they have that basic obedience training the longer they're here. So that's great because, you know, in addition to doing a little bit more training, like obedience programs, you're getting a dog that's been really well loved and cared for. What's Marley's backstory?
Well, Marley was in a home with a toddler. They had Marley first, and then they had a baby. And they started having some trouble when the toddler started toddling around because they would give Marley meaty bones, and the toddler would go up and try and engage with Marley, and Marley guarded his bones. And when you have a dog that will, you know, keep possession of his own things, you'll always worry about, as the owner of a young child, that at some point there might be a toy or a treat, a graham cracker dropped, and the two could dive at the same time. So Marley needs to go to a home with somebody that is experienced and can work with him. We've done some work with him on his resource guarding, so he trades for treats.
That's good.
But he should not be around young children when he has treats and bones and that kind of thing. So he should go to a home with older children only.
For sure. Mm-hmm. And since Marley is a husky mix, I think that also the other thing that I was thinking is that going to a home with, you know, teenagers like 16 and up, it would be really good because it would kind of, they have to walk him every day. He loves being outdoors, so there'd be a dog that you'd want to walk lots, and just a very like beautiful, sweet animal. As soon as he came in the room, everyone's just like, oh, look at that dog, just so much love.
Yes. And he's too bad he's so shy. He's not showing his best side right now, but yeah, he's a lovely dog.
Well, it's donations like yours, you can call, donate online, that help care for dogs like Marley before they get adopted and give them that training and that love so that when you can come and pick them up, they're going to be well taken care of here, of course. And for every donation over $50, Pet Plan Pet Insurance is going to be matching that. But any donation matters, counts, means a lot. I'm actually going to pass off to Michelle, who is interviewing the Bombers out in the lobby. Stay tuned for that.
Hi, all right, so we are here with two of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I have Matt, who is a defensive back, and Matthias, who is a center. So guys, tell me a little bit about why you believe that it's important to be here today and support the Winnipeg Humane Society, and why you think supporting animals is such a big thing.
Well, for me, I believe that you know, there's a lot of cruelty that are done to animals, and to, you know, for people to donate and, you know, help these animals get treated fairly, right? And that's what it's all about, is, you know, animals getting fair treatment. So
Sure.
I'm big on that.
Right on. And do you have any animals of your own?
Actually, back home, I mean, in my apartment now, we're not allowed to have animals, but back home, for probably when I was like 10 to 22, we had a dog named Rudy, a half border collie, half black lab. He's he's got a great personality, very interesting, a lot of funny stories about him. He terrorized me in my younger years, but we have a better relationship now. So no, I've had an animal most of my life, and it's a great part of having in a family having a dog like that. So Yeah.
And how about yourself?
I did not own. I actually owned a hamster. I had a pet hamster.
Perfect.
That's what I had. His name was Shaggy.
Okay.
It was a little guy. But yeah, no, I haven't owned any animals. But I would love to have a dog. I'm actually a fan of huskies. So if I was to get a dog, it'd be a husky.
Right, yeah. And why do you think that perhaps there is a need for donations for animals today?
Yeah.
Well, I think obviously having, like I said before, animals in a society is a huge thing. And obviously there's a lot of ones that are abused and mistreated. So it's important to have a place like this where when those situations happen, something good can happen or bad by having a place where animals can come and be healed. And so yeah, I think this is a great place. And even coming here for the first time, it's a very impressive facility. And obviously to have a facility like this, it doesn't run on dreams, it runs on actual money. So it's important to have fundraisers like this to just build support for a great company like this.
Perfect. And I have to ask, are you guys looking forward to the upcoming season and anything you can add about what's to come for the Blue Bombers for the 2016 season?
Well, definitely excited, with especially a lot of the new acquisitions that we have this year, and new coaching staff and things like that. So it's very exciting, and we're looking forward to making a big Grey Cup run, and that's the goal every year, and that's what we're pushing for.
Right on. Well, we will definitely be rooting for the blue and gold. Up next, we have Pickles. A little bit of viewer discretion here. It is a graphic video. Pickles was a dog who actually lost his eye in a serious accident. So if you cannot handle something like this, I would recommend just taking a step away for a couple minutes and then coming right back. Thank you.
When we first had Pickles, Pickles was uncomfortable and whining because Pickles was in pain, and now Pickles, as you can see, is just happy and playful and looking at everybody and very happy.
Okay, so this puppy came to us from Save a Dog Network, and it was brought to us last night, and we don't know much, but this has clearly been an issue for quite some time. Yeah, so some type of injury would have happened to this dog, and it would have been quite painful. Okay, so this surgery involves, well, to be honest, what we're doing simply is just we're taking out the eye. So we have put them on IV fluids, IV antibiotics, pain medications, and of course aftercare. But really it's a fairly simple procedure to just take out the entire eye.
Now, the very important thing about doing this is you have to be careful not to pull too hard on this one, because there's an optic nerve, which most people know about, that are very important for your eyes. And if I pull on this one, it could affect the optic nerve that supplies the other eye as well. So you also have to be very mindful. That's another reason you have to take your time and be careful.
I mean, a surgery like this isn't cheap. Even though we do quite a few of them and we're quite fast and efficient at them, there's still so many costs. The suture material, the IV fluids, the antibiotics. So any donation, even if it's $5, $10, $5 or $10 would buy a pack of suture. $20 would buy some fluids, right? Another $5 antibiotics. So all of those things make a huge difference to these animals.
Great. Well,
I am just so happy that we're able to do this and that we have donors that give us this money, that we can do this, because it would be so sad to have to euthanize for something like this that we can so easily fix with just, some donations.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
So the phones are busy here in the Winnipeg Humane Society room where we're taking a lot of phone donations, and Randy, one of our board members and volunteers, just took a phone call.
Yes, you bet. I just had a $50 donation, which was fantastic because that gets matched as well. So thank you very much. Yeah, the phone's been really great today.
That's excellent. And $50, which becomes $100 today when it's matched, goes towards heartworm pills for dogs, helps with behavior aids. Each vaccine costs $10, so having 10 vaccines is that $100, which is really great. And that's half the average cat care. $200 goes towards caring for a cat, $400 for a dog, so every donation helps.
Yeah, absolutely. We're largely funded just by donations, so every penny that we get goes to helping the animals in Winnipeg live a little bit better life. So thank you again for all of your donations.
Yeah, that's really great, and we've got like almost everyone on the phones right now, which is really exciting because I know, people like to donate online, which is great too, and you can text, you can call, but we want these phones buzzing. And what does this mean to you, the telethon?
Well, this is one of our biggest fundraisers of the whole year, so this is really critical for us to keep the shelter going and keep doing all of the awesome programs that we do for animals, and just keep things running for the rest of the year. So it's super important to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do other fundraisers throughout the year. There's a book sale, there's a cupcake sale, nice bake sale. So is this the biggest fundraiser that the Humane Society does?
It's one of the biggest. We also have the Bow Wow Ball in the fall as well. That is a black tie fundraising event that's just a really fun and fun evening and raises a lot of money for us as well.
That's excellent. And you know what? The Bow Wow Ball sounds like a great name, so I love that. You guys are very creative, and we're so grateful for the work that the volunteers are doing today at the phones. Make sure you guys phone in. And a big thank you to A&S Homes. They're the phone donators for the day. All right, next up we're going to Jordan, who's talking with Trevor Goen from 94.3 The Drive.
Thanks, Katrina. I'm here with Trevor of Winnipeg's newest name when it comes to a radio station, 94.3 The Drive. This is Trevor. Trevor, what have you thought about what you've seen here today at the Winnipeg Humane Society?
This is pretty crazy, man. I've been listening to it on the radio this morning and kind of knew what was coming up, but when I get down here, I'm like, wow, blown away. There's so many, there's stormtroopers roaming around here. There's bombers roaming around here. There's like a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of energy here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know there certainly is a lot going on here, and it's really cool to see all the different support that people in the community through phone and people who show up. It's really cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Like you said, I'm new to Winnipeg, so I'm excited to see how generous the city is and how much they care about the furry babies, right? The cats and the dogs and all of that. And I've seen some crazy donations come in already. I heard somebody is going to pay for all the donations of the black cats or the injured cats over the next 6 months. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely very impressive. And we know that black animals a lot of times have trouble being adopted and getting support because it's a little bit of a prejudice thing almost, but
Had
yeah,
no idea.
Black animals are fantastic. I have a black dog myself, so thank you very much, Trevor. And we're going to go to a story now about Kathy, who has been volunteering here for years, and right now she's helping feed cats, especially cats that have trouble eating. And we'd like to thank Liberty Tax Service for everything too. So up next is Kathy.
Yes, the animals get fed twice a day. The evening feeding is a volunteer shift, so that's what I do. They call it evening care. We don't have to deal with the litter boxes, just the food and water, which is really nice. And so basically, you just load up the cart like we were doing like a candy striper in a hospital. You just load up the cart with food and go from animal room to animal room and feed everybody who needs feeding. So there's the cats that have the specific diets, like they need fiber diet or the gastro. So we'll take those with us. Hey, my friends, how are you? Hi, babies. Hi, Eleanor. Hi, sweetie. Which one are you? Oh, baby. Are you Eleanor? You are. Hi, sweetheart. So there's a note on Eleanor's file that she hasn't been eating. Hi, sweetheart. I'm gonna put some gloves on, darling. I've got something for you. Do you want to try this? Look. Look. Do you want to try it? What do you think? Are you a good girl? Do you want to eat that? Hi, baby. Hi, sweetie. You're such a good girl. Come on down. Come on down. Hi. I know I made a noise. Come on, sweetie. Do you want to try this? I know there's a boy, right? Want to try this? It smells pretty good, eh? Oh, you want to have your head rubbed? Okay. Do you want to try some of that while we're doing that? What do you think? Here's some. Try that. Good girl. Good girl, Eleanor. There you go. So yeah, so aside from the cats that do eat, and those are, the ones that are pretty easy, there's the ones that need a little extra attention, so we try to make sure that they get some food in them and that they kind of remember that eating is part of the routine. Right? Oh, look at you. Good girl. There's more over there. All right. So yeah, so that's Eleanor. So that's sort of one of the more sort of interesting ones that we do on the rounds. the ones that aren't so easy. It's really basically just, it's a way to keep a consistent eye on the cat, like on the cats and on their feeding and their drinking habits, and just making sure everybody's, you know, staying healthy and staying happy and having their best chance of getting adopted.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Dr. Ansu, the director of all of the pet services here. She's a vet, she's awesome, she's been here for 16 years. She's going to tell us a little bit about what the donations today go toward.
Well, speaking of 16 years, I've been at the Winnipeg Humane Society from back at the old building on Kent Street. And if any of our donors remember that, that's probably one of the reasons why you donated. It was overcapacity, bricks and mortar, not really great for the animals. So we've come a long way in that time. And it's not just huge donations that made the difference to build this building and to do what we do. It's small donations. $25 a month, $5, like $10 will pay for a vaccine, and every animal gets vaccinated on arrival. It's a high-risk environment for these pets because they probably, a lot of them have never been vaccinated. They got to be vaccinated before coming in contact with other animals. Every animal needs a vaccine. That $10 will cover one dog or cat's vaccine. So it's amazing what we can do. We do fracture repair, spay and neuter is a huge part. There's our behavior department. Not just the animals in our care, but your donations will help us help people keep their pets. We have the Yelp line, so they don't have to come to us. So it's a huge community that's involved in the Winnipeg Humane Society. The community out there donating to us, the community in here working together.
I love that it's called the Yelp line. That's hilarious and creative. It's great. And you know, you've been here a while and you've seen it all, from the old building to this new phenomenal facility. And what is your favorite part about working here?
Well, I love it when animals go home. I love it when somebody finds their pet that they've been missing. It's such a scary feeling if you've ever lost your pet. That reuniting is amazing. And then the adoption, that new adventure. And I'm actually in the market right now. I'm looking for a new puppy.
Oh my
so
gosh.
I'm experiencing it, and every puppy that comes in, I'm checking out, is this the one? And it's such a great feeling. And our donors allow people to come get great healthy pets. Don't have to worry about breed-specific issues or behavior problems. We check a lot of that stuff out, and then we have the behavior help if you do have problems. So it's not just getting a puppy, buying a puppy and going home and you're on your own. It's support through that whole relationship.
Right, and you can also help match people up with the right animal, so it's not just about the pet going to the right home, but the right home finding the right animal.
Yeah, it's got to be a match both ways. You may have a picture of what you want in your mind, but you got to meet that pet. And then if you do have issues, you may need support. It's like any kind of relationship. It's not all sunny and easy. There's a lot of building in that.
And you really help support those new pet owners and make sure that they've got everything they need. And you also help the foster families. We take care of everything. The Humane Society makes sure that the food costs are covered and everything. So that's another way your donations are going towards helping these animals and our great foster families. And what else do you want people to know about this telethon today and where that money is going?
Well, like I said before, small donations matter just as much as big donations. We are very lucky we have thousands of donors who believe in what we do. And if everybody donated a small amount and there's thousands of people, then we can still make a difference. If you don't have a lot to donate, it can still make a big difference. If you have a lot to donate too, we'd love that. So big donations are welcome, but don't be afraid that you're not going to make a difference, because you can.
That's awesome. So make sure you guys are donating. You can call in, you can do it online, come by in person. There's a lot of fun things going on in the lobby. Big thank you to Liberty Tax Service, who's our main sponsor for this event. And we're going to go check in with Erin and her dog Elsa.
We're here with 2-year-old Elsa and first-time dog owner Erin DuBois. So Erin, when you decided to get a dog, what was it that kind of pushed you to make that decision?
Well, my boyfriend was looking for a dog, and I've always wanted a dog, so it just seemed like the right time. And I actually wanted a small dog, but he's had big dogs all his life, so he kind of talked me into it, and now I would never go back. She's been amazing. So.
And what was it that made you choose Elsa over other dogs you had met or looked at or read about?
We were actually looking at another, I guess it was another German Shepherd from a rescue, and we just we found out because he had a lot of medical problems, so he was actually on a waiting list. And in the meantime, they're like, oh, well, we have this dog in foster care right now, if you want to meet her. So we're like, oh, okay, well, it might be better to see. And we just fell in love with her right away. And she was just so good, and we just bonded. And and then we actually did end up meeting the other dog, and it was just, our minds had been made up from the minute we saw her.
Yeah, that is super cute. And I understand that you took puppy classes here. And as a first-time dog owner, how was that for you? What did it teach you as an owner?
The puppy classes here were amazing. Like, although you'd never know right now because she is so excited to be on TV. They taught so much stuff, like just how to like just do basic things like sitting and like teaching them how to stay. We learned tricks like shake a paw and that sort of thing, but also just how to like command your dog and like the basics that a first-time dog owner I don't think really knows. Like there was a lot of stuff that I just didn't know how I was going to handle it, and it really like helped me get more comfortable with her. So.
And I know you have 2 cats at home, so kind of what's the difference in training and dealing with a dog versus your cats that you've dealt with prior?
Well, the cats definitely run the house. There is no training there, but she's just like, dogs are a little bit more loving. Like cats, you need to earn their love, and it feels really good when you do. But she's just. It's a totally different feel, but they get along great. Like she's really good with the cats, and the cats, they tell her what's what a few times, but other than that, they get along pretty good. So.
And what was it like integrating Elsa into your lifestyle? Like having cats and they're kind of, you deal with them in one way, and now having a dog, and there is obviously it's a different approach you have to take. So what was it like kind of making Elsa part of your family?
It definitely was an adjustment, a very welcome adjustment though. Like just having to make sure she gets enough exercise, especially when she was a puppy. Like it is a lot of responsibility to have to let her out like at night. Like it was almost like having a baby almost. But no, it's just so rewarding. Like we get out a lot more, like just to walk her and stuff. We're a lot more where we get a lot more exercise, and just having her has just been an overall, like, just totally changed our lives, but in the best way possible.
Right. Yeah, and she's brought a lot to you, and she's so well dressed today.
Scarf on?
Yeah. Is that from the groomers, or is that like something you picked out yourself, or?
It used to be mine. I got it at Lush, I think, and yeah, it just looks so pretty on her. It's her color.
She looks just so beautiful in it. Yeah, she's the best dressed dog of the day, I would have to say. So thank you so much. We're going to shout out to Domino's for providing lunch to everyone working this event today. It's been a huge success. We've raised 17,000 so far, and we have the goal of 70,000. So we still have a ways to go, and we have faith that we can do it. We're here till 8 o'clock tonight, and we're meeting lots of wonderful animals and pet owners, and it's been really an eye-opening experience. I hope we can reach our goal and really provide the necessary funds to keep this place running. And I mean, it does such a wonderful job taking care of these animals and providing loving homes and making sure that everything is provided for them. So, woo, we have a dog showdown happening. Anyways, we're gonna cut to Buttercup, which is a dog with a skin condition that the Winnipeg Humane Society has been helping to fix. Thanks.
We skin scraped her there this morning. That's why she's got that little red spot.
This patchwork pup is named Buttercup. She's a 1-year-old stray from Save a Dog Network.
And she had all these areas where she was missing hair and had thickened skin and was itchy. So she looked like quite a mess when she first came into us.
Buttercup is being treated for Demodex, a non-contagious parasite that causes a dog's hair to fall out.
And that's what we were skin scraping for, to see if there were still some present. And there were quite a few today.
Treatment for Demodex takes months of weekly injections, biweekly baths with a special shampoo, and skin scraping to make sure there's no parasites left.
She doesn't have a lot of hair left at all, but it's starting to grow back in.
If left untreated, the animals can develop painful, itchy secondary bacterial infections.
Hey, sweetheart.
Once the Demodex is cleared, Buttercup will be ready for adoption.
Donations are so important, especially for sweet gals like this, because we will have her for months. Thank you, Buttercup. Thank you for the kisses.
Buttercup's antibiotics cost about $60, so donations can help with medical care. But donations can also help keep Buttercup in a loving foster home during treatment.
A donation towards the food for the foster would be very important, because of course when our animals are sent from the Humane Society to foster, all of the supplies are covered. So donations can go towards her food and care in the foster home as well. No dog wants to be in a kennel, almost all the time, every day for months while they're getting treatment. So at least this, she can be in a normal home environment and come in weekly for her injections. As you can see, she's an excellent patient. Very, very sweet. And she's starting to look a lot better.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
My name's Janet Levine, and this is Mr. Cat, and I've been fostering him for about 6 months now. He alternates with River, so I'll have him for 2 months, and then I'll have River for 2 months. Mr. Cat is retiring today. I'm his vacation home, so all I do is he comes over and he relaxes on my bed and I clean up after him, but we love having him. He's just a wonderful addition to the home.
River is the second behavior assessment cat. He and Mr. Cat currently help us assess dogs to see their behavior and temperament towards cats. Now today we're actually retiring Mr. Cat. We did find that although he did okay, he did get stressed from time to time, and so we'd send him to a foster home for 2 months for a vacation. We have decided that MC, short for Mr. Cat, is probably not the best assessor cat. He does tend to get overwhelmed and stressed by the dogs, and of course we don't want to see that. We'd like to see him in a home where he's happy and loved and spoiled like he deserves. Sit. Yeah, good boy. There you go. River, he gets a little grumpy with the dogs, but he bounces back fairly well. I'd like to find him a forever home. Yes, I know. You want that hot dog. Huh? Last week we had 98 animals in foster. And that's 98 animals that could be sitting in kennels here. So it's nice to know that there's people that open their homes to 98 animals and giving them the love that they need and deserve instead of sitting here.
And they're always looking for homes and opportunities to house these animals. So any money that can help make more space in the shelter, or anyone who can donate their time to foster or even volunteer, it does a lot of good.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
All right, so we're here with Gerald and one of the volunteers, Gabrielle, who has spent quite a bit of time with Gerald. Gerald's been in the shelter for, you said, about 6 months of his life, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you've been with Gerald the whole way and what kind of goes into taking care of this little teenager, this little sweetie?
Well, Gerald came in at the end of September last year, and so he's been here for almost 6 months now, so he's one of our long-term residents. I first met Gerald when he was in the back holding area when he first came in. As you can see, he's very treat motivated. Sit, Gerald. Good boy. As a matter of fact, I think what I'm going to do, I have brought along an interactive toy, and he loves working on these. So
Let's take a look at that.
There are treats, and he has learned actually how to get all the treats out. So we'll let him work on that while we're talking. But when he first came in, he was a really high energy puppy. We used to have him out in the backyards and the exercise yards, and he would just jump all over us and grab at our clothes. And so it took him a while to settle, and then he's worked his way up to adoption. So he's been in adoption for a few months now. But of course, because he's still a big puppy and because he's literally grown up in here, there's still a few issues that need to be worked on, and the jumping up behavior is one of the things that we've been trying to manage with him. He does sometimes also have a tendency when he jumps up to grab at your clothes, and so those are all things that we're working on with him.
Sorry, so he is up for adoption, but you guys are trying to find him a home with someone that's a little more experienced with dogs and has older children, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, we don't think he'd be very suitable.
Well, you're taking me with you. You want me to play too.
We don't think he'd be suitable for a home with small children just because of the behavioral issues that still need to be addressed. I mean, he's made tremendous progress during the time that he's been here, but as you can see, he's just constantly moving around and needs constant attention, and he does really, really well on walks. We've taken him on long outings.
Yeah, you said you went to the Assiniboine Park to take him.
Yes. He loves it because there's just so much to get his attention. There's always something new for him to sniff at, and so he just loves the outings. And as well as giving him exercise, it provides mental stimulation, as do those types of toys. We have several different ones that we use with him and work with him on. So just to get his brain, keep his brain occupied. And it's hard on dogs like Gerald to be in a room constantly, so these things help.
So these toys and these outings are kind of what the donations go towards. How important are the donations to you? You've been a volunteer here for 9 loyal years, and both of your dogs are both from here. What do the donations and today's telethon mean to you?
They are just so important so that we can work with animals like Gerald, and there are so many like him that require a lot of extra special attention. So the donations are invaluable in terms of making sure that these dogs have a chance at a good life in another home. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. All right, so next, I just want to remind you guys that you can text rescue to 41010. So if you can't call in, there's always the texting option. I also want to thank our hourly sponsor, D7 Property Management. Thank you guys so much. And next we're going to Shanae Smith with the Assistant Manager of Pet Services.
Right, hello, we're here with Anya, Assistant Shelter Manager here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And as we can see around us, it's really busy here today, lots of buzz, unlike any other day at the shelter, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Well, on the weekends we do have a lot of people in here.
So tell us a little bit about like a daily routine. I noticed you guys were joking in the hallway a little bit about as soon as they get up in the morning, they're here at the shelter. At the crack of dawn, they start getting to work. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, that is true. We are here at 7:30 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, and we are taking care of roughly 250 animals each and every day of the year.
Wow. Okay, so what kind of jobs and roles? I know there's, animal care attendants that look after the animals. What kind of roles and duties are they up to every day?
Well, they're supposed to take care of the animals. They're the first people who see the animals in the morning and the last people who say goodnight to them. So they come in the morning and they feed and clean them, making sure everybody is healthy, and they give them their medication our veterinarians prescribe to them, and they're also making sure all their shots are up to date and they get their warming here too.
Nice. Now, how many of those people are volunteers? Like, you have a lot of staff here, I presume, as well, but a lot of the work is dependent on volunteers as well.
Yes, we couldn't do it without our volunteers, and we do have, I believe, 36 volunteers actually just alone in animal care, and they come every day, help us out cleaning them, and they're even here at night giving them a second feeding. So that's supper.
Wow, and I don't know if many of you know this, but this is not a government-funded shelter, so it really does rely a lot on donations. So tell us a little bit about the supply you need, the pet food, the litter, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, last year alone we went pretty much to 20,000 pounds just on dry food alone, so that is ginormous. And the cat litter we used, so we used pretty much 60,000 tons. So if you have to imagine like a pickup truck, we used 60 of those pickup trucks just to supply our cat litter for a year.
Wow, so that just goes to show if someone, if someone might think they can't afford to donate, you can donate as little as, what is it, $10, $5?
Yeah, and even like a bag of cat litter is absolutely fine. We appreciate that very much.
So does that mean if I had cat litter or dog food laying around at home, is that something I could just bring in, or do you look for a certain type of food?
I mean, we don't look really for a certain type of. We do prefer clumping cat litter, but otherwise every cat litter is fine.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your help today. We really appreciate what you do. And next, we're going to throw it to Bingo. This is a warning here. If you have a weak stomach, please look away from the TV. Stay tuned, though. Come back for more. So Bingo was actually found unconscious on the side of the road. Had to go in. Winnipeg Humane Society got him some dental care. So here's Bingo.
And the thing that I loved about Bingo is that he came in basically looking like he'd just come through a horror movie. And the first thing he did was sit down and offer me his paw and sit there and shake paw with me. So he's a super sweet dog. Good boy. He came in on a Saturday when I was here, so I was sort of the first vet to attend to him. And as the story goes, I guess he was found on the side of the highway, sort of in the Stonewall area, kind of just lying on the side of the road. And a good passerby found him and brought him into us. And he unfortunately has a bunch of broken teeth. So all of his big canine teeth, all of them are broken off and rotten, so I need to take those out. So we're doing that. We can see them just breaking them because of chewing behavior. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. He's a pretty beat up boy, so it's hard to say what he's been doing out there in the country, whether he had a home or whether he was, surviving on his own, what he was eating. So, this part is all the root. And then normally you would have your pointy canine that would come off of that. So this one looks small because it's broken. My hands are sore though, it's a workout. I'm gonna have blisters, I think. Sometimes it can be a lot of work to get one individual animal up to adoptions, and so that's why it's so important to have the support.
Good boy. Hang on. Good boy. What? Yeah. You're silly. You're silly. What? What? You need something more? What else do you need? Huh? A home? Yes. We're working on it. We'll get you one of those.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
It's a really cool story about Bingo the cat, or Bingo the dog, rather. I say that because I'm with a cat here. But first, I'd like to thank Pet Plan Pet Insurance and some donations. Of course, Pet Plan Pet Insurance is doubling every donation that's over $50. And I'd like to thank Stacy for her donation of $1,500, Madeline for her donation of $1,200, $1,500. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Gail for her $150 donation, and Linda for her $200 donation. Again, all those are doubled by Pet Plan Pet Insurance, so those are all twice the amount that I said they were because of them. It's really fantastic. And remember, you can donate by calling, texting, or going online, so those are all great ways to donate. I'm here with Catherine and River, and River is actually just going into cat retirement. Tell me about what River did before his retirement.
Well, River was one of our behavior assessor cats. Hang on, he's just having a little upset moment there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so River has recently retired. He has been our assessor cat for 3 years. That's a long time for this little guy. So basically, assessor cat is a cat that assesses, helps us assess dogs and cats to see the compatibility. And he's actually in his retirement after 3 long years here at the shelter. So we're actually looking for a home for this guy. Now, he has made me chief officer of his new family. He's basically told me that he has made some demands, and his demands are anybody, oh, hang on a second, buddy, sorry, buddy. Anybody that wants to adopt this guy must be willing to play ping pong with him. Really loves a game of ping pong. He absolutely loves feather toys. They have to be quite patient because he has learnt, being in the behavior department, he's learned many behaviors. One, how to open cupboard doors. So you need to put your bread away because he likes to get into the bread. He is on a bit of a diet right now, so that ping pong will come in a good as a good way because he needs to lose a bit of weight. But other than that, he is good to go. He likes dogs, but we do ask that maybe it's a home with calmer dogs or home without other dogs, just because, you know, he's had his fair share of dogs here at the shelter. He would do well with a home with other cats, but there has to be a slow introduction. He has had experience with cats in a foster home and did well with most of them. 1 or 2, not so much. You know, certain personalities, they don't get along very well. However, this guy is a superstar. I can't tell you how much we at the behavior department or anybody in the shelter has really, really enjoyed his company here, and he is quite the favorite with the ladies.
Yeah, no, he interacted probably a ton with other cats while he was doing behavior assessment.
Not the cats, no, the dogs. So he is a
the dogs, okay.
cat-dog kind of cat. So he really likes dogs, but of course, you know, he deserves a retirement. So maybe a home with smaller, calmer dogs, not rambunctious dogs, because he will put them in their place, and rightfully so. But of course, we want him to have the best home possible and the most relaxing environment, because he has really deserves his retirement.
Yeah.
So he is $79.99 to adopt. So anybody out there who's looking for a cat with Mr. Personality, this is the guy for you. So.
He certainly seems like he's got
Right
a lot of energy right now for sure. He's maybe has a little bit of work to go to get ready for retirement. He could maybe get a few pointers from my cats who just sit around all day and sleep.
It's okay. Yeah, he's a little stressed out. There's a lot going on here. There's lots of cameras and dogs, and he's not used to this. I mean, of course, he's been in our behavior department. Now that, you know, the claim to fame, he's just needs a little time to relax. So this guy is an absolute cuddle monster. Our foster, you may have seen the segment, raves about him. Superstar. It's breaking our heart to see him in adoption, but we know it's the best thing for him. It's time for him to put his little fluffy paws up and relax. So.
And hopefully he can find a home, a nice, warm, relaxing retirement home really soon, right?
Somewhere with a nice big windowsill, because you know what, this guy, I can't stress enough, he is an absolute prince, and we just love him to no end, and we just, unfortunately, everybody's houses are full with our own animals, and so we would love for this guy to find a home sooner rather than later, because he doesn't quite understand why he's in a kennel and not with us in the behavior department. So if anybody's out there, this is the guy for you.
All right, thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you, River, too. We're going to go to Michelle now, who's going to be talking with Samantha Stevens from QX104, and first I'd like to thank A&S Homes, who are helping power right behind me here, powering our donation lines. So again, here we go to Michelle.
Hi there. We are here with Samantha Stevens, who is one of the morning show hosts on QX104. Samantha, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Can you tell us a little bit about your animals?
Well, I'm convinced that the reason they have us come here is because every time we arrive, somebody from our station adopts an animal. So I adopted a cat here. who I renamed because they called her Gaga, like Lady Gaga, and I was like, no. So we named her Chicken, and she's actually a black cat, which I don't know if you realize this or not, but the black cats and black dogs are the last ones to get adopted because there's, all this stuff and myths surrounding some of them. Anyhow, she's had a couple of litters, and that's another reason why I knew would be like one of the last ones to get adopted. And she's awesome. Like, she's the most chill customer. She's like the nicest little kitty. So our cat is from here. Brody is getting a dog from here. Now that I said it, it's official because we said it with a camera, so it has to happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Our boss just adopted a dog like 3 days ago from here. So the Humane Society does wonderful work, and we're so lucky to have such a terrific facility here for our furry little friends. So that's why we're here. We're here to support and to help, and we hope that you will too.
Great. And just talk a little bit more about your cat and what does she bring to your life?
Well, she's actually, sometimes it's a little bit of a crapshoot when you get a cat, right? Because you're like, she's really, really friendly, right? So that was one of the things we wanted, because my husband is one of those guys who's like, I don't really like cats. I don't really, and now guess who the cat loves? And, he's always carrying it around the house. And anyhow, it's been a really nice addition because she's so fun and friendly, and she's low maintenance. Like, if you're looking for an animal and you're not really sure about what cats are super low maintenance. And in fact, there's a kitty cat here named River that needs a home, and River is their behavioral cat. So River is the one that they test with all the dogs and the cats to see if it's nice or not. Anyway, he's getting retired. So if you have a family with kids or with other animals, River would be perfect. And cats are the best. Cats are cool.
Right on. Well, thank you very much. So coming up next, we have Olive, who is a dog who actually had its foot crushed in an accident. He's a puppy, but now is full grown. So we're going to look at his beautiful transformation, and quickly just like to say thank you to our sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance. For every donation that is over $50, they are going to match that donation, which is wonderful.
So this is Olive. She is a 9-week-old puppy. And she was actually brought into Morden Veterinary Clinic, and one of the veterinarians that works with us here brought her into us, and she'll do that occasionally with strays and animals that they find, which is excellent. And then we take them in here, and we've been treating her for almost a week and a half now. And she had a crush injury to her right front foot. So we'll see that today. This is something we have to deal with daily, and it's expensive. Actually, wounds can be one of the most expensive things because of the bandage changes, the sedation, the different drugs you have to use to be able to do it, and all the materials. So it can be very frustrating if we don't have the money to do it. That's why we appreciate all the money that the donors give, because even the small donation of $25, that's one bandage change for her. Those all make a difference for us and her. You can lick. Go ahead, lick away. Lick away, lick away. There you go. There you go. You just wanted to get up, huh? There we go. All right, let's see how she looks with that. That's all she wanted. That's right.
Come on, Olive. Olive, sit for me. Come on, you sit for me. Can you sit? There's a good girl. What a good girl. It's actually healed very, very well. It still looks like it was a fairly serious injury. As you can see, it doesn't affect her from moving around. She loves to go for walks. She loves to play. Eventually, they find their forever home, so that makes it all worthwhile. Hey? Yeah. There you go.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or you can go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
About a 3-year-old stray who was brought into us, and he had quite the wound on his neck. So what happened to him is he was outside on the streets and got into a fight with another cat and got a big abscess on his neck from that fight. He's a very good boy. Yeah, he just missed his jugular. Very, very lucky cat. His carotid and his jugular right underneath there. So very lucky. That's looking amazing since the last time I've seen it. So we'll give it a good clean up there today. But that looks so much better. So his least favorite part, but he's still pretty good for it. We do need to put it under the water. We perform what's called hydrotherapy. That's one of the best things to get that wound healing. And we do this every day to him right now. It's really good. It's the water, and it's encouraging new vascular growth and wound healing. There, and as you can see, he's being very good for this. You know, as you're told, most cats don't like water. And here I'm barely putting any pressure on his head and just putting him underneath there. Give it a good clean. So another 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks and he should be good. Unfortunately, while we've got him here, we can't send him to foster because he still needs the hydrotherapy and the bandage changes. Yeah, so, you know, in private practice, this would be quite expensive because of the daily management, right? Because you've got to do those bandage changes every day, you know, minimum of, you know, every 2 days, but definitely we're doing them every day here. And so that would be, you know, hundreds of dollars in the end. So you people can help, you know, even if you do a bandage change, even if you donate $5 towards the bandage material, you know, that helps as a donation towards his bandage materials for 1 day. I'd say his bandaging material probably costs around $20 a day, as well as the ointments and everything that we do put on. So that donation would help you for 1 day give this guy a better chance. Not many cats that would behave this well for this. And like I said, we don't sedate him or do anything for this. He's just well behaved, like he knows we're helping him. It can be in between $3 to $5 a roll. So, you know, any donation you can make towards bandage materials helps this guy out.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumane.ca.
Rosie came to the Winnipeg Humane Society with kidney worms and had given birth to 9 dogs. When Jessica and Kira found Rosie in October, they fell in love with her calm demeanor. Can you tell me a bit about kind of your first meeting with Rosie and what helped you fall in love with her?
She seemed very playful. She was really good with Kira, which was really important to me. Having a young child, you want a dog that's going to be willing to take the hugs and cuddles and be happy about it.
And since you've brought in her home, kind of how has she integrated into your family, and what's the home life like with Rosie?
She really loves running outside. We've got a big yard, so she loves that. She enjoys running with the horses. One of her favorite games is to get the horses to chase her. She gets upset when they stop, and she barks at them and tries to get them to chase her some more, so she really loves that. And she's just been a good family member, good for my daughter.
Yeah. And Kira, can you tell us what you love about Rosie?
What do you love about her?
I love because she plays with me.
She plays with you. And do you give her big hugs, and she loves those big hugs? Very cute. And so with Rosie having had a surgery here, and she obviously got a kidney taken out for her kidney worms, has that kind of affected her at all, or have you seen any difference in her personality because she's, you know, had these surgeries?
Not at all. She's been really healthy since we've got her. We haven't had to do any extra checkups with her. She drinks her water. She's, you know, peeing good. She's been really healthy, so we've been lucky with that.
Lovely. Yeah, and ooh, oh. Well, that's so wonderful. And you can donate by texting RESCUE to 41010. Your donations do a world of good for these animals and help dogs like Rosie get the necessary surgeries. Next we're going to go to Shanae with a volunteer from the Winnipeg Humane Society.
All right, hello again. To those viewers at home that are looking for a lot of activity in their life, we have a dog for you. This is Maggie. And this is Paul, a volunteer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Now, as you can see, Maggie has a lot of energy. She's very bubbly, very high energy. So would you say she's great for going on walks, playing fetch?
I would say that she is. If somebody's like fit and wants to take her out for a walk, I would say go for like a 2-mile walk or take her for a bike ride, you know, like behind her and stuff like that. Because she is a high energy dog. She's going to need somebody that, you know, has the motivation and has, you know, is able to keep up with her.
Just like that. Right?
Just like that, because she loves to play fetch. She's 4 years old, but she would never know it by just that alone. And she's been at the Humane Society here. Maggie. She's been at the Humane Society since January the 6th of this year, so she's been here for a little while. She does do a couple of tricks. I'm not sure if I can get her to do one for you. Maggie?
Oh, let's try.
Okay, Maggie. Maggie, come here, girl. Maggie, can you sit? Sit. Oh, can you move on? Okay, we're going to play lie. Apparently we're playing lie down. So there we go.
Well, that's awesome. And so she is absolutely ready to go today. I noticed with my own dog, being able to go for walks, it really does keep you active, but you need a dog who's going to keep up with you just as much as you want to keep up with them. So that is Maggie. Especially, they do suggest that you shouldn't maybe have smaller children because she is a bit more rambunctious, but someone with older kids, I would say, great to keep you active. Older kids have a lot of energy, right? Or if they're sitting in the basement and you need your older kids to get out of the house and go for walks, Maggie is that dog too. So maybe that's their cure, right?
That might be the answer to get them away from their video games as well. But I would say yes, definitely. Maggie is a beautiful dog, and she needs to find her forever home. And hopefully somebody out there is willing to adopt her, and Maggie's available.
She's absolutely adorable. Now, something else maybe we should consider is other dogs. How is Maggie with other animals or cats?
She has... The idea is if there's people with other dogs, they should bring their dog down to the Humane Society or their cat down to the Humane Society to meet Maggie. It's so that they can meet on neutral territory and they can see whether or not their dog or their cat gets along with Maggie as well. So yeah, that would be the idea.
All right. Okay, well, if you're looking for someone to keep you active or just looking to get your kids out of the basement this summer, Maggie is available to keep you guys in shape. Next, we're going to turn to a video about two dogs antisocial on their own, together, a dog match made in heaven. And we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors, Liberty Tax Service.
Okay, so this is Henry and Zoe, and they have been here since December. And when Zoe came in, she was really shy, and so was Henry. And what the Humane Society volunteers decided to do was pair them up.
Gabrielle Thiessen has been volunteering for the Winnipeg Humane Society for 9 years. She's a behavior assistant and kennel buddy. She met Henry and Zoe when they first came into the shelter, so she had a chance to take them out in the back and work with them on a regular basis. When the dogs move up to adoption, Gabrielle also does dog walking, so she got to follow Henry and Zoe into adoption and still take them out for walks and work with them. They love her. When Zoe came in December, she was terrified. Gabrielle spent time with Zoe in the kennels, getting her used to people again.
And I started working with her on a regular basis, and so did the behavior department and a lot of other volunteers. And she just got better and better and better to the point where they decided that she could go up to adoption. Because she's so fearful, that's sort of what led to her being paired up with Henry. And that's why the two of them are together in front.
Zoe was so shut down. She wasn't moving anywhere. She just we'd bring her into the office. She'd just sit there quietly. And so we would bring Henry down because we thought, well, what about another dog?
Zoe and Henry were approved separately for adoption, but when they were apart, they struggled.
And we thought, you know what? Let's see if we can get them both together and see how that goes. And of course, next day they're on top of the kennel together, sleeping, doing everything together. They're like two peas in the pod almost.
Yeah, sometimes when you go into the room, there's that bed, and they're both curled up, and they're just sort of curled into each other, like you can't tell which dog ends and which dog begins.
And since then, they've become totally different dogs. They are way more friendly, they are inseparable, they're in love with each other, and this is just the best love story I've ever heard. We would really like for these two dogs to be adopted together because they just love each other, and they deserve a home where they can be a family forever.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
All right, and thanks for swinging it over to me. As you can tell, I'm in the middle of a duel here with one of the Star Wars enthusiasts that we have here today at the Winnipeg Humane Society. I want to thank everyone for joining us. Yeah, this is okay, so I'm here with the members of the 501st Legion and also a Star Wars enthusiast right here. So tell me a little bit about your organization and why it's important for you guys to be here today.
The 501st Legion was originally founded by a bunch of Star Wars enthusiasts, and they're basically a charity group designed to raise money for all different types of charities, especially ones like this one.
Awesome. So here's the first question I have. Okay, do any of you guys have a pet, and if so, are they named after any Star Wars characters?
I have a little dog that I got from the Humane Society about 12 years ago, and her name's Ahsoka.
Ahsoka. And remind people who Ahsoka was from the films.
Ahsoka was a character in the Clone Wars.
In the Clone Wars. Okay, so that's in the newer series of movies, right? So hard to believe that's 12 years ago already, isn't it? Yeah. What about the new Star Wars movie? Everybody feeling the new movie that was out just in December? Everyone liking that?
I only saw it about 15 times, but I want to see it again before it gets out of theater.
Absolutely. So tell me a bit about some of the costumes, the armor, and because this stuff looks it's very realistic. Give me a little bit of information about
that. The 501st Legion, one of our foundations is we all have to build a costume that is screen accurate to what was seen on the movies. So you get together with a bunch of friends and you basically build it all from scratch.
And you guys, and this is a volunteer thing, and you pay for it yourselves, yes. But you're a charity as well, right? And so, what are some of the things that you guys do for charity? Like you come to events like this, and what kinds of things do you do for charity?
Events like this, walkathons. If anybody has a charity that they want supported by the 501st, then all they have to do is look on Google, type in 501st Legion, find your local group, and you can get in touch with the local garrison, and they will happily come out and support any charities you have.
And I imagine when you guys are out at an event like this or any other event that you get a lot of attention, I imagine, right? Because you get a lot of people looking around and doing double takes.
Yeah, there's a lot of photo ops.
Yeah. And the kids love it, I bet, right?
The kids love it, yeah.
And so tell me a little bit about that. I mean, the being out in public and having that must be a real treat, especially being big fans yourselves, right?
Yes, it's fantastic. And one of the things is when we put our masks on and stuff like that, you're totally anonymous, so you can do anything. And it's great to ham it up on camera.
How do the animals react to you guys? Have you guys been walking around seeing some of the animals?
The sound of the lightsabers. Some of the dogs do not like the sound of the lightsabers. It drives them crazy.
They don't like the sound of the lightsabers. Yeah, it drives them crazy. Absolutely. Right on.
They seem to be fine with the costumes. They don't seem to be fazed by the costumes at all.
Well, and as soon as I saw you guys, I was instantly taken. It's sort of taken me back to my childhood, of course, being a Star Wars fan my whole life. So thank you guys for letting me take a photo with you. That was the best, first of all. Tell me a little bit about these sabers.
Well, this one here was made famous by Darth Maul. He was the first one to use the double-sided saber, being able to use it more as a staff than a blade. The one you're holding was Anakin's, which was handed down to Luke, which then became Rey's in the new movie. And then, of course, we've got one for short people like me, Yoda's, and who really got his big thing in the second movie when we got to see him actually pull out his saber and go to town on Dooku. So
yeah, I remember that absolutely. So these. I mean, we can fool around with these. They're not meant for major combat, but you can definitely. I mean, they have their sound effects and everything, right? So they're fully operational.
They're a glorified toy, is what these ones are. But you can get ones that do not have the LEDs in them. The LEDs are what allow it to climb the blade. But the other ones have a really bright LED in the handle and a very strong blade on them, it will glow. It doesn't. Some of them make noises, but you can actually go to town on each other and have some fun, defending yourself against, bears and.
Sure.
Lords and
Yeah. So when these guys get out of hand, you just do the old the choke.
horse choke.
Do you find they listen to you? Because you're a pretty smiley looking Vader. You need to look a little more sinister.
I'm a very imposing figure in this costume, but the little kids, they still run up to me and hug me.
Well, listen, thank you guys so much for joining us, and thanks for being here today. We're going to move on over to Rhea, and she's got a story about Jackson the cat coming up right away. Just want to thank our sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance.
All right, so we are here with the sweet little adorable Jackson, who's just about 5 months old, and one of the volunteers, Paul. Paul, why don't you just tell us a little bit about Jackson and his personality? The doctor was telling me earlier that he broke his ankle. He was a stray, and yeah. So thankfully, all of the wonderful donations go towards fixing beautiful kitties like this one. How important are the donations for?
Donations are very important to the Winnipeg Humane Society because it not only helps to, provide like food and shelter for the animals, but it also helps with if a cat needs to be like in this case, his leg was broken. The donations will help out that way, and it also helps out with any other like surgical procedures or special attention that perhaps the cat or dog may need.
The doctor also told me that Jackson had some time in foster, so he went to a foster family, and all of your donations go towards the foster family. So every single dollar that is today can help go towards these animals. If you can't donate, fostering is another great way to give your money and your time, and volunteering as well. So you've been volunteering for how many years?
I've been volunteering here for 8 years.
And you work mostly with dogs, correct? So this is your first handling with a cat today?
Well, that's my first handling with a cat, yes, today. Jack.
Pretty well.
It is. Jackson looks like he's looking around. He's paying attention to everything. He doesn't look completely stressed out, which is good. And he's been here since January the 18th of this year. But Jackson needs to find his forever home.
He's ready to go. He is incredibly sweet, and he loves attention, clearly. He's looking at the camera the whole time, and he likes to play, and he's cuddly. What else?
He's a very cuddly cat. I think he would do very well in a house, where there are people that would pay attention to him and things like that. Hey, there's a little one. He is sweet. Take a look at the camera, Jackson. There he goes. Like I said, he likes attention and things like that. So if there's anybody out there that's looking for a Jackson, right here, Jackson is available for adoption. So he's looking for his forever home. So come on down to the Humane Society.
What kind of advice would you give to people that are maybe a little apprehensive or they're on the fence about adopting an animal? What would you say to them?
I would say that come on down to the Humane Society, take a look around, whether it's a dog, whether it's a cat, whether it's a rabbit. If there is a dog or a cat that you like and you think would work well with your family, would be to put a hold on the animal. That way you've got 24 hours to decide whether or not you want that particular dog, cat, or rabbit. And it gives you, yes, you want to be adopted, I know. And it gives you an opportunity to really, really think about it, because if you're going to be adopting an animal, you should really be adopting it for the life of that particular animal.
Thank you so much, Paul. Just a reminder that you guys can text RESCUE to 41010 to donate. Also, I want to thank our sponsor for the day, Liberty Tax Services. Every donation that you guys give is matched, so let's keep those donations coming in. Next, we're going to go to the Black Dog Club, which is a great club that is organized by a volunteer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Apparently, there is a big stigma against black dogs. It's harder to get them adopted, so let's see what they do.
Excuse me while I get run over here.
Denver might have some extra accessories, but he runs the Black Dog Club.
The Black Dog Club is run by the Winnipeg Humane Society. It's a group of pet owners that meet once a month to have their dogs socialize, get some exercise, and destigmatize the color of their fur.
Black dog clubs have a stigma associated with them. They're one of the hardest dogs to adopt. Whether it's superstition, the color of the hair, that there's just more black dogs. For whatever reason, they are the ones that are in the kennels the longest.
Leslie Cass has organized the club for 3 years. She says she usually gets about 10 people out walking every month. The group activity does more for the dogs than get their heart rate up.
We're exercising our dogs and making sure that they're happy and healthy, and a tired dog is a good dog. The last thing we want is for a dog to be returned to the Humane Society because it's got behavioral issues. So it's really important to exercise your dog and keep them sharp.
Denver, swing. Hey, I said swing. Sometimes he'll do it. And
For Denver, it's a way to use his wheels and show the other dogs who's boss.
So it's really important that you think of contributing to the Humane Society. They do a lot of great work. They save a lot of dogs, a lot of black dogs, a lot of multicolored dogs. And it's really important that we find these dogs their forever homes.
Wait. Good job.
The Winnipeg Humane Society relies on donations to keep black dogs comfortable until they can find a family.
What a bomb.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Ansu, Director of Animal Health for the Winnipeg Humane Society. While we really love large donations here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, even small donations are very much appreciated. $5, $10, or $25 can do a lot of good for helping dogs and cats in our community. Your $5 donation will buy one package of suture used to spay one cat. Your $10 donation can provide one monthly treatment of heartworm prevention. Your $25 donation will neuter one cat. Snip, snip. Your $50 donation will help spay a cat like Mittens here.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
All your donations count today, no matter what the amount is, and your donations, if you give just $10, that's one vaccine. $35 is a heartworm treatment, $45 behavior training aids, and $35 to $50 will spay and neuter one cat, and $75 to $85 will spay or neuter one dog. And when you give more than $50 today, Pet Plan Pet Insurance will be matching that donation. So when you donate $75 to $85 to spay and neuter one dog, that's actually two dogs. So call and donate today. We just have Adele back here, and she is volunteering and with the phones, and we're going to interview her a little bit earlier, but the phones are ringing off the hook here. So she was just got a donation coming in. And so Adele, why did you first start volunteering here at the Winnipeg Humane Society?
Wow, I started quite a few years ago, and mainly because of my love of animals. I just like to help in any way I can for all the unfortunate animals that end up here for various reasons. And this is my way of helping. I like being around them, I like helping, and animals are just so wonderful.
And you have two wonderful animals of your own. Can you tell us about them?
Yes, I have a dog, and a dog that I got sort of as a rescue. He was a retired stud from a breeder. And then I have a cat who I got here from the Winnipeg Humane Society. And my cat's name is Stormy, and he had the same job as River. You've heard River being interviewed earlier. He was a shelter cat for 4 years and doing all the helping with assessments and just being kind of a therapy cat for everybody. And then when he retired, I got to adopt him, and he's just a wonderful cat.
That's awesome. And so you just had a donor call in, and can you tell us about that phone call?
It was a wonderful phone call. All the phone calls, people are just so happy to be able to help. Obviously, animal lovers, and they're just so excited about making a donation and helping the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Awesome, thank you so much. And so we have raised $24,000 of the $70,000 goal. It's very exciting. And so we still have a bit of a ways to go, so keep calling in. These phones are ringing, and keep donating. So Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching donations $50 or over. A&S Homes is sponsoring our phones here today, and they will also be matching donations giving in their homes and Parade of Homes. And any donation counts. So $10 is a vaccine. $50 is multiplied to $100. So call in today and give what you can. Text RESCUE to 41010, and you can also call to 204-927-1001. And now we're going to go to Jordan, and he is talking with a volunteer that's helping out with the dogs. And here you go, Jordan.
Thanks, Jen. And a huge thank you to D7 Property Management, who is one of our sponsors here today at this 1001 donations. It really means a lot for us, for all the sponsors that are helping us out here today. And I'm here right now with Cindy and Akira, Akira came in with 3 of her puppies, and all her puppies have been adopted. Now it's time for Akira to find a home. So tell me a little bit about Akira.
Akira came into the shelter on January the 16th. She's 3 years old. She's a female, and she's one of the most affectionate dogs that we have in the shelter right now. She's super playful. She loves being outside, looking at the geese, the birds, and she's a fast learner, and she's enjoying her time at the shelter right now, and she's one of the favorites with all the animal care workers and all the volunteers.
Now, she's really good with children, right? So that's the kind of family that we'd like to see her be a part of, right?
Right. She has to go to a family that has no other cats or other dogs, because she's reactive to those. But we do know that she's really good with children, so she can go to a home with children and even like teenagers.
Yeah, and she really likes the outdoors, right? Likes to run around, play fetch, that kind of thing, right?
That's what she likes the best. She just wants to go out in her room here. She's really anxious to get out and just be outside, just enjoy all the activity.
And you've been a volunteer here at the Humane Society for how long?
I started in the fall of 2011.
Okay.
So it's been just over 4 years.
And Akira is really, you see here, she's very calm. She's just very relaxed and laid back, and very friendly, very affectionate, and
yeah,
that's
she's
really
really
nice.
easy to handle compared to some of the other dogs. Like, they're pretty anxious and they jump up and have some behavior issues, but she's really good. She's super special.
Yeah, she's really smart, and she loves to play with toys.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go to a story about a cat named Molly who has no eyes. Molly was actually in the Humane Society earlier today, and we also played the story again, but you know what, here's another look at it.
Oh, there's a... Good girl, Mama!
Molly loves exploring in the snow.
Girl.
Some days she likes to conquer snow mountains, but today she's taking it easy and sniffing around. She uses her nose to guide her places. That's because Molly is blind.
Meow. Are you smileys? Are you happy puppies? Good girl.
Let's see. Molly is a 2-year-old Lhasa Apso, and she has special needs. She's completely blind. She had her eyes removed before I adopted her.
Molly's owner, Megan Funnell, adopted her from the Winnipeg Humane Society a year ago. The furry pup was found in a back alley with severe damage to one eye and glaucoma in the other.
Use your stairs, Mama.
The veterinarians at the Humane Society removed both of Molly's eyes.
Good girl. Are you going to use your stairs, Mama?
But this hasn't slowed her down.
Good girl. Good girl, Mama. Good girl. Oh. Aside from the fact that she can't see, you know, it doesn't make her any different or any less of an animal. She lives life just like any other animal would. And I think it's so important for people to understand that and to know that.
Since adopting Molly, Final says she's made it her mission to educate others on pets with disabilities.
I'm becoming a huge advocate for this because I find that when I talk to people about Molly, you know, as soon as I mention that my dog is blind, people immediately jump to the conclusion that it's too hard to have an animal with a disability or to have a dog that is visually impaired.
Funnel isn't the only one changing lives. She credits Molly for her new outlook on life.
I think she's truly taught me that living life in darkness is not a scary thing, because she conquers her world every single day, and she always has a big smile on her face, and she's always so happy, and she truly does live life to the fullest. Do you want to play in the snowsis with your mom? Do you want to play in the snowsis? Come here. Come here.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
It is absolutely busy here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, just located off Waverly. We have tons of people, we have dogs, we just had some Star Wars characters. Now we're with Dr. Erica Ansu, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what it's like in a day of a veterinarian at the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Okay, so it's very busy. We have 3 full-time veterinarians on staff and a couple part-time. We have 5 animal health technologists. They're like veterinary nurses, and then we have a number of assistants and receptionists and so on. So we're very, very busy, and it doesn't seem to matter how many staff we add over the years. It just expands the need. There's so many animals out there that need our help. So typically the day for a vet is in the morning. We usually do surgery, and most of that surgery is spay and neuter surgery. Sterilization, everybody knows, is very important, but a lot of times it's difficult for people to afford. So we have a spay and neuter program for people who are on low income. So currently right now it's $5 in the month of February and March to get your cat spayed or neutered, but normally it's only $25. And our donors contribute to that, and a grant from the city also helps fund that. So that's a really big part of our day. You're seeing stories about some of the animals that we fixed here, like Jackson a little while ago, his little fracture I repaired, Molly with the eyes. So we also have a number of animals that come to us stray and injured that need things done. So sometimes they'll need surgery, so that'll be done in the morning as well. And the reason why we do surgery in the morning because it takes a while for them to wake up. And then while they're waking up and recovering from surgery, all afternoon is filled with wounds to clean, and we do blood draws on all our animals for infectious disease testing, so feline leukemia, feline immunodeficiency virus in cats, heartworm in dogs. So rabies vaccines are done. There's lots of skin workup, so it's really, really busy. So we work like mad, and we get all our notes entered, and then at like 4:30 we're like, ugh. Yeah. And then in the evening, the stuff doesn't stop rather. So we often have a veterinary student here. We have a program with the Western College of Veterinary Medicine where we have students year-round that are in their final year of veterinary school where they're getting hands-on experience. So we offer a program with them. And unfortunately, we have them here in the evening, and they'll take in the emergencies, or we'll use the Winnipeg Animal Emergency Clinic. They do all our emergency stuff for us, and they're awesome for that. So it just doesn't stop until like, even the sun goes down, the animals are still coming in. So the goal is get them fixed and get them out to adoption.
Right, sounds like a very, very busy day, and sometimes not pretty, but obviously the volunteers, all the workers are very, very passionate about what they do.
Right, we have a lot of volunteers. A lot of them are applying to vet school or to the animal health technology program. They're awesome because they're really keen and they want to get hands-on experience. They want to get dirty, so they're great to have. So if any of you out there thinking about volunteering at a veterinary clinic, we're always looking for great volunteers.
And obviously your donations are super important to make, obviously, Pet Plan, Pet Insurances, matching all your donations after $50. We'd also have some people to thank. We want to thank Lisa for donating $100, Kathy for donating $50, Melissa $5, and Samantha $20. So again, please donate. There's lots of people answering the phones in other rooms, so keep calling. Thank you. There is nothing better than having a bunch of critters at your birthday party, and Catherine started off volunteering to help run birthday parties with animals, which is a program the Humane Society runs here in Winnipeg. And now you work in the education department. Tell me about your job.
So I do birthday parties and I do school tours, and I also actually do day camp for children. And when we do that, we really focus on educating the children as well as having a lot of animal interaction with the children. We really want to make sure that they learn about responsible pet ownership as well as how to meet new animals, because a lot of people actually don't realize how they should.
Of course, and it's not just about the kids meeting the animals, it's also about the animals meeting the kids. And what does that do for the animals? How does that help them?
So a lot of times when animals are new to the shelter, they have come from families that, you know, only have 1 or 2 kids, and they haven't met these huge groups of children before. And so they really get their socialization in when they come to birthday parties, when they come to day camp, and it's a really good thing that we can put on their file, because when they're more socialized, the chances of them being adopted are a lot higher. So it's really fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like the best job ever. And with day camp, I hear that it's been expanding, and that is so exciting. Can you tell me a bit about the history of day camp?
So in the past 3 years that I've been with the Humane Society, our day camps have been every week during the summer. We were with 24 children, and this year we actually have expanded because of our new Joyce Gauthier Training Center, and we are able to have 65 children this year, which is really exciting because last year we were supposed to have 24 children, but we were having 26, 27, 28 every week. So it's a really nice thing to see that we can actually accept all those children and get our message out a little bit more.
Absolutely. And it's great to note that with adoption and with these fun programs with the education department, every donation counts. Every little bit helps. Whether you've got $1, $5, $10, any spare pocket change, that is making a huge difference for these animals and for these programs. And we really want to make sure that everyone knows that everything counts. So make sure that you're getting those donations in. You can text RESCUE to 41010 or call 204-927-1001. And remember, every little bit counts. Big thanks to Liberty Tax Services, they're our main sponsor. And coming up, we have a really cute story about a really sweet cat named Nelson who has no back legs but is really, really mobile and having a great time.
I love it when it's like, we did it. Are you itchy? Like sometimes if he's itchy, he'll move his leg and then we'll both itch it together. Yeah, because he doesn't have a foot. Look, to me, it looks like just the feet because he still has knees, whatever they're called in cats. Yeah, so it's just missing the feet. When we were fostering him, they sent us with a wheelchair, which he was really scared of. Like we really gave it a good try, but I saw no progress. He just really was scared of it. And then that's when we tried out the bag, which really worked. It's just like a nylon sack, and this goes around his neck, like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you zip it like this. Just being creative, like he's not that much different than a regular cat, you know, like he can walk around, he sleeps, I don't know what else do. He can't jump obviously, but he can climb up on couches and stuff like that, like yeah, and we have to help him down, but he can get up, like he claws his way up, so. To me, he's just kind of like a regular cat. He's pretty shy, but you know, lots of cats are shy, like he doesn't seem that disabled to me.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
So Fix in February is a new program this year. Our donors donate to our spay-neuter program. Normally that allows us to offer low-cost spay-neuter for low-income clients. And in addition to that, we've got some grant money from the city. So this month we're doing spay-neuter surgeries for $5, and it's actually quite remarkable. As soon as we announced, we had hundreds of people saying, I want to get my cat fixed. So there's a lot of great cat owners out there, and they can't afford to have it done. So with our donor support and with grants that we can get, we are doing a big blitz right now. You can see we've got lots of activity. We got cats on every table and anesthetized and getting fixed. So the costs that go into a spay or neuter surgery, you know, it can be like $5 for the suture. If you can donate $5 a month, that suture's covered for helping somebody get their cat spayed. And they're great cat owners. They just having trouble financially, so small amounts add up. The equipment, if somebody wanted to donate a larger amount, an anesthetic machine is about $3,000, and we have 6 of them here. So maintenance costs and so on like that. So there's a huge range of ways that people can become involved to help reduce cat overpopulation and to help good cat owners be better cat owners. But there's so many cats, unfortunately, roaming the streets in Winnipeg. So these people who really need our services with our low-income spay and neuter program, you know, those are the cats that are out there reproducing. So spay and neuter's the main way that we deal with, you know, homeless, scared, injured cats on the street. Well, none of this could happen without our donations. When we're charging somebody $5 or $25 on a regular low-income cost for a surgery, that doesn't cover the cost of the surgery. The materials alone are $35 going into a cat spay, so the consumables, in addition to staffing and building and so on. So none of this would happen without our donors, and we're really glad that the community here in Winnipeg that supports this clinic and this kind of programming.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way, that's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverley and Wilkes.
We are here with Milo, who absolutely loves treats. He's kind of covered in them here. He's been eating them all day. And we're also here with Val, who has been working with Milo the last couple of weeks since he was surrendered by his owner. It was just that his owner was a little too much for him, right, Val?
He was a little too much for his owner,
oh,
yeah.
That's what I meant to say, sorry.
I don't think anybody could be too much for Milo. He's a pretty active guy. Yep.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about what kind of behavior treatment you guys have been doing with Milo to get him on the right track and ready for his forever home?
So Milo, being a lab, is extremely active and a little bit on the mouthy side. So one of the things that and when he sees a hand, he automatically thinks there's a treat. And so
he's just scooping up every single treat that's on the ground here.
One of the things we're working on, look at this, sit, is for him to not grab hands and treats. So show some impulse control, so he needs to wait till the treat comes to him. Nice. Good man. Because as he's walking by and if somebody reaches out to pet him, the first thing he does is goes for the hand to see what kind of treat's in there.
He's always looking for those treats. So Milo is looking for a forever home where he can have an unlimited access to treats.
Well, he might need a limited access for a while. He's a little portly. It's a little bit portly, so yeah.
What kind of family do you think would be the best fit for Milo?
Probably an active family with older kids would be best for Milo. He definitely needs some exercise, and he needs somebody that's willing to invest some time in training him.
Perfect.
And he will be a lovely family pet.
What's some of Milo's favorite activities to do?
Well, he has been walking in the dog park with one of our behavior staff. He loves the water, so he's a lab, so swimming, probably fetching ducks, though we've not gone there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Val. Just a reminder that one of our sponsors, and we'd like to thank you guys so much, Cora's Breakfast and Lunch, thank you for providing food for us and helping us nourish for the rest of the day. Next, we're going to go to Maddie, who's going to talk to a family about a dog that was adopted last year.
You may recall Robbie from our telethon last year. He sustained massive injuries from a car and spent weeks in pain, lost, and just recovering on his own. So when the Winnipeg Humane Society found Robbie, all of his bones had healed horribly, and they even found, bullets in him?
Pellets.
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 So they found pellets in him. Robbie had massive trauma. And Mitch, were you told that it was $5,000 to $10,000 worth of surgery to get Robbie repaired to what he is today?
Yeah, that's what the doctor quoted at the time. She probably didn't have it officially tallied up, but yeah, it took a fair bit to get him back together again.
Mitch is Robbie's owner, and today they're best friends. Mitch has had Robbie for about 10 months, would you say? 10 months? And so when you came to the Winnipeg Humane Society with your dad to look for a dog, what was it about Robbie that drew you in?
Well, he's just, he's generally a calm, cool character, and he was curled up in a little ball in his cage, and he just, I don't know, I guess he looked so alone, and he looked like a good guy to rescue.
Yeah. That's really heartwarming. And so did you know kind of when you found out about his injuries, did that make you nervous in considering your adoption, or were you even more kind of drawn to that?
I don't know one way or the other, but I mean, it was a bit of a concern, but I mean, even with us, I guess you never know what's going to happen in life. You know, with your older dogs, they may have issues too, so I guess the point is to give him as good a life as possible and enjoy him as long as we can, and hopefully it'll be happy and healthy.
Yeah. And how do you see the injuries that Robbie sustained? How do you see those injuries affect him today?
Well, he's probably like a old retired football player, jogging around sometimes, you know. You can see that he's got a bit of the athleticism there, but he's a little slower and a bit of a, I can't think of the word, but he can't run like most of the younger guys, but he gets around pretty good.
And you were mentioning to me before, the only time you've really seen him leap is when he was chasing after his, what was it, farmyard girlfriend, his country girlfriend?
His girlfriend. It was a love that wasn't meant to be, though, because...
A love that wasn't meant to be. Well, it's lovely to see Robbie has been adopted and is in such a loving home with you now, Mitch, and it's really a heartwarming story, and I mean, all the work the Winnipeg Humane Society put into helping Robbie heal from those injuries he sustained. Thank you so much for bringing him in today. It was lovely to speak with you and meet him. He's such a kind and gentle dog. Next, we're going to a dog which was fixed by the Winnipeg Humane Society and is now giving back by donating blood himself.
Smoothie is a healthy 7-year-old dog. She comes into the Winnipeg Humane Society every 4 months and lays perfectly still on this table while the nurses check her blood. Smoothie is a blood donor. She's been donating for 3.5 years.
There's such a need for canine blood. I mean, there's so many dogs that require surgery, and the surgery requires blood transfusions.
Smoothie spent some time at the Winnipeg Humane Society as a puppy and needed 3 surgeries.
It's just a way of her giving back, I guess. And I know that's hard to explain to her sometimes why she's doing it, but you know, we just like the idea that you know, she's giving something back.
A dog can give about 2 cups of blood in one donation. That's 10% of its blood volume. The benefits are huge.
We've used plasma to treat puppies with suppressed immune system, whole blood for animals that have had major bleeding, packed red cells for shock situations. So it's excellent that it's centered right here and available to us.
The Canadian Animal Blood Bank has blood collection clinics set up all over the city. You need to make an appointment, but the process is quick and easy.
A lot of people, first-timers, are amazed at how that's all. That's all he had to do was get a belly rub and lay still for 2 minutes. And it's true. It is so simple. It is quite amazing.
The blood is used in surgeries at clinics across Canada. These surgeries can be expensive, and Dr. Ansu says that every donation helps.
When we have a case that's requiring emergency blood products, it does cost a fair amount of money in the treatment of that animal, but we make the decision if we're going to be treating this animal, we're going to treat it properly, and we get all the stuff that we need for that animal, materials, blood products, surgery, whatever it needs. When we like to commit to an animal, we want to make a full commitment.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Hi there. So we're here with Sylvia, who is from Cora's. Thanks for joining us, Sylvia. Cora's is actually one of the sponsors for the 1001 Donations Telethon today. So just tell me a little bit about why your company believed that it was a great idea to get involved today.
Well, Cora's, we've been neighbors with you guys for about 13 years, and we're very active in the community. It's a very family-oriented restaurant, so the fact that we want to donate to help with the animals, and such family-friendly pets, right? So.
And I know you told me that you actually had a dog growing up, so tell me a little bit about that and how I guess you think that having an animal growing up really adds to your family.
Well, I just love animals. I mean, they're always there for you no matter what. There's definitely a dog is a man's best friend, and I had a Shih Tzu for about 13 years, and then, you know, after that I had a Beagle Pomeranian, and she's still alive and kicking, and I just love her so much. I just love how happy they are when you walk through that door. It just makes you something special, you know, always makes you feel good about everything.
Yeah. And I know you were saying that Cora's really likes to get involved in the community. Do you know of anything else that Cora's does, aside from helping out the Winnipeg Humane Society, that makes them an active community member?
Honestly, I don't know.
No,
no, I don't know.
fine.
I just know about this.
And another quick question, what's your favorite menu item at Cora's?
Ooh, wow.
I know you must have a few.
Definitely strawberry waffle as a sweet, and then if you want to go for salty, I would go for either crepe omelet or eggs Benedict, because our hollandaise sauce is pretty addicting.
Right on. Awesome. Well, thank you again so much for being a sponsor and for coming and talking to us for a few minutes. Coming up next, we have Erin, who is actually going to be talking to a 10-year volunteer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, Kathy. I'm just going to let you know that our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Service, thank you so much to them. Text RESCUE to 41010, call 204-972-1001, or go online to donate. All of your donations really count, and they're really helping out these lovely animals.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm here with Kathy, who's been volunteering here at the Humane Society for 10 years. This year, right?
This February, yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you do here, or what you've done?
Sure. Currently, I do something called evening animal care, where I come in and basically go around and check on every cat in the shelter, in adoption and in holding and in the isolation areas, make sure that their water's all topped up, make sure that they've got food, make note of how much food they've eaten, and make sure everything's in order. And if they're, a little scared or not really eating, try to love them up a little bit and get them comfortable and eating again.
Oh, okay, so how long does that take? How much time does it take to go around?
It kind of depends. I usually come in around 4:30. The shift is probably about 3 hours long, but depending on who's here and what's happening, I'll spend maybe, a lot of extra time with a scared cat. So, 3 hours in an evening kind of thing usually.
Great. And before you did this, you said that you have fostered and done other things as well?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of stuff. My husband's a volunteer as well. So we've both done special events like the Paws in Motion. We were fosters for several years for a lot of the cats. I think we did about 35 fosters. Only kept 3, so that's not too bad of an average. And before that, I've done work with dog behavior and quiet time, things like that too as well. But I'm really, really loving the evening care.
And so why do you volunteer for all these years?
It makes a difference. It really does. You think about it, everyone always says, oh, volunteering, I could never do it. There's so many animals. I'd want to take them all home. And after a little bit, you kind of don't. And you realize that you're just doing it one animal at a time. And you're making a difference in one life, right then and there. And it feels really, really awesome. Yeah.
Great. So, of course, if you can donate at home, that's amazing. But if you can't donate, what's your advice for people who are maybe looking at fostering or wanting to do something different?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many ways that you can help. I mean, if you don't have the time perhaps or, you know, the ability to leave your home for periods of time to come here or work with animals, or maybe you have allergies but you want to do something, you can do special events. You can help out with that sort of thing where you're not in like direct contact with the animals, or you can, if you have a space in your home, like even one room that you can close the door, you could think about fostering, because there's always animals that need to be fostered, like mums and their new litters, animals recovering from surgery, things like that. So you can always talk to the fostering department here at the shelter, and they have all sorts of info, and it's another really wonderful way to do it. And as with everything, I mean, everything has a cost involved, because when you're fostering, the shelter provides all the food, the supplies, and everything like that. So donations help with that as well.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming in today. You're watching the Liberty Tax Service is putting this on, the 1001 donations. Right now we are going to see a story about Snowflake, a dog that was in he's our first guest today. He was a burn victim when I guess it was a truck. Yeah, so definitely stay tuned and check that out.
Ointment, eye ointment. All right, we'll get her up.
Every day for weeks, Snowflake lay on this table for treatment after she was in a semi-truck accident when her owner, Wade Newman, lost control and crashed into an excavator.
I remember seeing bright yellow and hammering the brakes, and then truck sliding onto it, slipping onto its side and sliding, and flames coming up through the floorboards. And I was holding on for like dear life, so it's like I was just holding on to the steering wheel with everything I had.
Newman and his other dog, Sasha, escaped with minor injuries, but as Dr. Melanie Youngs, a veterinarian at the Winnipeg Humane Society, explains, Snowflake suffered severe burns all over her body.
The left side of her body seemed to take the worst of the burns. She's been through quite an awful ordeal. It's still going to be evolving every day. You know, all we can do is keep treating and looking at them. You know, the initial burns, some of them are obvious right off the bat, but others, deeper tissue injury because of the intense heat, those can take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to fully show how severe they are.
For 15 minutes every day, Snowflake went through hydrotherapy, a painful but necessary process to treat her wounds.
So we're basically just, you know, washing the areas with cool water, so that's going to keep everything clean, wash away all the tissue exudate as the body is trying to heal itself. The cool water can reduce some of the swelling as well. So right now we're basically just, you know, burns are open wounds, so we just have to treat them as wounds and keep them bandaged, keep them covered, keep them clean, and change those dressings at least every day. Like, all of this can heal. It's just skin. It just takes time. It is going to be a lot of work and, you know, take a lot of resources, both time and materials, for us to treat Snowflake. But it's just, you know, we really want to help her, and we really want to help the family. All right, Sweet Pea, now to start the mummification process.
That mummification process involved Youngs and her assistants bandaging some of the smaller wounds, cleaning others with honey, and then wrapping Snowflake up.
And then we'll still have to warm her and sit with her to recover, so probably another, you know, half hour. And then this afternoon we'll just give her some love and some roast chicken. And tomorrow we will do this again.
But first, someone like Marissa Kelso would sit with Snowflake for half an hour and blow dry her fur by hand. The whole process took a lot of time and a lot of love, but the staff said it was well worth it to help Snowflake and Newman.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine the terror for her and the terror for the owner. It would have been quite an ordeal, that's for sure.
And one of the hardest parts for Newman was waiting for Snowflake to come home.
They're my life. I'm with them all the time. They come to work with me. They ride around in all vehicles with me. It's like they're with me all the time. You know, like, I don't plan on having kids. These are hits, so they're there all the time. Yeah.
Can't wait for you to come home, girl. Hey.
Now, Snowflake is healing, healthy, and happy back at home with Newman.
Well, thank you very much.
Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Thank you. And again, Pet Plan Pet Insurance is doubling any donation that is $50 or higher. So every donation that you have that's $50 or higher, you simply are donating double that because of Pet Plan Pet Insurance. I'm here with Jeff of the K9 unit from the Winnipeg Police and Maya, who is a narcotics dog. So can you explain me to what the relationship with you guys at the K9 unit is with the Humane Society here?
You know, we come and we do training seminars. We have a very good working relationship. We take their dogs, all of our dogs go to the vet in Sierra next door. And just like I said, a working relationship. We come here, try to help out as much as we can, volunteer at items or events such as this because it's so valuable.
So what's an average day for Maya and yourself?
Well, the dogs each come home with us, so we both wake up really early, ready to go. Our day shift is from 7 in the morning till 5 in the evening. Evening shifts are usually, go on throughout the night and that, but we'll get up, usually give her some food, get her to get her legs running and throw the ball a bunch. You can see that she's very ball driven and everything she does is for the balls, so we'll get them going and then we sign on to our cars. She gets in the back, we get ready to go and get dispatched to where we got to go.
Do you guys get like full days off?
Yeah, you know what, we work a 5-10, it's called the 4-10 schedule, so we work 5 days on, 4 days off. The dogs obviously live with us. They do have kennels and all that we have on our properties that they stay with us, and the winter months they're all heated, and yeah, just like they're our pet, but at the end of the day they're our partner. They come home with us and they know when they go to work.
So what does Maya do when she's on the job exactly?
Well, what Maya does is Maya specifically trained for narcotics. We have 12 service dogs on within our department right now. And she's the only one that's specifically trained in narcotics. The rest of them are apprehension and which is obviously tracking for bad guys, either doing robberies, breaking enters, anybody that's fleeing from police. And we do have 2 explosive dogs. That's sole purpose is to look for explosives and such. And like I said, she's got a pretty big agenda that she searches for the narcotics, and she's been extremely helpful and seasoned stuff within helping out the service.
How long has Maya been doing that for?
She's 7 years old. She's been, I guess, active duty for 4 or 5 years, and but she's been fully trained, and she's spayed, but she did have a litter before, and we have a breeding program within the Winnipeg Police, and she had a litter, and they're obviously all her pups are growing up, and they're all there without North America, or some of them are on with the service. So.
That's fantastic. How long is the training program?
To do the drug detector course, usually 6 to 8 weeks. To do the apprehension is about 16 weeks. It's very intense. You know, the dogs pick up on it right away. When I came into the unit, I've only had Maya for just over a year now, but it was more her teaching me how to do the job. So she's a very, very smart individual.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. We really appreciate having you come out and show up here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Next we're going to Maddie, who's going to talk to us about Captain the puppy.
I'm here with a lively 3-month-old Captain and Paul, who's a volunteer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. So Captain is up for adoption, and he has a lot of energy, and he is so much fun, and he's actually currently recovering from a skin infection, but he's super happy-go-lucky and has been socialized with other dogs and has done fine. So Paul, can you tell us a bit about your experience with working with dogs here at the Winnipeg Humane Society and what you like about Captain here specifically?
Well, I've been volunteering at the Humane Society for 8 years. I started off as a cat cuddler, then moved into dog walking, and now I'm considered to be a kennel buddy, working with adoptions or at the back and work with behavior, so that all the dogs that you see out front are dogs that I've probably worked with, myself and my wife, over the past several years. So one of the things that we like to see every once in a while is we get a dog that we've worked with, they come up to the front, and then somebody adopts them, and we get to see them go home. And you know, like I said before to you, it's kind of a bittersweet kind of thing, but we know they're going to a good home, and this is what the 1001 donations is all about, is getting money for the Humane Society so that they can do the good work that they do and get dogs like Captain here, who's chewing my fingers. Thank you, Captain.
So I understand that donations, both large and small, are appreciated, and I even just learned that newspaper is something that the Winnipeg Humane Society oftentimes needs more of, because all of their pets, like Captain here, uses the newspaper on the bottom of their kennel. So what could you do with a donation of $5 or $10?
$5 or $10 could probably help to go towards some of the food costs, like like cans of food or maybe small toys. You can also bring the money to the Humane Society. They have bins where you can drop the money in, and all of that money goes towards the Humane Society. Yeah. So you also. The other thing about donations too, besides the newspapers that if you have, because they go through like a ton of newspapers. Right. If you have a dog kennel at home that you've outgrown, or your dog is outgrown, the Humane Society will accept donations of kennels and blankets and towels as well. So it doesn't always have to be money. It can be something as simple as a towel or a blanket, because it'll be put to good use here.
Right.
Hey, Captain, what do you think? Captain is very interested in my fingers because he's very young. He's 3 months, 2 weeks old. He's been spayed already, neutered and spayed.
And I understand that when you spay and neuter and you do all of the work on a dog, that money is what people at home will put towards, that's what their adoption fee goes towards, paying for the surgeries and the things that have already kind of been taken care of by the Winnipeg Humane Society. Even the shots, I understand they get.
Includes a clean bill of health from the Humane Society. The shots up until how old, it depends on how old the puppy is, but it gets their shots. And if you were to do this on your own, it would probably cost you a lot more to do it. Also too, both Petland and PetSmart have events every month, and the dogs and cats from the Winnipeg Humane Society go there, and we try to get them adopted from Petland or PetSmart. So there are those events. So if you can't come down to the Humane Society, you can check out Petland and PetSmart, see when those events are on. And if the dogs or cats don't get it, or the dogs especially, if they don't get adopted that particular day, they will come back here to the Humane Society. I know you want to go play on the floor, don't you? You want to meet everybody.
So there's also a line for, kind of a hotline for new pet owners called Yelp Line, and if you have a new pet that you need some help with, maybe you're not sure what the next step is, Yelp Line is always there. You can call it any time, and it's there for your help. Thank you so much, Paul, for sitting down to talk with us about Captain and dog adoption, and it's been lovely to meet you, Captain. You're very fun and lively. Next, we're going to Dog Socialization, which is a program the Winnipeg Humane Society puts on to help dogs get acquainted with other dogs.
People have been really wonderful, and it's actually kind of a neat thing for my job because it's like Christmas for me. I come back here and it really warms my heart that somebody has thought about donating some food. New stuff every day, I sometimes see stuff that I kind of look at and I go, what is this? Oh, look, some socks. So as donations come in, they need to be put in areas where different departments can find the things that they need, such as cat food or where to find cat litter. We get lots of newspaper, which we use for critters. And then we also use it to line puppy cages. So a lot of newspaper comes in, a lot of donations that we're very appreciative of because we do have a lot of animals that we care for, where it be small little critters up to big dogs. So yeah. Cat food. We go through a lot of cat food, where it be kittens or adult cats. Toys are awesome to get. It's like Christmas for the cats, so every day they like to have something different, because throughout the day they've discovered how to use it, and it's really nice to have a new toy. So this is actually something that you'll see in the cat condos. So it's a ball on a track, and it's very inviting, and it's lots of fun. So I'm going to put that with cat things over here. I know sometimes maybe the items that they're donating were items that belong to their animal, that the animal has passed away. So you know, I always appreciate that, and you know, it's nice that people are thinking about us.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
So we got LeBron, this is the black guy.
Okay.
This is Tiger.
Nice.
And this is Ellie.
Well, we just have these three in together because they came in together. They're not bad dogs, it's just they just got some quirks, or they just some things that need to work on. We do get a fair amount of puppies in the socialized. But these guys in particular, they were more unsure than some of the other dogs we've seen previously. But actually, we're quite surprised at how well they've progressed in their socialization.
Gentle.
Last week, this girl, the black and white dog, she was hiding in the corner while these two played. And so not only she's come out of the corner, she's actually approaching Sarah, which again shows me an element of trust there, that she's willing to come out, even though there's a scary camera in her face, of course, and she's doing really well. So it's really rewarding to see the progress that these guys are making. So the next goal is to put the leash on them, and still play with them so that they don't know that leash is a good thing, and then proceed from there. So these guys might go to foster. We're not sure just yet, but we're looking at, the next step would be either to send these guys through to adoptions or to foster. So with our foster department, that's another huge thing that is a great asset to the shelter. I think Alexa, our foster coordinator last week, said that we had close to 100 animals in foster, which is crazy if you think about it. It's a lot of foster parents that are really helping us out. I mean, otherwise those animals would have to sit in the shelter with various needs that we may not be able to tend to with 100 animals with 100 different needs. So it's a huge help. Every aspect of it is rewarding, from the fact that people choose us to bring the animals to when they're in need, they choose us.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
137 days. That's how long this sweet little adorable dog Wea has been here, and we're here to talk to a couple of volunteers and Catherine about finding her forever home or getting her into a foster home. Why don't you guys tell me a little bit about Wea's crazy personality and what we're looking for in a foster home?
Well, Wea has been moved to the back because we found that she's very, very stressed here in adoptions. So we thought in her best interest we'll move her out of that area. She's not presenting very well, so that's one of the reasons why she's been here for so long. But as you can see, she's an absolute sweetheart. She gets quite overwhelmed with other dogs. She did come in with other dogs. It's just that here with the hustle and bustle and so much is going on, it's too much. So we're looking for a foster home, hopefully somebody that will adopt her so she doesn't have to go to a foster home. However, we are looking for a foster home for her so that she can have a break from the shelter, because it is quite stressful in this environment. But, for the people like Cindy, who has worked with Wea, they say that she's an absolute sweetheart. She really loves her stuffed toys, but it's just that, here she's not doing so great.
Can you tell me a little bit what it's been like to work with Wea and how much you want her to find a home?
It's been awesome. I love her. She's just been here too long,
When you get her outside, she just enjoys walking. Like the other day I went with her, I took her for like an hour, and we sat at the park, and people walking by interacted with her, and she was really good. And I just like to say, like, those of you, watching, making donations, every small amount helps. Some of the leashes that you use, the behavior department uses on the animals are expensive. So even a small donation of $10 really helps towards that.
It's also important to note that if you don't have the money to donate, there's other options. There's volunteering, there's fostering. Can you tell me a little bit, Catherine, about what goes into fostering?
Sure. We don't ask our fosters to spend any money on the animals. Now, they can, a dog like Rhea might need 2 weeks, they might need 6 months commitment. There's a varying amount of time, but we don't ask fosters to spend any money. So we supply all the food, the kennels, the bowls, if it's mum and babies, the newspaper, if it's kittens, oh my goodness, kittens are adorable. If it's kittens, there's cat litter, there's food, there's, all this care that needs to go into the animal. And that's just the actual everyday upkeep of the animal. It doesn't necessarily mean the medical bills. Jeff, for example, who was here for 9 months, he had an extensive amount of medical bills, and that was all paid for by the Winnipeg Humane Society. On top of the fact that the animal needs to be spayed and neutered. If there are medical concerns, skin infections, hypofood, all this has to be paid for somehow. And if you think about it, animal here, a cat, for example, is $79 to adopt, depending on the age, and that really does not cover the spay and neuter of the animal. So all these medical bills, your donations go towards paying for those things. So if an animal's in foster for upwards of 5, 6, 7 months, where does that come from? You guys, your generosity, the city of Winnipeg, helps pay for those animals.
Getting some action here. Thank you so much, Wea, for taking some time with us. Next, we're going to go to a story about donation sorters. And I just want to thank... Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. We're going to Jen on the phone, who's going to take us and tell us a little bit more about... Oh, hi. How much money we've raised. And we just want to thank Cora's Breakfast and Lunch as one of our sponsors today.
So far today, and any donation helps. We appreciate any size, $10, $50, whatever you can give. It goes to a good cause, and it will do wonderful things for these animals here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And so I'm here with Graham, and he is one of our phone volunteers, and so he's just going to tell us a bit about what he's been doing here today. So tell us about the phone calls that you've been getting today.
I've had quite a number of phone calls. In fact, one of them just recently, the mother phoned and she made a donation of $100, which pet insurance is doubling, so that's nice. Any donation over $50 is doubled. And she said, make sure that you put it in the name of her son, who's a regular volunteer here as well. And his name's Andre. So yeah, it's sort of neat.
That's wonderful, fantastic. And so you have a wonderful passion for animals, and so tell us about why you started volunteering here at the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Well, my wife and I, Linda and I were looking for an activity for our son Michael, who's got Down syndrome, and we're kind of dog people actually, but we felt that cat cuddling, he doesn't like to walk so much, so we picked cat cuddling, and it turns out to be very therapeutic. It's very relaxing to have a cat in your lap and pet him for a while every other Sunday.
Oh, that's wonderful. And you have animals of your own. Can you tell us about that?
Oh yes, I have 2 budgies, and I have 2 basset hounds who are quite crazy. They're actively insane. They're just all over the place.
And what do you love most about them?
Oh, I think the one dog, Oscar, he's getting older now, but he really goes crazy. He'll do a little dance when he wants to be fed, and he'll run back and forth around the house. If you find a tree that's at an angle, the basset hound will actually go up the tree to get a treat. So I can be 6 feet off the ground holding a treat, and the dog will run up the side of the tree to get the treat. So
that's awesome.
Funny.
And so, what do your animals mean to you?
Oh, they're very good companions, and of course they get us out of the house, get us walking, and that's a good thing to do too.
So these donations today are so important, and you feel they're so important as well. And so even just giving a little bit today, $10 can give a vaccine to an animal here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. $35 is a heartworm treatment, and $45 is behavior training aid. So anything you can give counts, and it goes towards saving these animals here, and it's just so fantastic. So we just need those, bring in those small donations. They count too. You can give big donations, and as we said before, Pet Plan Pet Insurance will be matching donations over $50. We just got another call in here. And so we're just getting wonderful calls in here, and so we keep pushing and bring in those donations. So thank you to Liberty Tax Services. They're our title sponsor of today. And now we're going to be heading to a story and talking about Mo, and she's a blind cat living on a farm.
So this is Mo. Mo is a little kitty that came to us. He was actually living in a barn, and the person who owned the barn knew that he could not see, so he was born this way. And being quite concerned about the cats in her care, she figured that he was unlikely to be able to do very well living outside in a barn if he was blind. So, I don't know if our viewers know, but we do have a Barn Buddies program where if we have cats that come into us that maybe don't have a temperament that's suitable to live in a home, then we will still do all their medical care and spay and neuter them, and then we find suitable barn placements for them where they can go live in nice, warm, cozy barns. So that, gives them still a chance at having a nice life. And so, the woman was able to, give another cat a home through that Barn Buddies program, and in exchange, we got to have adorable little Mo. So, you may be able to see from his eyes, when you look through the center, the pupil, normally that should look fairly black, but in his it's looking very white. So he has bilateral cataracts. So that's a change to the lens of the eye, which is the part of the eye that helps us to focus. And because his are so, have already progressed so far, he is completely blind, but he gets around very well and does just fine. So, lots of people obviously have fallen deeply in love with Mo here, and so we really wanted to give him a chance. The tricky thing with cataracts being that, unfortunately, right now they're not causing him any problems except that he can't see, which is not a big deal. He could live happily in a home, blind, but there is a risk that they can cause inflammation in the eye, which can then lead to glaucoma. And glaucoma is a very serious and painful condition in the eye, and really at that point the only treatment would be to remove the eye. So, in his case, what we have decided to do is that we're going to adopt him out. And if Mo ever in his lifetime ever gets into trouble with his eyes, if he does develop glaucoma, it's not a guarantee. It may never happen. He may live the rest of his life blind and happy. But if it ever does happen, then we want to support that adopter, and we'll be here for Mo for his entire life. And if he ever needs to come back to us to have an eye surgery, then that's what we're prepared to do to give him a chance at a happy and healthy life.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Are we on? All right, so Catherine is going to tell me a little bit about the Dog Ambassador Program here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. All right.
Okay, so this is Amigo. Now, from what I hear from Amigo's family, he has already been volunteering this morning. Well, around this afternoon. He has been out on the boulevard, rah-rahing, trying to get some donations. Isn't that awesome?
What an awesome dog, and already working.
Yeah, for sure.
And he is so photogenic and so friendly.
Which is a bonus.
A very big bonus. And the name Amigo means friend in Spanish, so he's just a perfect friend. And what do ambassador dogs do?
Well, we started a program a few years ago. There were many people who wanted to, for shelter dogs to come and make an appearance at events. But we found that, for example, shelter dogs, they often get quite stressed. and to send them from a shelter to various events, it was quite stressful on them. And so we started a program where we invited our alumni dogs to join us and represent the Winnipeg Humane Society, just to show that, you know, shelter dogs are awesome dogs. They may be with us, they may have quirks, but you know what? They are wonderful dogs, they make wonderful pets, and it's just so nice that we can have that community here at the shelter that they can showcase themselves at these various events. Because I mean, look, who wouldn't want to see that face?
Exactly, he's so lovely, and having these ambassadors get out there in front just goes to show how great these pets are with people and with showcasing everything the Winnipeg Humane Society does.
Exactly. Now, if you have a shelter dog at home and would like to be part of this program, I urge you to come and join us. They do have to go through a little bit of an assessment. We check to see how social they are and how well they do in environments like this, because again, as you can see, Amigo's doing fantastic with all the cameras and the people around, but they have to be able to deal with that. But you know what? Give us a shout, and we'll test your dog, and we do urge you to come and join us because it's such a fun little community.
And what a great idea. Amigo is just loving all the attention here. He is so cute. What a great ambassador. We want to thank Liberty Tax Service, our title sponsor, and I also want to do a shout out to some people who've made some donations. Lisa donated $100. That's $200. That's great. That goes towards one cat, or can go towards one cat. Kathy donated $50. Thank you, Kathy. Melissa donated $5. That goes towards bandages. Every little bit counts. And Samantha donated $20. That's 2 vaccines, so that's excellent. Keep those donations coming. And right now we're going to go to a story with Laura, who's talking to Delilah from Liberty Tax Service.
There's a lot of prep involved in the surgery time.
Behind the Winnipeg Humane Society of Veterinarians, Yasmin is out cold and getting ready to lose her right front leg.
We don't exactly know what happened to it, but it's likely that she had the injuries since she was a puppy, and she had never received emergency or any medical treatment for it. So the bone kind of healed improperly, and now she has a bit of a crooked leg.
Yeah, like this is where all the surgery's happening. Okay. So prep like this. Right. And then like all this surface. Right. This leg will be up in the air, so you can prep the underside, and then you can prep the leg. Okay, okay. Understood.
The day started with an antibiotic and a shave for Yasmin. Yasmin had to have the leg removed to prevent future complications.
It's pulling her ulna, or elbow bone there, in the joint so that the joint is no longer working properly. So if left, she would develop severe arthritis in that joint.
So that's your really focused cleaning.
The leg is being removed from the scapula because it's less painful than going through a joint.
Yeah, and she'll wrap the leg.
This is sterile bandage material, so we can handle this leg. Okay, so the first cut goes down the spine of the scapula.
There's a little vessel.
Now, the total length of Yasmin's surgery is approximately 2 hours. We've just seen the beginning of it. You can see they're still carrying on behind me. The good news is that Yasmin will be in recovery this afternoon, and it will only take her about 2 weeks to recover, and then she can move straight on to adoption.
Yasmin is just one of thousands of animals cared for at the Humane Society Clinic each year.
If it wasn't for people's donations coming in, we wouldn't have a chance to save Yasmin. We wouldn't be able to do these types of procedures and just give animals the type of happy homes and the forever lives that they deserve.
It usually doesn't take long for dogs to adjust to having 3 legs, so Yasmin will be up and running around in no time.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi there, I'm Laura here with Delilah from Liberty Tax Service. Liberty Tax Service is, of course, the title sponsor for this telethon. There's a bit of a dog kerfuffle breaking out in the background. Just, you know, something that's going to happen at the Humane Society. So, like I said, Liberty Tax is the title sponsor for this event. This event wouldn't be possible without all of their wonderful support. Thank you so much for supporting this great cause. And I understand that you are quite the lifelong animal lover.
I am absolutely a lifelong animal lover. As a little girl, I had guinea pigs that were just darling. And then we had a beautiful long-haired dog growing up. And I'm now a mother of cats.
How many cats do you have right now?
I only have one cat. I have one cat at a time. My current cat is Mr. Logan. He was adopted from right here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. He's been with me now for about 3.5, almost 4 years. And he is an absolutely wonderful companion, and I don't think I could love him anymore.
Aw, that's so great to hear. And you said your second, sorry, Mr. Logan is your second cat, but you said your first cat was also from the Humane Society, right?
Absolutely. The old Humane Society that was down in Transcona, if anybody can remember that, I adopted my first cat from there. Her name was Muska. She was with me for 20 years and 3 months. She was an absolute diva, and I can't imagine having lived those 20 years without her. Pets and animals enhance our lives so much that it can't even be measured, the joy that they bring. Coming home every day to that extra little heartbeat, to the little paw prints running around the house. It's wonderful. And Leafy agrees.
Do you have any pets, Leafy?
Leafy has baby Leafies all over the Humane Society today. Leafy brought those little baby Leafies. I don't know, does somebody want to throw me a Leafy? Leafy has baby Leafies, not quite pets. I don't think he'd be allowed to have a pet. There you go, it's your baby.
But yeah, as you were saying, pets really do enhance our lives in such amazing ways. And I mean, that's why it's so important to support organizations like the Humane Society.
Absolutely. There's a wonderful selection here. Actually, it's funny, after I had lost my first cat who had been with me for 20 years, it's hard to replace a pet. And really, a pet can't be replaced, a pet that you've loved for years and years. So I wasn't ready to re-adopt immediately. I spent some time on the Winnipeg Humane Society website. There's a wonderful link where you can look at the available animals for adoption. And Mr. Logan was there. I kept on going back to his picture, going back. I guess I was online stalking him a little bit. I had wanted to adopt a long-hair orange cat, which there was one here available at the time. But there was something about Mr. Logan, just the way that he looked on the photograph, that I couldn't resist him. So I would just go back to his photograph until I came and I eventually adopted him. And it's been a win-win. He's enhanced my life tremendously. I absolutely love him.
Aw, that is so amazing to hear. They really do make our lives so much better. Thank you again to Liberty Tax for all your support for this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Hi, so we have Misty here, beautiful black kitten. She just came in about a week ago. She's 8 years old. And could you tell us a little bit about her?
Well, Misty, like you said, is 8 years old. Came in for about a week ago and loves attention. She will sit on your lap. She will, if you're doing a crossword puzzle, Misty will help you with it, even though you may not want her to, but she will help you with it. And she'll also sit on your computer as well, but she does love attention.
I have 2 black cats myself. I love them to bits and pieces. They were surrendered to me from people that I knew. There is a bad stigma that surrounds black cats. Could you let our viewers at home kind of know how it's not actually true?
Yeah, there's a misconception about black cats being, evil or being bad luck. There's absolutely no data whatsoever that supports the fact that black cats especially, are evil or, bring bad luck now. You may not be able to find her in the dark if your lights are turned off, but leave a light on for the cat, you'll find her.
Yeah, so Misty's been sitting on our lap here for about 5 minutes now, and as you can see, she's been relatively calm this entire time. This is great for younger children, older people, a cat who's able just to relax and have a good time with you. Something that you may not know about the Winnipeg Humane Society is that if you build a blanket, a 2-foot by 2-foot blanket for a cat such as Misty here, when Misty or another cat is donated, the blanket will go home with them. That's something I did not know. It's pretty interesting to know. The Humane Shelter also needs paper for cats.
If you have newspapers at home, donate them to the Winnipeg Humane Society because they will be used for cats in their runs because they go through tons and tons of newspaper, and also for puppies as well. Also, if people have any kennels that they've had their dog or their cat in and their cat has outgrown it or their dog's outgrown it, the Humane Society will also accept donations of your kennels as well. So it doesn't just have to be about the money. It can be as simple as donating a towel or a blanket to the Humane Society for them to use, and also Canadian Tire money as well, because the Winnipeg Humane Society uses a lot of Canadian Tire money to buy food for the cats and the dogs. And people like you, eh, Misty?
Great. So for a $50 donation, you can actually get somebody like Misty heartworm test and a vaccination when they come in. And you'll still have $5 left over to put towards something else. And again, with $50, we're going to be double the donation. But right now we're going to be going to foster parents who take in underweight kittens, and we want to take this time to thank Liberty Tax Service, our title sponsor, for the 1001 donations.
Okay guys, come on. Even though they look really small now, they're about almost half this size. And so they have grown, they have filled out, and they've, contrary to this little one right now, they have become quite the little cuddlers. She's just been fed, so she wants to go and play and burn off some of her energy.
Cinder and Chase were dangerously underweight only a few months ago, but thanks to plenty of wet cat food, they are back on track to be adopted.
Yeah. There. There you go. There you go.
Anita Jacobson has been fostering and feeding kittens from the Humane Society for over a year now.
The foster parents don't have to provide the food. The Humane Society provides the food, the litter box. It provides any vet care that is needed and regular shots while they are in foster, and we just have to take them there.
Jacobson says her and her husband are fortunate enough to be able to buy wet food for their foster kittens, but she knows not everyone is in a position to do that.
Keep going. Because they have to show me where their dishes are. Because if they don't show me, I might forget. Yes.
Once Cinder and Chase reach a safe weight, they'll be brought back to the Humane Society for adoption so they can find their forever home.
They're always going to need donations, whether it be wet food, whether it be money to help run the programs, whether it be dropping off litter. And one of the things that I didn't know was you can't just give them milk. It has to be cat milk because they are not going to be able to digest it. So sometimes if you're not sure of what to buy, even a couple of dollar donation can make a really big difference in their hands. Yeah, here are my little fat babies.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Ansu, Director of Animal Health for the Winnipeg Humane Society. While we really love large donations here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, even small donations are very much appreciated. $5, $10, or $25 can do a lot of good for helping dogs and cats in our community. Your $5 donation will buy one package of suture used to spay one cat. Your $10 donation can provide one monthly treatment of heartworm prevention. Your $25 donation will neuter one cat. Snip, snip. Your $50 donation will help spay a cat like Mittens here.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001 or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
We are here with Bentley and Stephanie. Stephanie, why don't you tell us a little bit about how Bentley joined your family? I know you work here and you kind of fell in love with him. Why don't you just tell us a little bit about this teensy-weensy little fella?
My little baby. So Bentley came into us. He was an own surrender. He was very, very scared, very shy, and it took him a lot of time to warm up to people. So I was working one day and I saw him, and he seemed to just be very attached to me, and I fell in love with him. So we did do a lot of work with him in our behavior department, and I just decided that I would adopt him.
Can you tell us a little bit about, you've shown me some toys here that all of the donations go towards. So can you tell me a little bit about this Kong wobbler and how important the donations for these items are?
Yes, we use the Kong wobbler here a lot, as well as the Kong that I have here. We use these a lot for dogs in our shelter. This is an excellent tool to keep their brains working. So what we do is we put food in the end and we freeze them. So it kind of makes like a little frozen treat. So the dogs work at it throughout the day, and it keeps their minds occupied. It keeps them working, especially for the dogs here. This is a very stressful environment for our dogs, so this gives them a lot of enrichment.
And what did you guys do for Bentley? Like you said that he was really nervous when he first came here. What went into working with him?
Well, it was a slow process. So you want him to come to you. So we started off by just letting him come to us, gave him treats when he did, a lot of positive reinforcement, and helping him come out of his shell. And he still is. He's not comfortable with all people. He is kind of a one-person dog, but he's come a long way since.
You were telling me that he is kind of the king of the house. You have a couple of other dogs, so he's good around other dogs. Just around people, he's kind of apprehensive.
Yeah, he loves being with other dogs. He loves my 2 huskies at home, but he's definitely in charge of them. He's the
Which
boss.
is funny because he's probably the size of your husky's head.
He is. He totally is. But yeah, he's in charge.
As someone who works here and knows the importance of the donations, and someone who has adopted, how important is today in the telethon and all the donations in the city of Winnipeg?
Today, this is amazing. That we wouldn't be able to do what we can do for the animals without you here, without your support. This is amazing.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bentley. Thank you. Did you want to say anything? He's got a cute little onesie on. What does it say?
It says, "Heroes come in all snouts and sizes."
That's so cute. Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you to Liberty Tax Services for being our title sponsor. Next, we're going to go to Brittany, who's talking to Alex from The Drive.
Thank you, Rhea. That was a cute little chihuahua. So cute. Funny story, when my mom first saw the word chihuahua spelled out, she thought it said chihuahua, not even realizing that's actually how you spell chihuahua. But I want to send a special thank you to Liberty Tax Insurance. They're our official sponsor for today, so thank you so much, as well as Pet Plan Pet Insurance. For every donation over $50, they're matching it. So $50 turns into $100, so really get those donations in. We've been real busy here. We're about halfway through, but we still got about 4 more hours to go, so you really want to get those donations in. And we've got a lot of fun activities going on. We've had 94.3 The Drive here all day, and Alex, you're just joining us today?
I am, yeah, I'm here for a few hours, yep.
And what do you think of it so far? Have you been to anything like this before?
Yeah, we did it last year. It was unbelievable. But this year, we really gotta get more than we had last year. We always gotta get more, right?
And Alex, do you have a pet yourself?
I do. I actually got a pet here from the Winnipeg Humane Society, a little cat. Thought it was a short hair, turned out to be a long hair. He shed, but he is the cutest cat and so cool.
And what's his name?
Lenny, little Lenny.
And what has Lenny brought into your life?
Oh, you know what? He's a little mischievous at times, but the joy, he puts a smile on our face. I have another cat too, and keeps company for my other cat, Emma, and the two of them are just best of friends. And I was actually going to IKEA, believe it or not, and I had an inkling because I had lost my other cat. And I said, you know what, maybe let's go check out with the Winnipeg Humane Society. And that day, we ended up, instead of going to IKEA, we came here and left with a cat. So it can happen.
And how long have you had Lenny?
just over a year now, just over a year, so.
Why do you think it's important for people to donate to the Humane Society?
Well, you know what? People don't realize maybe that all the funds here, it's volunteers, it's donations, and the work that you guys do here takes a lot of money, from the operations to the food to the litter. Like the cost is unbelievable. And people think that it's maybe from the government subsidized. No, it's all donations. So we need you. Can't do it without you.
And what do you enjoy most about being a pet owner?
Just the stories you get and some good Instagram photos. So, yeah, they just put a joy on your face. It's like having a little, when you come home, there's somebody there to greet you, you know, and has missed you all day long. So.
I've been debating about setting up an Instagram account for my cat, but she doesn't like the camera. She hides every time.
Oh, my guy Lenny, he'd love it. Loves the camera, yeah.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
So we're going to head over next to look at a video about Jeff. Now, Jeff was a really sick dog, but he came to the Humane Society, and the Humane Society helped him out, and now he's found his forever home.
Jeff has been with us since July 2015. He came in with his puppies, his siblings, and they came in with quite a few extensive medical concerns. He did have... He initially came in with scabies, or a sarcoptic mange, and unfortunately, because that is highly contagious to both dogs and humans, he had to be kept away from other animals during his time here. Now, when he came in, he was a very, very young puppy, about 6-7 weeks of age, and so during that time, he was kept away from puppies. He actually missed out on a lot of key socialization aspects. Now, he is a fantastic pup, especially through everything that he's gone through. He's 9 months old now. But the unfortunate thing is he is a little bit of a bull in a china shop at times. So we could just fine-tuning his manners and just teaching him just a little bit of impulse control so that when he does meet other dogs, that he's not a bit of a bulldozer. And so you can see how much energy he's got. That as a puppy in a cage that he's not allowed out because he's got various diseases or various parasites and stuff. You know, that's a lot of dog. And the problem, the reason why behavior's really been kind of looking after him also is that that lack of impulse, and even though it's not aggressive behavior, it's just very much Tarzan behavior. And so anytime he came across a dog, because he'd been so deprived and really didn't learn the social basics as a young pup, he was very gung-ho, which is very, very intimidating to other dogs who jump on their backs and grab at their ears and can often get another dog's back up because of that type of behavior. So we've been working a little bit on teaching him that calm behavior allows you to interact with the dog, and if you're really wound up, the interaction ends. Or we try and sort of end it before he gets to that stage. In addition to teaching him those impulse control exercises, which hopefully allows him to think before he acts, whereas when we first started working with him, he was acting before he was thinking, which often is not the best situation. Sit again. First thing first, we have to teach him the basic manners prior to expecting him to utilize those manners around other dogs. Okay, so we just have to teach him the basics. So he's learning here. The longer he sits still, good things happen. Although he keeps choking on his treats. Here, honey. Good job. Sit, please. Sit. Now, because he's been in our care an awful long time, with the extensive medical concerns there, we have spent a lot of time and effort and money on both medical care and behavioral care for him.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
And that Jeff, the dog, just got adopted on Friday, so what a transformation. And here we are with the Goods, and they just adopted Henry, who you saw earlier today with Zoe. They adopted Henry 2 weeks ago. And so I'm here with Dan, Laura, Emmett, and Jack. And it turns out that Jack was the one who decided that Henry was going to be part of the family. So Jack, how old are you again?
6.
You're 6 years old. Wow. And so can you tell me, from what I understand, you're feeling kind of blue, and your mom and dad took you to the Humane Society to cheer you up. And what happened?
I fell in love with Henry.
You fell in love with Henry. Do you like his color? Was it the eyes? What about him made you want to take him home?
Because he looked cute.
He looked cute. I think so too. But from what I understand, it's 3-year-old Emmett. Oh, there it is. Who Henry really listens to. They go to the dog park, and sometimes Emmett calls him. Dan, why was it time to bring another dog into the family?
Because I couldn't break his heart to say no to adopting him. Basically, yes.
And it's a really good place for families just to come. Even if you're not sure you want a dog, the Goods took home Henry, and they have another dog at home. How old is your other dog?
10-year-old. It's a Chihuahua Dachshund cross, so a lot smaller than this one.
And Henry's not too big in the first place, but yeah. I understand you went with a smaller dog because Lady doesn't really like bigger dogs. Is that right?
Well, it was our cat that doesn't like bigger dogs, so we had a smaller dog for the cat. And Jack fell in love with Henry, so we took Henry. Henry and Lady, our dog, they like each other. They'll play with each other. Our cat doesn't like the dog. Our dog loves the cat, though.
It's a full house at the Goods. So do you have any advice for people who are integrating another dog into their family? Some people might say, oh, I already have 2 cats. I can't pick up another one. Or I have 2 dogs. I can't get another one. But the Goods did. So what advice would you give to people who are bringing a brand new animal into their home?
Be patient.
Just like this, right?
Yeah, like this. You can't force the relationship onto the pets. They will figure it out on their own, and that's about it.
Yeah, and Laura, I know that you were telling me earlier, Henry has a little bit of a separation anxiety. So what does that mean?
Basically, it means it's a lot of work to just get out of the house and go grocery shopping at this point. You have to do a lot of fake exits with him. And just reassure him when you come back that you're not going to leave him, because he was left in his crate for quite a bit of time, and he does get very, very anxious about it.
Okay, so even more of the patience, right? Yeah. All patience. What about, Emmett is 3 years old, and Jack is 6 years old. What advice would you give to young families? Like, it's a pretty full house at the Goods place. So could you give any tips or tricks for people who have young children who are looking for a dog?
Just introduce them. We brought our dog here twice before we took Henry home. Henry and Lady and the kids were all back in the behavior room together. They were all integrated. We went for walks together just to make sure that it was going to be a fit and it wasn't going to be any power struggles or challenges.
So really take your time, get to know them, because they're going to be a family member, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's what everyone here at the Humane Society really wants to stress, is that you're picking up a family member. You're adopting someone who's going to be part of your life for a very long time. And it looks like Henry has a great home here with Lady. And what was your cat's name?
Missy.
Missy. Sassy Missy.
Yeah. Missy is from the Humane Society as well.
Who is, sorry?
Missy is from the Humane Society.
So we have a long-term Humane Society family here. Thank you so much for coming. Once again, I want to thank our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. And right now, we're going to head out to Katrina. She's in the lobby, and she's speaking with a dog owner named Ted and his dog, Scarlett.
We can just look at that. Wow, Henry is such a sweet dog. And you know which other dog is really sweet? Scarlett. Scarlett is very cute, and she's here with her owners at Ted and Isabel, who rescued her from her long time here at the Humane Society. And can you tell me a little bit about this connection you've made with Scarlett?
Well, Scarlett's been fantastic. She's full of energy, she's full of life, and she keeps us going, keeps us active all the time, so she's been a welcome addition to the house.
She's a cuddly poo. You wouldn't know it from looking at her, but she loves the cuddle.
That's excellent. And so Scarlett was here for quite some time before she found her forever home. How did you make the decision that she was the right fit for you?
You know what? We came and we took a look at some of the dogs that were here, and this one really jumped out at us. She was quite active, quite hyper in when we looked through the window, and so we decided to take her for a little walk around the back, and at the end of it, that was it.
That's great.
And the volunteers here loved her, so they all had good words to say about her.
And that helps. Our volunteers work so closely with these dogs to get them ready for adoption.
They do.
And
a lot with her.
yeah, and they make sure that they're ready for their home so that, you know, there's not so much of a transition. But I know that you also did take her to obedience lessons here. And what has she learned?
Oh, she's learned to sit and you do it, dear.
Yeah, she's learned all sorts of things. Most of it is just paying attention to us and that sort of stuff, and coming to us and that sort. That's the great thing about the Humane Society is they support you afterwards. There's a bunch of programs that you can belong to, and training classes as well as off-leash classes, that sort of stuff. They also have a Yelp line, so that if you do have any issues and things like that, you can call them anytime.
That's so great. And Yelp line, what a clever name. And so we've known that she's very hyper. What do you do to take her out and get rid of all that energy?
That's a chore. That's probably the biggest challenge I've got. So we're walking at least a couple times a day, and we've got a nice backyard that she goes out to quite a bit, and then we have a couple of toys that she plays with, and she loves chewing on bones, that sort of stuff. So
She loves going to the dog park and playing.
yeah, we take her to the dog park as well, off-leash park. So try and keep her active as much as we can.
That's great. I know she likes to snuggle too, so she also likes her downtime. She's such a great companion. Oh, and she's getting noisy. She's a rambunctious girl. Oh, Scarlett. Well, you know what? We just love that you've adopted her and welcomed her into your home. We have a lot of dogs up for adoption, so make sure you come by and check them out. Maybe you'll find your forever friend. Right now, I want to thank Rieger's Printing. They're our corporate compassion sponsor. And next, we're going to a story about Mr. Stevie, a cat who was sadly hit by a car, but after being worked on here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, he's making a great recovery.
He's a very handsome boy. So this is Mr. Stevie that was hit by a car. He ran away and the owners couldn't find him. And then a week later he came home, but he was having a lot of trouble breathing. So they brought him to us. And he damaged his diaphragm. And when that was damaged, a bunch of his abdominal contents went up into his chest, and that was causing a lot of problems with breathing, and actually broke his pelvis. His stomach, his spleen, some intestines, and omentum, which is kind of a curtain that covers your intestines, were all up on in his lungs on the left side. So what we had to do is we took him to surgery, and we repaired the diaphragm, put everything back in the abdomen that belonged in the abdomen, and sewed him up. And then he was having quite a bit of trouble after surgery with one of his lung lobes didn't want to reinflate. So he had some chest tubes in him. That's why he shaved in such a funny pattern. He had tubes on either side so we could draw off air if it was leaking out of the lungs. Those were in place for several days. His tubes came out yesterday. He's doing well. He still has the broken pelvis. So he'll need still about a month of cage rest. We call it cage and cuddle. So cuddle him on the sofa for a while for attention, and then back in the kennel to really reduce that activity so the pelvis can heal. And then hopefully you stay inside after that. Cats sneak out and people think, oh, well, he'll be fine, you know, or maybe they didn't notice him get out, or maybe they don't realize how dangerous it can be, but yeah, it's a tough world for a cat on the mean streets of Winnipeg. Even when he first came in, he was such a sweet cat. I mean, he was purring and happy to be here, and you just want to do everything you can for them. As long as they let us treat them, we want to treat them. His owners really love him. Didn't have any place to turn. Couldn't afford to take him to the vet, so they did the right thing calling us and hopefully get him back home to them. He's had a lot done, surgery-wise and chest tubes and so on, and a bill like this at a regular vet clinic can be several $1,000s. We certainly couldn't afford to send him out to another vet, so the donations supply this clinic. They fund this clinic, they fund our staff and all our equipment, and we can look after him with their donations, even small donations. Suture materials, about $5 a package. He had about 4 or 5 packs of suture, so that's 4 or 5 donations of $5 contributed to the surgery. So all the little things, they add up. I mean, it's expensive to do some of this stuff, but if everybody pitches in a small amount, it makes a big difference. And we're very fortunate that our donors support our veterinary team here. because there's a lot of cases like him that if we didn't have the clinic, he would just be euthanized. He's like, I want to get around and walk. Not allowed to walk yet.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
I'm here with Kevin and Penny. Penny is the dog Kevin adopted from the Humane Society 10 years ago, and she had a crazy set of circumstances.
Yes, she had been found out in the country on the side of a road. She had been shot in the leg, and the people that found her brought her here, and it turned out she had shotgun pellets in this leg here, and it was broken. And she spent 3 months here through 3 different surgeries. They tried a rod in her leg, they tried a bone graft, and finally an anonymous donor paid to have a plate put in her leg, and that seemed to save it. So it was just after that we fostered her. So.
And then you kept her after you fostered her.
It was a failed foster. Even though she attacked our other golden retriever, she was pretty wild, being a farm dog. So she needed some training, obviously, and
you'd never know it to look at her now that she was wild. So would you say that adjusting her to other dogs was even maybe a bigger challenge?
That was the biggest challenge. Yes, like she would attack other dogs at the off-leash park, and I'd have.
How did you overcome that? How did she become this gentle, docile, loving dog?
Just over time, it's like, no, you can't do that. And eventually she understood, and suddenly she was running up and sniffing every dog at the park and being friendly. So
wow, that's so awesome to hear. How did you feel the first time that she came to your house when you were fostering her after she had been shot? Like, how did you feel when you heard that?
Well, I first saw the story on the news. She was featured on CTV News in a little segment, and yeah, I was like, how could people do something like that? And that's where the initial shock was. And then I thought, oh, I'd love to foster her, because I already had another golden retriever, and I thought they'd be compatible because he's had some leg issues as well, and with her, I thought they'd make a good match. So
she's 13 now, so she's a senior dog. But how have the long-term effects on her health been after the major surgery she had to go through?
You know what? She's had very little in the way of issues at all that I've had to take her to the vet for, other than some teeth surgery. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's like she got a new set of lives after that incident, and she's been so healthy ever since, knock on wood. And even though she hobbles on that one leg, she still runs like the wind. And even at 13, she still runs, and we ski jor as well with my other dog.
What is ski joring?
Ski joring is they're harnessed up and they're pulling me while I'm on cross-country skis. So
that sounds like fun.
It is, and yeah, so she slowed down this season, but last winter, at 12 years old, she had her fastest times in the whole 4 years that we had been ski joring together. So it's just amazing that what she went through with that leg, and there still is a plate in it, and she still hobbles on it, but she doesn't care. She just loves to run.
That's so great. That's such a beautiful story. Thank you so much for fostering her and for giving her such a good life into her senior years, and many more to come, hopefully.
And, yeah, kudos to Dr. Ansu and the medical staff here that saved her leg. It was just amazing that she was such a special dog here that they even kept her in the office during the day with the employees, and I remember when I first saw her, she was lying on a blanket in Vicki Burns' office. So that's how special she was even here.
Oh, so you're a very special girl. Oh, yes.
All right, well, next we're going to Maddie with Tucker, but first, a great big thank you to our sponsor, Rieger's Printing. They're our corporate compassion sponsor. So let's go meet Maddie and Tucker.
We're excited to be celebrating. We've hit $26,000 fundraised today. Woo! So that's a huge accomplishment, and we're looking to get 70,000 is our goal for the end of the day. We're going till 8 o'clock, and we still have 4 hours, so we're really looking for anyone to donate, big or small. It makes a world of difference for these animals. I'm here with Margaret and her dog Tucker, and Margaret is actually a volunteer with the Winnipeg Humane Society, and she worked with Tucker while he was up for adoption. And can you tell us a bit about why you decided to take home Tucker?
Well, I'd worked with him for quite a bit. He was really jumpy, mouthy, and one of the problems with the high energy dogs is kind of the longer they're here, they tend to get worse because they need lots of exercise and socializing, but they don't get it, and the more jumpy and mouthy they get, the fewer people will take them out because they get nervous of them. So it just got to the stage where I decided he was going down a bit. I thought he was getting worse, so he came home.
And for you, you had cats prior to owning Tucker?
I actually had 5. I've got 4 now. The small female rules him. She sits on his bed, she licks at his food, and she looks at him because he'll sit there and he won't do a thing. We have to physically move her. But
So introducing Tucker to your cats was not a big deal?
No, not actually. I mean, they do that in assessment here, and they'd work with him a bit, getting him used to. I think it was River that actually at the time.
Oh.
So when he came home, the cats pretty much kept out of his way at first. And when I was working, I would close them downstairs during the day. But then we tried it, and nothing happened, and so they're all out together nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah. And so for the other dogs that are here at the Winnipeg Humane Society and maybe have a lot of energy, what would you say to people who are maybe hesitant to take home a dog like that versus kind of the more mellow dogs?
Give them a chance. You've got to realize that nice as those rooms are, they're not normal. You know, they're closed in there, they're maybe not getting anywhere near enough exercise, they're not getting enough socialization. The staff work wonders, don't get me wrong, but there's a limited amount of time they can give them. And like I took him home, and he's been no problem, done nothing in the house, never damaged anything, like he's a good guy. You know, he still has his little times when he wants me, he's had enough walking, he'll grab a hold of my coat and we have to stop. You know, but other than that, he's great.
And I understand you have a pretty intensive exercise regime. Do you take him on 1.5 kilometers every morning?
Well, we walk for 1.5 hours every morning and about an hour at night. So we were in the forest this morning and actually got lost. We went off on a sidetrack. We were up to here in water. And this lady shouted at me from the main path saying, "Just head for my voice."
Having a dog is a real bonding experience, obviously. And I mean, there's dogs here today that are looking to be adopted. What was the name of the...
Gerald is probably a good replica of Tucker. He's not quite as big, but exactly the same. Very jumpy and mouthy, but yet we take him out to the forest or the park, and you've got a different dog. He's happy, he's walking, he's sniffing, he's smelling. Gabrielle takes him to the park and he sits and watches the kids play. Like it's a different dog.
Right.
You just have to give them that chance.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good to remember, and I think knowing the dog or an animal that fits into your lifestyle is really important to consider when you're thinking about getting a pet. So thank you so much, Margaret, for sitting down. It's wonderful to meet Tucker. He's such a sweetie. He's lots of energy. So next we're going to a clip which is talking about kennel cough and kind of the tips and tricks when dealing with that.
Kennel cough is a general term for infectious respiratory disease in dogs. It's
So the Barn Buddies program was designed by the Winnipeg Humane Society to provide every cat with a home. So some cats come to us who may not be great to be adopted out into the typical kind of family situation that most people are looking for. Not best to be an indoor cat, perhaps because they spent a few months or even a few years outside, but they're not quite feral. So it's basically designed for cats that have behavior issues that would make them unadoptable in a regular sense. And we designed it so that farms or workshops can adopt these cats for free, and these cats can live out their lives.
Oh, Deusa, you're going to be the friendly one today. Come on. Come on, Deuce. Come on. I actually saw it on Facebook. I liked the Humane Society page, and so I was able to, when I saw it, I quickly jumped on it and I reposted it because everybody out here always wants cats for their barn. So then I filled out my application, and I figured it'd be a couple weeks, but within a couple days I had a call. As long as you're not in a hurry, they'll come down eventually. I have the two dogs, Penny and Handsome, and I think I told you Penny is one of my former foster puppies because I used to foster for the Humane Society. And then I have Nick and Rebel, my horses. He's going to steam up your lens. And then the three cats. Come on, guys. Come on down. Come on. This is Daphne, the gray one that's about her same size that you were filming earlier. That's Annie. And then Deusa's the big black cat, Medusa. I tried brushing her today, which was kind of funny because she just immediately rolled onto her back. You know, I've always wanted to have the barn cats, but I'm a firm believer in having my pet spayed and neutered. I know quite a few people out in the country who have the colony, you know, where they've got a couple and they breed and they breed and they breed. So I'm not really fond of that. Sorry, everyone. So you always get people out here saying, well, I have a cat if you want one. And I say no just out of the principle because I don't want to support them doing that. Like, I want people to get their cats fixed and not have the colony. Because I think there's more than enough animals out there, you know, that need to be taken care of, that we don't need to be breeding extra ones. And Daff is a shoulder cat. If I'm up playing with the horses and she comes around, she likes to hop on. Yeah. She rides around like a parrot. Annie, come down. Come down.
For the Winnipeg Humane Society to care for a cat from the time that we get it to the time we adopt it out, it costs us about $180. So every cat that we adopt out, including the Barn Buddies program, the cats are spayed or neutered.
Have their nice warm box, they've got the straw, and like I said, they also like to stay up on the horses, so it works well for both. Keeps the horses warm, keeps them warm. Hey buddy, you like having your own cat, don't you? Yeah. You're saving a life, you know, how can you possibly go wrong with that? And nothing, they eat your rodents. They're very good mousers. You know, these aren't cats that were, you know, snuggled and brought up in the house, right? They're streetwise. They know how to hunt. How do you say this? I prefer to take animals that other people have somehow not done the right thing for. My dogs are both, like I said, Penny's from fostering, Handsome's from the animal shelter. The horses are the only ones that that came from a good background, but I have the space and I have the capacity, so I just think I should. Hopefully, happy stories make it better.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
All right, what a great story about the Barn Buddies. Now we're going to take a little break to take a peek behind the scenes. I've stepped off the social media forces to join my mom and our family dog, Molly. So, Mom, obviously you and I both know how important Molly is to our family and the difference that she makes. Can you maybe explain to some of the viewers a little bit about that special bond that we have?
Well, we have a really special bond with Molly as a family, all four of us, and I think what's important is that when we got Molly, all four of us were really involved in looking after her, and she was for pictures, and so you used a lot of lunch meat or treats. So every time you say the word chicken, she really responds to the camera. So she really knows, that the camera's there, and I think she even kind of understood your, like, listening to the click of the camera. So even now, when I point my cell phone at her, she's kind of ready for a picture.
She is. Yeah. Hey, Molly. Do you want to take another selfie? Do you know selfie? Hey, buddy. Come on. Come on. Cheese. Well, she kind of gets it. She's looking. She's slowly understanding cell phones. And Molly actually just celebrated her birthday the other day.
She did. She celebrated her 12th birthday on St. Patrick's Day. She was born on St. Patrick's Day, and the breeders all named the dogs Irish names. So we kept the name Molly. We thought it was really fitting. So she had her 12th birthday, but she also had a little bit of a rough week because her best friend Dakota passed away just before her birthday, and they were real buddies. And so in honor of Dakota, I'd like to make a donation today.
Well, thank you so much. That's a really great way to honor a dog, and that's a really great way for anyone at home, to honor those precious loved ones, those ones that become really a part of the family. To make a donation, you can go online, give us a call, or shoot us a text. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. I've been behind the scenes taking pictures all day, so I'm trying to post them all up on there for you to see what's been going on with me and all my classmates here from Red River College. You can follow us on Twitter at the WHS and on Instagram at WHS Animals. And right now we're going to Katrina with Delilah from Liberty Tax Service.
Emily's dog is so sweet, and Delilah from Liberty Tax knows a lot about sweet animals. She's adopted 2 cats from the Winnipeg Humane Society, and you've got a Leafy with you instead of your cat.
I would have loved to have brought Mr. Logan with me today, but he was busy. It's sunny today, so I'm sure he's suntanning on my bed. So I couldn't pick Mr. Logan, but I do have Leafy here with me instead.
Well, Leafy is pretty cute stand-in. He's no Mr. Logan. Well, Mr. Logan has a pretty sad story, but also a really happy one. Can you tell me about Mr. Logan?
Absolutely. Mr. Logan was adopted from right here, the Winnipeg Humane Society. He's the second cat that I've adopted from WHS. The story that came with him is that he was found on Logan Avenue hit by a car, which is really sad. Luckily, he was okay. He had a few bumps and bruises. He got the veterinary care that he needed and then went into adoptions. He was in the adoptions department for quite some while before I found him. And my prior cat, who had been with me for 20 years, who was also a Humane Society cat, when she passed, I couldn't get a cat right away. But I knew it was time when I started stalking the Winnipeg Humane Society website, looking at the animals for adoption. In my heart, I wanted a fluffy, long-haired orange cat. And they did have one at the time, but there was something about Mr. Logan. I don't know why, I just kept on going back to his picture. And when I met him, it was a match made in heaven, and it still is. He is wonderful. He is lovable. He is just a wonderful companion for me, as was Muska. Although she had a different personality, she was very much the diva and very standoffish. And Mr. Logan is all over about love me, mummy, love me, mummy.
That is so cute. And Mr. Logan wasn't a baby when he was brought in. He was a little bit older.
He was estimated to have been at approximately 3 years old, and I've had him for about 3.5. So I think he's a middle age now. He's just about 7 from what we know.
That's so great. And, we love that you're here in the middle of tax season. You took a break from busy time to come out and support the Humane Society Telethon. And can you tell me about the partnership that Liberty Tax has with the Telethon and how easy it is to donate?
It is absolutely easy to donate. I'm going to talk about that first. There are so many different options available for people out there to look after an excellent cause. Take, for example, if you're getting an excellent tax refund this year, why not take a part of that tax refund and just channel it right back to the Winnipeg Humane Society? It feels good to do good. So there's one opportunity. So you can do a lump sum donation at the Winnipeg Humane Society. You can do like what I do. I have it coming off of my credit card every month. I'm sure you can come by with a donation, you can donate online. There's probably ways that I'm not even aware of that you can donate. So it's really easy. I think there's probably a phone number on the bottom of your TV screen. Call them up, get the people in the call center busy. Let's make those phones ring, and let's support the Winnipeg Humane Society so that other people will have an opportunity to adopt guinea pigs and rabbits and dogs and cats and kittens and puppies and, I don't know, birds and snakes. What all do they do here?
All our favorite critters are up for adoption and need this care that the Humane Society provides. And you're right, you can donate online, you can text rescue to 41010 and call 204-927-1001. Every little bit helps. All of those donations count. And just remember that any donation, $50 or more, is being matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance, which is really exciting. And once again, a big thank you to Liberty Tax. Right now we're going to a story about a really sweet puppy named Eileen who got into a little bit of a tussle with another animal, got a bit of a bite, and is now on her way to recovery.
Yeah, wait a second. Okay, so who is this?
So this is Eileen. This is a beautiful little puppy that came to us. And when she came, she had some pretty severe injuries to her face, as you can see. So she was actually bit in the face by another dog. And she's looking a lot better now. When she first came in, it was hard to even tell whether the eye was going to be okay, because the worst of the wounds are kind of right here, right below the eye. So she, thankfully, has been very lucky that her eye was not damaged. But actually this big cut right here, the tooth must have bit all the way through and into the inside of her mouth, so she ended up losing a tooth. Her prognosis is fantastic. Everything is healing nicely, and I don't suspect, maybe she'll have a little bit of scarring, but she's so stinking cute anyways, it won't matter. But otherwise, no long-term effects, and it hasn't scared her or hurt her any. She's super loving and affectionate, and she's going to make a wonderful pet for somebody. So every little bit that people can give can help. In a puppy, some of the expenses, the antibiotics would probably cost about $5. So the people who think that, unless they make a significant contribution, that it isn't going to make a difference, but, $5 would help a puppy like Eileen get the medicine that she needs. And every little bit, helps us to save lives and make these animals happy and comfortable.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Dozens of people waited for the doors to the Winnipeg Humane Society to open on February 13th for its annual book, DVD, and cupcake sale.
Almost every spare room and hallway in the Humane Society was used during the sale. Not only were there books and DVDs to satisfy almost any taste, but guests could satisfy their taste buds with cupcakes freshly made by WHS staff and volunteers. The cupcake sale today was a precursor event to National Cupcake Day, which took place on February 29th. Anybody can participate in National Cupcake Day by baking or buying cupcakes and selling them to raise money for their local Humane Society.
We have about 100 volunteers that have been working really hard and sorting and organizing all the books and the DVDs for people to come down, spend lots of money, and help the animals at the Winnipeg Humane Society.
One of those hundreds of volunteers is Adele Walker. Walker's been volunteering with the Humane Society for the past 18 years.
It's a lot of work, a lot of volunteers, and it's fun, but it's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And now today, yesterday and today, our sale is on, and people are coming, and it's just been wonderful.
We could not do these kind of events without our fabulous volunteers.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Hey guys, we're back here in the telephone room and we're having a little cuddle with a cat. His name is Tiny, and Tiny's been here for a little while. You can see he's cuddling up in Kim's arms. Kim has been with the Humane Society for 20 years, and that is an amazing amount of time for anything. Yes, by all means, let's quiet clap because Tiny's being a little bit skittish. Kim, I understand that you work with the cats here at the Humane Society, so tell me a little bit about what you do with the cats here.
Okay, so I'm a cat condo assistant, so that's when people come in looking for a cat. I'm going to help them out, try and show them around to the cats, maybe give them some ideas on who to pick that might suit what they're looking for. And I also do cat assessing, so that's assessing the cats when they come in before they get up for adoption, just to see what color their adoption and their assessment is going to be.
Okay, awesome. Can you tell me a little bit more about the assessment, like the different levels of assessment?
Right, so we have purple cats who are a little shyer, so new things scare them a little bit. So they probably like a little bit quieter home. We have orange cats, they're kind of middle of the road, so they're not overly outgoing but not super shy. And then we have greens who just, you know, they're just out there. They're like, somebody new comes to the house, they meet them at the door and say, hey, what you doing in my house? And stuff like that.
Okay, awesome. And so Tiny here is an orange cat, both in reality and in temperament.
Yeah.
So he's middle of the road, not super shy, not super outgoing, but he's doing pretty good. Tiny, as you can see, likes to sit on laps. Now, Kim, what's your favorite thing to do with the cats while you're here?
I like to cuddle. I'm a sucker for one that will come on your knee and cuddle up with you and purr and stuff. So those guys always just get my heart right away. So.
Oh yeah, they get mine too. I know my cat at home, like when he's in the mood to cuddle, it's like the greatest feeling in the world. Absolutely. So what can you tell me about Tiny here? Because I know every animal comes to the story here. Every animal comes to the Humane Society with a story.
Yeah, so Tiny came in. I think he came in as a surrender, but he lost the little end of his tail. So you see his fur is just growing back on that, so he just lost the very tip. So once his hair grows back, it won't really be all that noticeable. But yeah.
No, he certainly is a very, very handsome boy. Do you know, is there a particular kind of family that you think would do well with Tiny?
You know what? He's a pretty relaxed guy. Not right at this moment. He's a little shy. But
well, we do have a lot of cameras and lights here.
But I think he would get along pretty well with anybody. Like he goes out to meet everybody when they come in his room and stuff. So yeah, he's a pretty sweet guy.
Awesome. So if someone were looking to adopt a cat, what do you what advice would you have for them if they were coming to adopt a cat?
Well, we do a assessment form that matches you up with the color of cat. So sometimes, especially if you have a high activity house, really pay attention to if the cat's a purple or a green, because if they're a purple, they might find that really stressful and you might not get the cat you want. And so look at the kind of cat and your lifestyle to make sure that they match up together. Yeah.
Okay, and now Tiny seems to be squirming quite a bit, so I think we're gonna let you go. And before we let you go, we do have several thank yous to say, including to Tiny, who's being absolutely adorable. He seems okay while I'm petting him now, but he has been squirming for a little while. Okay, so we have some thank yous. We have to thank Joseph, who just gave us $500, MJ, who gave us a donation of $25, Richard, who has donated $50, and Maureen, who has also donated $50. So thank you to all of you. As you know, all donations of $50 or over are matched today, and we also have to thank Liberty Tax Service. You know what? It's tax season. You'll notice them because it's always the guy in the maple leaf suit who is waving to you from the boulevard. So give them an extra wave because they are our sponsor today and they are helping us out a lot. And just a reminder, if you can't make it down today, or you can't phone, or you can't go online, you can always donate by texting, and all you have to do is text the word rescue to 41010. That's 41010, and that's rescue, RESCUE. Try to not let your iPhone autocorrect it. In the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to be going to the lobby with Danielle, who's going to be interviewing a volunteer with a beautiful dog named Lady.
Hi, I'm here with Lady and Paul, one of the Winnipeg Humane Society volunteers. And now this is very exciting because this is my first interview today, and it is Lady's first interview today. Lady is a 5-year-old Shepherd Boxer mix, and she's been in the shelter here since March 12th, but she is looking for her forever home. Now, Paul, you were telling me earlier that when people pay their adoption fee, there are some things they may not know that go along with it. Can you explain that a little bit, what the fee helps cover?
Definitely. The adoption fee helps cover the spaying or neutering of the animal, whether it's a cat or whether it's a dog. It includes all their shots up to a certain point if they're puppies, and it includes a clean bill of health from the vet. So essentially what you're getting in that adoption fees, you're getting a whole lot of services that are offered here at the Humane Society that if you bought a dog from, say, another place, or you got a dog from another place, you may not get those same services, or you would have to pay a vet to do it. So lady here is, she's looking pretty good. You know, she's like 5 years old, and she's looking for her forever home, and we're just hoping that we can get her adopted through this whole 1001 donations.
Now, Lady is just like her name. She is quite the lady. She is the absolute biggest sweetheart. She loves face scratches and cuddles. She was letting me pet her for about 5 minutes before we started here, and she is just the world's biggest sweetheart. And we would love to find her a forever home, but if you aren't able to adopt Lady or any of our other dogs, there are a lot of ways that you can help. We are accepting donations, big or small. Anything really does help. But if you're not able to give a monetary donation, there are lots of other ways, Paul. You're telling me that people can donate items to help.
Yes, for sure. You can donate newspapers because the cats and the puppies go through tons and tons of newspapers at the back. If you have a kennel at home that you don't use for your dog or your cat, the Humane Society will accept that as well. And if you have like old towels and old blankets, wash them, bring them down to the Humane Society because, again, the Humane Society can use things like that for the animals here. Also, if you have Canadian Tire money and you're not using it, you can bring it down to the Humane Society and drop it into one of the bins back there because they use that to buy food for the animals at the Humane Society here.
That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Lady. You did great for your first time on camera. Thank you also to our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. And coming up next, we have a story in a bit of a different direction. We're going to be talking about cat enrichment and what the volunteers at the Humane Society here do to help cats stay entertained.
I'll put an apron on, push up my sleeves.
Val Poulton does the same thing every time she handles a cat. Apron, sleeves, and then a scrub at the sink when she's done.
Sanitize, rinse.
Something that takes a lot of time she could spend playing with the cats. So Poulton started what she calls a cat enrichment program. She takes ordinary things like bubbles and laser pointers and uses them to keep the cats active and engaged.
They spend a lot of time lying around on the floor, on their shelf, so if they have something to chase and a reason to stand up and maybe stretch and move around a bit.
She started using these techniques last fall and says she's already seen an improvement, especially in cats with health issues.
Sometimes when they're not eating, and we come in and we provide a little bit of enrichment, then they will relax and start eating again.
She says the activities get the cats up and moving because they play on their natural stalking instincts.
You gonna get that? Oh, where'd it go? Where is it?
So it's important to keep these enrichment activities up once you take your cat home.
Enrichment activities at home can include things like bubbles and laser pointer. Feeder balls, where if they're feeding hard cat food, they can put the food in a little ball so that the cat has to move around and roll the ball around to get the food out.
She said it's also important people know cats need someone to play with, not just something.
If you have a cat that's doing things like stalking and grabbing your ankles, or climbing your drapes, or those types of things that we find unacceptable, then engaging in some kind of play activity, whether it's a laser pointer or getting a dangling toy on a stick so that they could stalk and catch it, or get a video. I mean, they're telling you that they need some more attention and activity.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way, that's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
I'm here with Sam, who's one of the wonderful telephone volunteers that we have working this event today. So Sam, you've been answering the phone all since 10:30 this morning. And can you tell us a bit about kind of some of the calls you've received? And
so we've had quite a few. We've had a couple people who've been donating in memory of their family members or their pets. I also had one gentleman this morning by the name of Jeff. He made a nice big donation of $300, and he told me that his dog told him he had to donate today. So right off the bat, he said, my dog woke me up and said I have to do this right now. So he called us nice and early this morning.
If there's any other pets out there listening right now, I say tell your owner to pick up the phone and call. The number is 927-1001. And according to the lovely workers here that are answering the phones, it's a very simple process. It won't take you more than 5 minutes, and the money is so appreciated. And again, donations over $50 are being matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance. And so obviously the $300 call from Jeff equates to $600 that the Winnipeg Humane Society will be receiving today. So it makes a big difference in the lives of these pets. Has it been a rewarding morning for you, or I guess day?
It has been, yeah. It's nice to see that people are so willing to support us and help us out with whatever we need. So, donations, money donations are fantastic, but we've also had people come in donating items as well. So newspaper is a big deal. Treats, always need more of those. Toys for our dogs, our cats, they love things like that. So it's nice to see.
Yeah. And Sam, can I ask you, what do you do as a volunteer here on the day-to-day?
So personally, I'm actually a staff member who volunteers just at special events. So I kind of work throughout the shelter, most recently behavior department. I've been doing a lot of that. So training some of the dogs, getting them ready for adoption, working on some of the little quirks. We've seen a couple earlier, Scarlet, Tucker, some of them. So working on manners, maybe food or object aggression, things like that.
So as a staff member here, I'm sure you know better than any of us how important this money is and what it's going to go to. And so thank you so much for speaking with us today. Thank you so much for all of your hard work today. And I'm sure you've raised a bunch of money for the Winnipeg Humane Society. And it's going to go to a great place. So thank you so much, Sam. Next, we're going to go to Sam speaking with Jeff from QX104.
We are a multimedia telethon going on right now. I'm sitting here with Jeff from QX104, and 94.3 The Drive is here too. Jeff, you've been here since 3 o'clock. What have you seen? You've got a great view here of people coming in, people adopting, people donating. What have you seen so far?
It's so great. I kind of get a front row seat of all the dogs you guys have been featuring on the telethon, and man, there are some really cute pets here today. I might bring home a pet, and my wife would probably not be happy with me.
We're hoping you do, first of all. Okay, just between you and me, what's your favorite story been so far today? Do you have one?
There's been so many great stories. I think that one of my favorite ones was actually, we talked about it last hour, it was this dog that actually came from Regina, and it didn't play well with others, which I have that problem sometimes. So it was great. They brought it here and they actually did some training with it and some therapy, and were able to make it kind of work well with other dogs, and it actually got adopted out, and it was such a great story.
And so you have a 2-year-old son at home. You said your wife is at home too, and Jeff said he moves around a lot, so he might not be able to adopt a dog, and his wife also might not want that. But if you are not in a position where you can adopt a pet, you are still able to donate. And we're going to talk now about some smaller donations. As you know, Pet Plan Pet Insurance does double $50 donations. However, if you don't have $50, not a big deal. Let's see, we've got $10. You got a vaccine for a dog who, I know there's a Demodex vaccine. Now, Demodex is a skin infection, and if you stay tuned with us, we have a dog named Buttercup who actually got better from a vaccine after having Demodex. It makes the dog's skin really itchy. If you give $35 as a heartworm treatment, I had a dog who had some pretty bad worms, and we brought him to a shelter, and he was able to get better because of donors like yourself. Jeff, do you have any Do you have any donators that you want to give a shout out to right now?
Yeah, we've had so many people who have donated big and small. Joseph donated $500. MJ did $25, which goes a long way actually. And then Richard and Maureen both did the $50 donation, which gets matched, which is so cool.
That's awesome. And if you are not really a talker or you don't want to come down, you don't have time maybe, you can text 41010. You text the word rescue. You decide how much you want to donate. I can't stress this enough. It doesn't matter how much you can give as long as you do. Jeff was saying earlier there's been so many dogs and cats and bunnies. If you missed it, we'll probably have a bunny back in. But right now, the dog of the hour is named Bear. Can you tell me a little bit more about Bear?
Yeah, Bear arrived at the Humane Society with a broken hind leg, and a child in the home had played a little too rough with Bear, and it caused him to... he ended up in foster care because of it, but he made a quick recovery, and now he's in a forever home, which is always great. It's because of the donations that people make that we can put these dogs and cats and even bunnies into forever homes. It's so great.
Definitely. And if you give a listen to 94.3 The Drive, QX104, Today's Country, and you tune in here, if you're watching it on Shaw TV, thank you so much. You can also watch us on the Winnipeg Humane Society's website. We're streaming live there, and as you probably heard just now, it's getting pretty wild out here in the lobby. But dogs who are wild, we have dogs who are shy, dogs who are rambunctious, cats who are rambunctious. I don't know if you guys saw earlier, but I was playing with Tiny backstage, the orange cat. Beautiful. And all of this is thanks to our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. I've got my buttons flipped around here, but thank you so much. We're all students at Red River College, and this means so much for an experience for us, the camera crew, everybody here. So I am going to introduce you now to a dog named Mittens. Fun fact, you probably already heard of Mittens. Mittens is kind of famous. He's been on BuzzFeed, sorry. And let's take a look at how Mittens came to be a fan or a huge star here at the Humane Society.
1, 2. Okay, so this is Mittens. Mittens came to us from a northern community, and he was in a car accident about a month ago, and it's affected both his back legs. The right leg, unfortunately, is quite infected and not salvageable. He doesn't have much of a foot on this leg. I know. So it's healing, but the ankle joint was broken as well, and then this is just like there's no toes left. So this whole leg is going to come off. So he's got some toes, and it's just finished healing, but the tissue's very hard, and just a little tiny bit of pressure, and he complains. And so he doesn't have a foot pad, he just has that bit of healing tissue. So most of the wound is closed now, but it's very painful. Like I can feel bone right there, and he does not want to put it down. So whenever he walks, he's just walking with like kind of skin covering bone, and it's quite painful when he walks. So what we're going to do today is take off the diseased leg, and then we're going to try to fit him with kind of a prosthetic, because his ankle and most of his foot are a normal shape. We can probably fit a brace on there. Because he's smaller, I think we're probably going to be able to provide him with some support, so he's just not walking bone on ground, right? So this is an anesthetic and a narcotic, and that goes in, it freezes the nerves that are supplying the area where we're working. So that helps with dogs asleep not feeling it, but it helps, it makes it less painful on recovery. If you've already frozen those nerves there, they don't get so agitated. So we just wrap up the yucky part here with sterile vet wrap, so we can handle the whole leg and not worry about the nasty business on the bottom there. And he's been uncomfortable and managing, and in a lot of pain in managing, so I expect he will do fine after surgery with respect to learning to walk on 3 legs.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or you can go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi guys, welcome back. First thing that I'm going to do is say a big thank you to a family here. Jackson, who is a cat that we interviewed a little bit earlier on in the show. He's been adopted. He's found his forever home. Woohoo! Yay, Jackson. And now we're here with Paul and another furry member of the Winnipeg Humane Society community. As a matter of fact, a little bit of a celebrity. I'm not going to lie, while we were waiting to be interviewed, there was probably a group of 5 or 6 people in the hallway sitting around and waiting to pet him. This right here is Bingo. If you've been tuned in for a little while, you may have already seen Bingo's story. We do have a story about him, but this is Bingo, and as you can see, he is just the most cuddly, wonderful, and amazing dog here. So, Paul, can you tell me a little bit why do you think everyone here at the Humane Society loves Bingo so much? Because he's definitely famous.
Well, yeah, he's a minor celebrity here. I guess it's because of Bingo's personality. He just loves people. He likes to be around people. If you're out in the yard, he'll lie beside you. He'll want belly rubs like he does right now. You know, he just likes being around people. We've had him out in the yard, and other dogs have barked at him, and he's never barked at any other dog. He just happens to really, really like people.
So definitely a people kind of dog. Oh, see, he even whines when you stop petting him. That's how much he likes being pet. And I'm going to ask you what your first interaction with Bingo is, but first, I'm going to say the first time I met Bingo, he was having his dental surgery done, but during the follow-up, honestly, I was holding a camera and I had to put it down because Bingo literally came up and hugged me. That is how sweet this dog is. So what was your first interaction with Bingo? Because I know mine was super memorable.
Well, my first interaction with Bingo was getting him out into the yard and him just like coming over and like licking my face off and wanting to sit down beside me and get petted. So that was my first interaction with Bingo, and it's kind of been the same ever since.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He just likes being around, like I said, he likes being around people.
Oh yeah, awesome. So, and I know we were discussing a little bit earlier, so if someone is looking to adopt Bingo, I believe we were saying someone who would be able to spend time with him, maybe even if you have a workplace that allows dogs in, because he does so well with people. But we all know every animal here has a story, and could you tell us a little bit about Bingo's story, how he came to be here, and a little bit of what kind of care he got?
Come here, Bingo.
Oh,
well,
come here, bud.
Come here.
That's okay. He's playing hide and seek.
He was found injured by the side of the highway. Which highway, I'm not sure, but he had extensive injuries to him. Done. As you can see, he's lost an ear. Whether that was due to the injury or whether that was due to another animal, you know, we don't know. But he came to the Humane Society, and the Humane Society did surgery on him and fixed him up, and he's getting much better. His wounds have closed up and things like that, and he doesn't seem to have any, like, oh, good boy, any deep lasting injuries. He, like I said, he just needs to find his forever home.
Really
Don't
does.
you, boy?
Oh, there you go. See, that's what he did to me when I first, except I was standing up, so he came up like right up to my hips. That is wonderful. Aww.
And the other thing too is that we're trying to find his forever home. When we talk about forever homes at the Humane Society, you know, we like to think that the dogs that or cats that get adopted through the Humane Society, once they go home, like with their adoptive family, that is their forever home. That the animal is with them, you know, like for the rest of its life, which is how it should be.
Excellent. And now Bingo, I believe Bingo is 6 years old, so
yes,
he still has lots of love and lots of life left to give. And right now, I think we're gonna let Bingo go because it seems like he's really enjoying the belly rubs. And far be it from me to refuse him belly rubs. So right before we pass it off to David in the lobby, we just have to remind everyone that donations make everything possible. If it weren't for donations from viewers, Bingo wouldn't have been able to get his injuries treated. He wouldn't have been able to get his dental surgery. And we as students, as you know, we're Red River College Creative Communication students. We actually took it upon ourselves to fundraise for this, and I believe we've raised over $1,500 with just the students. We sold pierogies, we sold tea, we've raised a whole bunch of money, and we're donating it today. Now that donation is going to be matched. So it's actually a little bit more than $3,000. I believe that is what that donation will be in total. And just also a huge thank you to Liberty Tax Service, who is our title sponsor today. And now we're going to go to David in the lobby, who has Catherine and Summer, who is a dog.
All right, thanks, Jen. I'm here with Summer and Catherine, who's worked with the Winnipeg Humane Society for about 9 years now. And she tells me that Summer has a pretty interesting backstory, that she spent some time in Regina and had to come to the Winnipeg Humane Society. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about that, Catherine.
For sure. Now, Summer was with us about a year ago. She was adopted to her family, and they felt they could no longer look after her, and so they surrendered her to the Regina Humane Society. So if there's anybody from the Regina Humane Society, just a quick shout out to you guys there. Now, Summer has a very sort of a unique story. The people at the Regina Humane Society recognized that she had some behavioral concerns, and they felt that it was a bit more than they could handle, so they contacted us here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, knowing that we have our behavior department, and said that, you know, we have this dog, previous owners say that she's aggressive around other dogs, and they sent us a video. And upon watching the video, we noticed that she was more frustrated than aggressive. And so we said, you know what, fly her on over. She came to us with a big sign on the kennel saying, don't open around other dogs, potential aggressive behavior. And you know what, it was in fact, we found that she did have frustration. And so with our behavior departments, we worked with her, and we were able to get her with dogs, and so that she was able to create a positive association with other dogs, and also release some of that frustration. Okay. And she was adopted.
Yeah.
Now, Summer's dad spoils her rotten, which she deserves. She's an absolute princess. Now, there are many sort of things in this story here. Now, without people's donations, we wouldn't be able to work with Summer and other dogs like Summer.
Yeah. So on the behavioral department, like how common is it for humane societies to have a behavioral department?
Well, we're actually very, very lucky here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. We actually have 3 certified professional dog trainers on our team, and another volunteer who's a certified professional dog trainer. And so we were able to put those skills into good use and spend time with these animals and recognize that, you know what, they do have some behavior quirks that maybe prevent them from going into adoptions. And with the help of the behavior department, we're able to implement a program to get them on their way and match them to the correct home. Now, I think Summer has found her perfect home.
Yeah, that's what I hear, yeah.
Just speaking to her dad, and she likes to go for a long truck drive because the dad is a truck driver and goes for long truck drives, and she gets spoiled. She really does. So I'm glad. It makes me happy.
I hear she also jumps into bed with him, so she's really spoiled, but I guess she's got a lot of love. So as you were saying, I guess the behavioral department would require a lot of resources, and so that's a big reason why we need your donations there today. Maybe you can tell a bit more about that?
Sure. It's not just dogs. We have puppies with dogs, and we also work with our cats as well. We have a behavior assessment for cats to help match the correct type of cat with the correct home. Wow. So there are many people who say, you know what, this cat, looks just like my previous cat, I'm going to adopt it. But it turns out that cat is a very rambunctious cat, and they would prefer a nice, calmer cat. Right. So this behavior assessment, temperament assessment that we do, helps us identify which type of cat would go with which type of family.
And I've heard for the cats you even have like a color system you use to define the behaviors. Yes. Do you have one of those for the dogs as well?
We don't. We do actually do a behavior assessment to make sure that we look for any potential aggression issues, any behavior concerns. And then if they do, we have volunteers and we have behavior staff that will help work with these behaviors to help proceed them through to adoption. And then not only once adopted, we don't say, here, take a dog, adopt the dog on your own. We have our Yelp line. line, which is a phone line for anybody within the Winnipeg area who is having concerns with their dogs or their cats or their rabbits or their gerbil or their birds. And if they have any behavior concerns, they can call us and we will do our best to help them. We'd rather see the animals stay in the home than come back to us. So and that is a free service, and the telephone for that is 988-8808, and that's our Yelp line. I would rather help you guys out than have to surrender for a simple behavior.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Catherine. So she's been with the WHS for 9 years now, clearly knows what she's talking about. So on that behavioral department, it's just one of the many reasons why the Winnipeg Humane Society needs the funds and donations from the public. So anything you can do, please call our donation line across the bottom of the screen. You'll see there. You can also donate online, or you can donate through texting rescue to 41010. So I think up next we're going to go to part 2 with Mittens, the dog who's getting his prosthetic limb installed. So thanks again, Catherine, and thank you, Summer.
Okay, good. Thanks,
Mittens, come on. Come on. So he kind of shuffles, gets around quite well, just kind of shuffling like that, but we want him to actually practice more getting his foot underneath him. It's just difficult when it's slippery, but yeah, he can really move. Once he gets his foot on, he can really tear around. So he gets it a bit underneath him, but this is the grippy foot's much better for him. So I've just shaped it to his foot and then made him kind of like a little walking grippy pad here with some silicone. It's kind of padded in itself, and I'll incorporate this with it. So this just tapes on like this, and then he just takes off like crazy. Close here. We went through a few designs for him, and this seems to be simple, but it's been working the best. They don't really have commercial prosthetics. If you look online, you'll see examples of what people have made, and some of them are really fancy. And what we discovered with him is I wanted to provide more support, so I was kind of having the splint part down the front of the leg and then bending the foot around. But he really needs to move his ankle to move properly, because he hasn't been using it a lot. He just needs some physio to get that muscle toned up again, because he has been kind of shuffling around on his own. But once he puts it on for a day or so, then he gets better. Oh, you're so bad. You're so bad. Come on. Without donations, nothing would have been possible for Mittens. He was brought to us. He needed a lot of care. We had to amputate one of the legs. And fostering was very important in his healing. Lots of antibiotics, x-rays, the surgery for the amputation, and then ordering the brace for him. You know, some of these things cost a little bit and some of them cost a lot. And I like to say anybody can be involved in the care of somebody like Mittens. The little splint he's wearing, you know, it's kind of like a $12 item, and somebody wants to donate $12, we've made a foot for him. And then this is just caulking from the hardware store, so, and then the surgery costs were probably about $500. So there's a lot of people are involved in the care of animals like this, and you know, our monthly donors who give $25 a month, they're just as important as the people who donate big pieces of equipment. Because we're very lucky. We have a lot of people who believe in what we do, and we're very proud of that, and we want to do what they want us to do with their money. So, and that's helping guys like Mittens. Yeah, I'm going to tighten that up a little bit. It's a little loose, I think. He'll run around better. Once we get that permanent splint tomorrow, and he'll be on his way to adoption.
Perfect. Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Before we get started with this story, I want to give a big shout out thank you to Chris D, very popular Winnipeg news blogger. He said he wanted to donate money to buy us chairs, but as you can see, We already have chairs, so instead he's going to donate that money to the Humane Society. Thank you so much, Chris, for your support and your donation. And now I'm here with Brianne. She wears many hats at the Humane Society. She works with setting up foster families, she works in adoptions, and sometimes she takes some shifts at the gift shop. So she's going to tell us all about the WHS gift shop and what you can get there and how it supports the shelter. So,
well, the main thing you really need to know about the gift shop is that all the proceeds go back to the animals in our care at the Humane Society. So when you're buying things for your cat or your dog, you're actually helping the cats and dogs here at the Humane Society as well. I have a few things I'd love to show you guys.
And we would love to see them.
So I picked out some of my favorites. This is the Furminator. If you have a dog or a cat that sheds, which most animals do, this is pretty much the most amazing tool you can possibly buy. I have one for my dog, and it is the best thing I've ever bought her. It makes it so that it pretty much cuts down the hair in my house by half. So
yeah, totally. I had a shepherd who shed like crazy, like she'd lose her whole coat in a day, it seemed like, and we had a Furminator for her. Definitely worth it. You can pick it up at the gift shop. What else have we got here?
Another great thing for your dog is the Kong. We do really strongly recommend these for dogs. You can fill them up with peanut butter, treats. They've got actually special Kong sort of flavorings that you can stick in them, and it can keep them busy for hours and hours on end. I like to freeze mine, stick it in the freezer, and then it actually makes the dog chew on it even longer. So it's a pretty great tool.
So like give it to them while it's still frozen?
Yeah, absolutely. And then it kind of takes them a little longer to chew it down, and it's really great, especially for helping with things like separation anxiety and stuff like that.
So how long does something like that last for?
These last for, I've had mine for years, and it's still good. So, and you can get a bunch of different kinds in the gift shop. There's some that are a little harder for dogs that are really heavy chewers, and get puppy ones, things like that. Kong has a bunch of really cool products that we sell in the gift shop. For the cat lovers out there, this is actually probably one of my favorite cat products that we sell. It's catnip bubbles. So if anyone's ever seen a cat on catnip, you know how crazy and hilarious they are. And these actually are bubbles, so it comes with a little thing, and you can blow the bubbles, and then they pop them with their paws, and the catnip explodes.
So you can just like blow it around your living room.
Blow it around.
That sounds like so much fun. I want to buy that for my sister. She has 3 cats. That sounds like such good entertainment.
It's super entertaining. And then the last thing I want to show you is our WHS merchandise. So my favorite are the t-shirts. They come in a bunch of different colors. We've also got the sweatshirts, like the one I'm wearing. So lanyards, a bunch of other really cool gear for WHS, and yeah, you can show your support by wearing our stuff. So, and all again.
So how much do those t-shirts cost?
I believe that the t-shirts retail for about $20, and the sweatshirts are about $40, $50. So yeah, they're
pretty standard prices. And when we were chatting a little bit earlier, you talked about the food you sell in the gift shop is the same food that you feed to the animals here, and you said that they're a sponsor. So does that mean like they provide food for free?
Absolutely. They provide all of the shelter animals with their food, and that's the Hill Science Diet brand. So we sell that in the gift shop. When you adopt an animal, we actually give you a coupon off of the price of the food too, and it's something that we really appreciates Hill's sponsoring us, because we really couldn't do what we do here without being able to feed the animals.
That must be so much food. Do you have any idea like how much food you get from them, say even in like a month?
I'm not sure like exactly like on weight or amount of bags, but I mean we pretty much get food in, I think, shipments almost every week. So they supply us with a lot of food that you can purchase and that we just feed the animals. So
wow, good for them. Well, Brianne's going to be coming back to talk about some of the other roles she has. We're going to wrap things up for now. Text RESCUE to 41010 to donate if you can't make it down in person. And check us out at Twitter at WHS, and check us out on Instagram at WHS Animals. Right now we're going to Brittany, who's sitting down with Lisa. She's a WHS foster parent.
Thanks
Thanks, Laura. So just have a little update for everyone at home or watching online. We're just short of $29,000, and our goal is $70,000 today, so we got a long way to go, but yeah, still great. That's awesome. Get those donations in. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching any donation over $50, so $50 can turn into $100. It's that simple, so let's keep those donations coming in. But you know what? Sometimes it's not always easy to donate money. You just don't have the cash on hand, and you know what you can do? You can donate your time. You can donate your time by fostering a little kitten or a little puppy. So today we have Lisa here with us, who is a foster parent. Lisa, can you talk about the dog that you're fostering right now?
Yeah, I'm fostering a dog right now that had some surgery on his knees, so he required some recovery time in a quiet environment that's not as stressful as the shelter. So I've had him with me for a couple months now, helping him getting to use his leg again, and it's a really great way to give back your time. Yeah.
And are you a pet owner as well?
I am. I do have a pet as well, and it worked to the fostering situation advantage this time, because this little guy, he was a little bit barky when I first got him, and my dog right now at home, he is deaf, so he couldn't hear the little guy, so it wouldn't bother him, so it just made everything smoother for them to be living together, so it worked well.
And how long have you been fostering animals?
Well, I fostered on and off for probably about 6 years. I don't foster that often, but you know, there's so many different types of opportunities to take advantage of, and the Winnipeg Humane Society makes it really easy too. They give you all the supplies, they give you the food, they give you toys, everything that you'll need to look after that animal while it's in your care. So it's a really easy thing to do. And there's so many different, like I've had kittens, so I mean, all you're doing with them is just snuggling and playing and loving up on these little guys till they're old enough to come back to the shelter. And then I've had a sort of a teenage type dog that needed a break from the shelter for just a week or so. And then now I have this little guy who's in my care because of a medical situation. So there's a whole array of reasons why you can foster. And again, that's why it's so easy to do it here. Whatever kind of household you got set up, whatever kind of time you've got available, we can probably find a fostering situation for you.
Now, before we came on, you were talking about how you fostered some kittens and your current pet wasn't really down with that situation. Can you go into a little bit about that?
He had not met cats before, and I found out that he likes them a little too much. But all was well. The kittens were all safe. They all came back. It was good. But yeah, you know, it's sort of a learning process for both me and my dog.
And can you talk about the feeling that you get from fostering animals?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's a great feeling I mean, it's hard too, right? Because you spend time with these guys and then you have to bring them back here and sort of let them fly, you know, but it's a great feeling.
And can you give some advice to any people that are thinking about fostering animals for the first time?
Do it. Come in and talk to the foster department, because like I was saying before, there's so many different ways that you can foster, different amounts of time. It could be as short as, like I said, I had a dog for a week, and the guy I have now I've had for a couple months. So, you know, when you talk to the foster department, you can tell them kind of what your household looks like, what kind of time you have available, because if you are thinking about getting a dog, fostering in a dog that's going to need medication several times a day, but you're gone for work 10 hours a day, that's not going to work out, right? But the foster department is really great about telling people what the best matches are going to be for their household. So, yeah.
And as a foster parent, what's the feeling that you get when that foster dog or kitten finds their forever home?
Oh, well, it's great. That's why you're doing it, to sort of give them a leg up and make sure that they get into that new home that the people that are adopting them might not have had the time to be able to, you know, work them through the medical issue. Or, I mean, with the kittens, they're just too young to be available for adoption. So it's, you know, you're just there to kind of keep them safe until it's time for them to be adopted. So it's a great feeling.
I bet. Now, Lisa, you don't just volunteer your time here, you also work here, and you work in the development department, which kind of works with the fundraising here and is a big part of what's going on today. Can you just talk about how important fundraising is to the Humane Society?
Well, sure. I mean, it's not a glamorous job that I do, but the donations that are coming in, of course, are what run all the animals. That's what allows us to feed and house and give care to all the animals here. So, it's like I said, it's not the most glamorous job in the world, but it's an important one, and it's a job too where I get to deal with people a lot, and I get to talk to people on the phone a lot, and as I'm taking donations from them, and that's fun too. It's nice to talk to all different sorts of people. So, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Lisa, for sitting and talking with us. So up next, we're going to go to Senior Cats. So it's actually a story that I filmed with another student working here, Erin, and we talked to Melissa Martin, who works for the Winnipeg Free Press, and talked about her cat, Princess, and she adopted a senior cat here. And if you're thinking, you just want to relax an animal that's maybe a little bit more chill or something, I seriously suggest adopting a senior animal because they have still a lot to give. I want to send a special thank you to Domino's. They just delivered some pizza here, so I know some of our volunteers are snacking on that, as well as send a special shout out to all the students here today. We did some fundraising on our own, and we're going to be adding that to what we have now, and that's going to be coming up shortly. So right now we're going to go to Senior Cats.
Yeah, you're a good girl. You're going to be on the TV. Yeah, what do you think about that?
This is Princess. Princess is almost 16 years old, but the only signs of old age on this cat are the few flecks of gray hair in her fur.
Princess. Hey, Princess, come here.
Princess's owner, Melissa Martin, adopted her from the Winnipeg Humane Society last October. Martin thought Princess was going to be another sleepy senior cat. Princess is anything but.
Princess has really blown us away. When we met her at the Humane Society, we didn't get a sense of her personality. We didn't see that really until we got her home. Once we got her home, we found she's just a really special little kitty.
Martin says she was helping a friend adopt a cat from the Humane Society when she met Princess for the first time.
I just took one look at her and I fell in love with her. And I also realized too, I noticed her age and, I kind of thought, oh, geez, I know it's tough for older cats out there. And I just thought she would be a great fit for our home.
Princess will hopefully live many more years with Martin. Cats can live into their early 20s, and that's a lot of good, healthy years left.
Gus is a 12-year-old kitty cat. He's a boy cat. He's neutered. And he's up for adoption here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And people might think that a 12-year-old cat's really old, and why would you put up a cat like that for adoption? It's like, well, he's got a lot of years left.
The veterinarians at the Humane Society say, like with humans, the older cats get, the more medical attention they may need. A donation of $10 can pay for a vaccine, and a larger donation can pay for dental work. And Sui says this shouldn't deter people from adopting a senior cat.
Age is not a disease. So it's nice when somebody specifically comes looking for an older cat because they tend to be overlooked. So it's nice because these older cats, they've been raised in a home their whole life, and coming to the shelter is stressful and a lot of change, and there's noise, and they're set in their ways, and it's just nice when they can go home and get back to those easygoing lifestyles that they're used to having.
At the end of the day, when you adopt through the Humane Society that these cats have been given, a good veterinary checkup, that they're healthy when you're adopting them, and you can have many, many years of life left, and especially with a cat that really needs a home and is going to have a harder time finding one than the kittens. So that's why I think it's important.
Good girl.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
As you can see from his beautiful coat, this is Spot, and I'm here with his owner, Mark. Spot is almost 2 years old, and he lives in the country, so he's not very used to people, so he's getting really excited and really spoiled with lots of love today. Now, Mark, you said Spot is your first dog, so what made you decide to get a dog in the first place?
I've always wanted a dog as a kid, and so once I was able to adopt one myself, I decided I might as well go and get a dog.
So why Spot? What drew you to him and his story?
Well, I thought he was pretty young, and I wanted a young dog, a dog that would be with me for a while, and I thought he was a really beautiful dog too, so I decided to take him in, and he's been a great friend ever since I got him.
And he is absolutely gorgeous. He's been getting so many compliments since he's been here. He's such a sweetheart. Lots and lots of energy. Like I said, he's just getting used to people. Now you're kind of just getting used to him still. How has your life changed now that you've gotten a dog?
Well, now I have to go for a walk every day, and I have someone that I got to take care of, so it's a bit more responsibility.
Now you mentioned you have to take care of him. You had said before that he's quite the eater and he's gone through a lot of food lately.
Yeah, he eats about 4 cups of food a day. Pretty much a full 38-pound bag a month.
Wow, and he's been eating a lot of treats today so far too. So you really feel what the Humane Society kind of goes through having to feed, you just have to feed one dog, but the Humane Society has to feed so many dogs. That's why these donations are really so important, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And so for a dog like Spot, he needs a lot of care and a lot of attention. So what's it like for you? What's that time commitment like? Because the volunteers here have to put in even more just because there's so many dogs.
Yeah, well, when I have to work during the day, so he's kenneled during the day, but when I get home, it's all him all night, and we go for walks, we play, and yeah, it's a lot of time, but it's worth it.
And why is it worth it? What does he bring to your life?
Joy, happiness, a lot of fun. It's someone to have with you.
That is perfect, and that is why we're trying to find all these dogs and cats here, their forever homes, so they can find somebody who will bring as much joy to their life as they will bring to theirs. And moving on now, we're gonna go see Rhea. She's talking to Brianne about adoptions. And just again, thank you to Domino's for feeding us tonight with some fantastic pizza, and thank you to our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. So take it away, Rhea.
All right, so I'm here with Brianne, one of the adoption counselors at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Brianne's just going to take us through the process of what goes into having or finding a new animal for your forever home.
Right, so basically, once they get to the adoption department, they've already gone through everything else in the shelter, and there's kind of a little file on all of our animals now, so all their behavior and everything that we've done medically. And what the adoption counselor does is they go through the file with the potential adopters and sort of try and find the right fit for your family. So if your dog is good with other dogs, then what we try to do is we get them meeting up and we do sort of a dog intro for them. If you have cats at home, we want to make sure that the dog is good with cats, that kind of thing, good with kids, etc. So we just really want to find the right fit so that it can actually be a forever lasting home for them.
What's your tidbit of advice for people that are starting to think about adoption or kind of apprehensive about it? What can you guys offer them basically?
Well, we offer a ton of resources for you. When we are going through the file with you, we sort of try to get to know you and figure out what you're looking for. And, we offer a ton of resources like obedience classes, and the adoption counselor can actually go through a lot of things like that with you, talking about behavior related things and medical things, and just kind of working through it with you. So if you are considering getting a dog, I do recommend actually just coming down, maybe going through the process, visiting with the dog. There's no commitment there. You don't have to take the dog that day. We also offer the option to put animals on hold for 24 hours. It's a $25 fee, comes off the adoption fee. If you end up adopting, it just stays at the shelter like a donation if you don't. So it kind of gives you an opportunity to get to know how our process works and maybe meet some dogs.
One of the nice things that I heard you say was that you kind of work in the happy department. You work where you get to see all the families take their dogs home. What's your favorite adoption memory or adoption story?
Yeah, I like to say that we work in the happy endings department, but my favorite adoption story comes from when I first started in adoptions. I was actually reading a file out to potential clients that were looking to adopt a Rottweiler, and this particular Rottweiler had actually been shot in the face. And when I was reading through the file, they got quite emotional, and I started getting kind of emotional, and we were all sort of getting a little teary, because we went to go meet the dog, and she was just so fantastic, so resilient, had bounced back, was very friendly and so trusting, and they just fell in love with her, and it worked out so well. And I just remember thinking that's why we're here, to create these kinds of forever families and these matches for dogs that otherwise may not have been able to find that. So it was a really great moment for me.
Thank you. I just want to remind you guys that we are open until 8 o'clock tonight. Normally the Humane Society closes at what, 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock on Sunday.
On Sunday. So we are open until 8 tonight. Please keep those donations coming in. Every single donation that reaches $50 is matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance. We're so thankful. So $50 turns into $100 or $100 turns into $200. We also want to thank our sponsors, A&S Homes. They're in charge of the phones today, and they're making sure that every donation comes through nice and quickly and is done as an easy process for you guys. And of course, our sponsor for the entire day, Liberty Tax Services. Next, we're going to go to a heartwarming but a little bit of a graphic story. It's about Sylvia, a dog who came in. She was a stray and she had about 13 puppies. I will just warn you that it is a little bit queasy on the stomach, but it is a heartwarming story in the end.
She was a stray dog that had moved into someone's doghouse trying to find shelter so that she could have puppies. And she was in labor for about 4 days. She did in fact have 13 puppies, 10 of which unfortunately didn't make it. But when she came to us, she had a big swelling at her hind end. So, you know, we weren't sure if there was still a puppy stuck or what was happening, but it was obvious that she was in a lot of distress and definitely needed some emergency care. And we have all of this soft tissue swelling here, but I don't see a skeleton. So there isn't a puppy there. And when I investigate further, I see that there is no bladder. So normally her bladder would be sitting right here, and that's not there. So what we actually had here was that her bladder had actually prolapsed and was pushing out of her here through the vagina. But we were able to put the bladder back in place, and since then she's been doing wonderfully. So we're so glad that she was able to be brought into us and we could give her the help that she needed.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
I was just given a history lesson that over 100 years ago, pit bulls were bred to be nanny dogs. That's how loving and caring these dogs were. They were bred to nurture children. And it's true here today with our friend Piper, who came to the Winnipeg Humane Society at the end of February and is passed all of his medical tests with ease and is now looking for a loving home. However, Piper has been classified as a pit bull, so that means that Piper has to be adopted outside of Winnipeg because of the pit bull laws we have here in the city. So this is Margaret, who is a assistant. What is it, Margaret?
Well, I always say kennel buddy because that's what we do in the back. They call us kennel buddies. Sounds kind of cute, so I like it. Yeah.
So Margaret is a kennel buddy, and she'll deal with dogs like Piper here when she comes in for her shifts, and makes sure that they're walked and make sure they're loved, and really just is able to care for dogs like Piper. But Piper here loves to love. He is so sweet and just super excitable and such a loving, friendly, beautiful dog. And Piper's looking for a home here today. And again, the thing about Piper is that he has to be adopted outside of the city. So he's great with children, and he's she is great with children, girl. Yeah. So is a great walker on the leash and is just looking for that forever home. Shout out to my classmates. We've raised $1,500 for the Winnipeg Humane Society for this telethon, which is going to be matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance.
Woo, good job.
So we're very excited to be donating that to such a great cause. You can donate as well by texting RESCUE to 41010. So that's 41010. So next up, we're going to Sam, who's interviewing Kelly Parker from The Drive.
So Sorry, 1 minute. We're taking a selfie. That one didn't work. Come back, Kelly, come back.
That's an ugly one.
Excellent. And you know what? I'm going to put this on Twitter right now. I'm going to tag 94.3 The Drive and the WHS, which is the Humane Society's Twitter. I'm here with Kelly Parker from The Drive. Kelly, you just kind of got here, but we want to shout out first to Domino's Pizza, feeding both of us back in the break room. Tell me, Kelly, what kind of pizza did you have?
Well, first I visited the animals, as I always do. Every year when we do this, I visited the animals, and then I circled around to the pizza, and I'm a no fruit or vegetables on pizza guy, so it was pep mush for me.
Nice, nice. Keeping it classic over here with Kelly. So, Kelly, you were taking a look around, and you said you've been here every year. What is it like to volunteer your time? You're at work right now, but what is it like to come to a live location like the Humane Society?
Well, whenever an event like this happens, it's so cool because the place is just absolutely buzzing. On a daily basis, it's buzzing with the animals and all the things they do, but this is very, very cool because people bring their kids down, so the kids are excited to see the animals, and then there's TV happening, and a little bit of radio, but then there's TV happening, and it's a super, and of course everybody's got that kind of spirit of helping out the animals and what this is all about. So it's a cool vibe, I like it.
It is a cool vibe. It's very exciting here. We are multimedia, so like Kelly just said, we're on the radio, we're on TV, and we're online. You want to check out the Winnipeg Humane Society's website. We're live streaming there. And Kelly, you're talking about kids earlier. You have a fantastic story about your cat named Tigo. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
And, by the way, my daughter named Madison. Haven't you got a Madison, you guys here working there today?
I think so. I think we do, yeah.
Madison, and I've got an Alexa. And back in a long time ago when they were like 10 and 6, we got a kitten for them from the Winnipeg Humane Society. And it was cool the way we did it because their birthdays are 2 weeks apart, so right in between we gave them their gifts. We picked them up in the car, and that's where we gave them their gifts, which were cat stuff, litter box and things. Not the best gift you might think. They opened it up and they were thinking what you would think. They were like, what? And then it dawned on them what we were doing, that we were going to the Winnipeg Humane Society to get them a kitty. And so Tigo is now 16 years old. By the way, that's when the tears started to flow in the car. And then the kids started to cry. And then we were all, no, I kid. But it was cool, just the way it dawned on them. And of course, now we've got our forever friend, our furry little critter, Tigo. And he's been in the family for so long, and he's brought us so much joy. And that's why we love the Winnipeg Humane Society.
And Tigo is probably a senior cat by now, and I don't know if you at home were watching, but we have a story about senior cats with Winnipeg Free Press reporter Melissa Martin. And Kelly, I just wanted to give a couple shout outs to some donors right now. $20, which actually gets you 2 vaccines, which is crazy. And then there's $35 if you want to donate $35. There's a heartworm treatment that you can pay for. And Kelly, what does it mean when you hear people texting or tweeting or calling in for donations? You've been doing this for a few years now. What does it mean to you to hear people always giving money?
Well, it's amazing that people can do this with all the different social media and all the different ways that we can do it because, again, back when my kids got their kitten, the only way they could do it was to make the money themselves and run it down here with the mules or whatever we happen to have. It was a long time ago is what I'm saying, Sam. But now with all the multimedia, it wasn't really that long ago, but...
Ancient.
I know. And so... But, I mean, with all the ways that we have now to donate, it's so easy. You do it online, you do a text. You can do it in the loop here. We've got people in the loop here. You can just drive. You don't even have to get out of the car. So it makes me feel good because it's easy to donate.
Excellent. And I was just curious, what's Tigo like now?
Well, he's a little quieter than he used to be, but and he doesn't gnaw on my leg as much as he used to. No, he's a fantastic cat. He and I are just absolute buddies. He's starting to slow down a bit. He's diabetic. And so we're starting to manage his diabetes a little bit, but you know, he's still up for it. He still loves to chase the laser. Chase the laser beam.
Diabetic cat chasing the laser beam. What's it like to care for a diabetic cat?
You know what? It's actually not that bad at all. When we first heard that he was diabetic, well, I mean, he was diagnosed. We didn't get like an email or something. Hey, by the way, you should check your cat. Yeah. So when he was first diagnosed, we were, oh man, but it's actually very, very easy to manage a cat's diabetes. We give him a shot in the morning, a dose in the evening, and we just manage his food a little bit, and he does great.
Excellent. Well, there you have it. You know, long-term supporter of the Humane Society. 16 years ago, Tigo, the diabetic cat, is doing just
Which is
fine.
what we call him nowadays, by the way. Tigo, the diabetic cat.
Nailed it. One more time, I want to give a shout out to Liberty Tax Services. Thank you so much for making this day available. And heads up for Domino's Pizza once again. I'm going to go ahead and get me some pet mush because I'm feeling that for sure.
Yeah, go classic.
Go classic. We're going to head now to meet Pickles. Just a warning for viewers at home. Pickles has some disturbing images. He's a one-eyed dog, and there's a surgery coming up. So let's meet Pickles.
when we first had Pickles, Pickles was uncomfortable and whining because Pickles was in pain, and now Pickles, as you can see, is just happy and playful and looking at everybody and very happy.
Okay, so this puppy came to us from Save a Dog Network. And it was brought to us last night, and we don't know much, but this has clearly been an issue for quite some time. Yeah, so some type of injury would have happened to this dog, and it would have been quite painful. Okay, so this surgery involves, well, to be honest, what we're doing simply is just we're taking out the eye. So we have put IV fluids, IV antibiotics, pain medications, and of course aftercare. But really it's a fairly simple procedure to just take out the entire eye. Now the very important thing about doing this is you have to be careful not to pull too hard on this one, because there's an optic nerve, which most people know about, that are very important for your eyes. And if I pull on this one, it could affect the optic nerve that supplies the other eye as well. So you also have to be very mindful. That's another reason you have to take your time and be careful. I mean, a surgery like this isn't cheap. Even though we do quite a few of them and we're quite fast and efficient at them, there's still so many costs. The suture material, the IV fluids, the antibiotics. So any donation, even if it's $5, $10, $5 or $10 would buy a pack of suture. $20 would buy some fluids, right? Another $5 antibiotics. So all of those things make a huge difference to these animals. Okay, well, I am just so happy that we're able to do this and that we have donors that give us this money, that we can do this, because it would be so sad to have to euthanize for something like this that we can so easily fix with just, some donations.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Well, that was just a story about Pickles, and there's good news for Pickles. Pickles was in fact adopted, but I am here sitting with Jamie and Mr. White. Take a guess which one's which. Mr. White is currently here at the Humane Society, and he is in fact looking for his forever home. And Jamie, can you tell us a little bit about Mr. White?
Mr. White is a one-year-old male. He's a surrender, and he is, as you can tell, a very sweetheart. He's a little shyer to get to know. But he calms down right away. He's doing great in this big crowd.
It looks like he's super calm. He's actually been pretty calm. He was sitting in his little box waiting for his time on camera, and he was honestly kind of looked a little bit like a sphinx. He was just missing a couple of the key pieces right there. So how is Mr. White classified?
He's a purple cat.
He's a purple cat.
Yeah,
okay.
So he's a bit more shy.
Oh, okay. So maybe looking for a home that's maybe a little bit quieter. What would you say to someone who maybe has kids who are coming in to look at a cat, and maybe they're thinking about Mr. White? What would you advise they do?
Well, just like any adoption, if you have children, definitely bring your kids down, get a chance to meet, interact with the animal, make sure everyone's going to get along well, and make sure he's not going to be intimidated by the children.
Okay.
But yeah.
Oh, awesome. Oh, he saw something. Okay. Now, Jamie, how long have you been with the Humane Society? Because I know you have a little bit of an interesting story, too.
Yeah, I've been volunteering for about 3 years now.
Okay.
And I started as a dog walker.
Okay. Why dog walker?
My dog of 12 years had passed away, and I was in a position where I just really missed having a dog around. I was in a non-pet friendly apartment, so I couldn't get a dog, so I thought this was exactly what I needed. It was a therapy for myself, part of the process.
Self-care is always, always super important, and I hear that maybe a few weeks after starting dog walking, something happened.
I met my dog, Reiko, and I had to move. So I had her, I was 2 weeks here, and I met a dog, and we fell in love, and I've had her for 3 years now, and she's just like the best thing I've ever done.
Awesome, excellent. And so you used to take her for walks, and it was just slowly, and
first time I met her, I was in adoptions that same day, trying to figure out how I was going to do this. Yeah.
That is wonderful and amazing. And I hear you've also taken another big step when it comes to the Humane Society. Now, everything here runs on donations. Without donations, nothing is possible. If you don't have the money to donate or you don't have the time to donate, there is a third option that you can do, which Jamie has just started into.
My dog, Reiko, and I had a good chat and decided that we wanted to foster her. So we set ourselves up for the foster program. So we take home our first 3 puppies tomorrow.
3 puppies?
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to go over?
I'll let you know.
Please do, by all means, tweet us or tweet at the Winnipeg Humane Society. It's at the WHS.
You'll see a lot of social media activity of these guys, for sure.
Awesome. So how did you decide to foster instead of adopting another dog?
Well, we're in a condo and we really can't have another dog. It's not fair for her, it's not fair for my neighbors. So I thought, well, what's another way that I can help out? Because just like you said, if you don't have the money to help, you can figure another way. So for me, it's time. And so fostering puppies is ideal because they actually can't go for walks and we don't have a yard that they can rip around in. So it's a great opportunity. It's a small stint because they're really just there till they get till they're old enough to be spayed or neutered. So and then I can't keep them. I can't.
Okay, so what's the process for becoming a foster? Because you did it very recently. I'm sure it's still fresh in your head.
Yeah, it's only been 2 weeks actually since I've been approved for the program. As a volunteer, I guess you're automatically approved because you've already gone through the background checks and stuff. But you literally just go to foster and fill out the application. They'll get all the necessary information from you. It helps that you have a pet-friendly home. That's really important. You need that. But otherwise, yeah, it's great and it's very efficient and you get to apply for the dogs that suit, or cats even, that suit your situation and your household.
Awesome, excellent. So tell me, what's one of the benefits for the animals of fostering?
Well, some of the animals don't do well in the adoption environment, like being in the kennels and getting looked at and poked at and yelled at, and they're not yelled at, but like children,
tapping on the glass.
That's a tough one for them. So the anxiety can build a little bit. But so some of them are better off adopted through foster, depending on how they deal in the environment here.
Okay, awesome, excellent. And I know you were telling me we do have a story about a dog who was adopted. His name is Henry.
Yeah, I was in love with Henry.
Yeah. Where do you think you might have adopted Henry if his family hadn't have gotten there first?
Well, I actually applied to specifically foster Henry just because I felt like he was having a hard time here. Just because he's just such a great dog, but the activity around just kind of aroused him a little bit in a way that he barked a lot, and so I thought if I could help adopt him through foster, not myself, but someone else, and I would have loved to have taken him, but I can't. We're only allowed 1 dog. It's a good rule to have.
That's perfectly okay, because you know what? Your dog Reiko with an R.
Yeah,
Reiko with an R.
She's from here,
She is from here, and she's going to be getting 3 temporary younger siblings, which I think is wonderful. Thank you so much, because you know what? I don't know if we've said it enough today, but thank you so much to all of the volunteers here and everyone who fosters, and especially thank you to everyone who's donating. I said it already a couple of minutes ago, but I'm going to say it again. We actually can't do this without you guys. It is not physically possible. All the money that we get comes from everyone who donates, all of the time. Like, there are so many volunteers here. I actually can't even tell you how many volunteers I've seen here. It's been a mass of like purple shirts and yellow aprons and blue shirts. They are everywhere and it's wonderful. In the meantime, we are going to be going to Cliff in the lobby, but first, if you can afford to give, we do have the phone numbers going all the time. You probably have something across the bottom of your screen telling you a phone number, but you can also text in the word rescue to 41010, that's 41010, and the word rescue. And of course, we'd always like to thank Liberty Tax Service for being our title sponsor. They're the guys, when you see the dude in the maple leaf costume waving at you from the boulevard, that's them. So make sure you give them an extra wave because they're helping us out a lot today. And right now we're going to go to Cliff in the lobby, who is talking with Delilah from Liberty Tax Service.
Hi, and we're back here with Delilah from Liberty Tax Service. It's been a great day so far. I was just informed that Mr. Logan is at home. Apparently he speaks German. So, guten Tag, Mr. Logan.
I'm sure he's watching. It was sunny earlier today, so he would have been on my bed suntanning all day. But the clouds have rolled in now, so I did leave the TV on for him to the 1001 Donations Telethon, so I'm sure he's watching me. Guten Tag, Mr. Logan.
So can you tell me a little bit why Liberty Tax Service feels the need to help with the 1,001 donations?
Well, you know, I've not been a Liberty franchisee for many, many years. There are some franchisees who have been involved with the Humane Society for a really long time. I'm new on board with that. But, you know, as far as I know, every single one of us is a pet owner and a pet lover. There's Jeff with a beautiful dog, and Kamala has a cute little Pomeranian named Casey. I have my Mr. Logan. Who doesn't love animals? And what better way to be out in the community and support a fantastic organization that does so much for the animals and for the city of Winnipeg, for the people in the city of Winnipeg. So it's a win-win situation for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this great day is fantastic. We've been raising so much money today. We still have a ways to go where we want to be, so I encourage you to call, text, come down and donate. We use all the help you could get. But I also heard another story about what happens at Liberty Tax Service.
Absolutely. I would like to mention that the office that I own is on Pembina and McGillivray, and anybody out there watching, please know that my office is pet friendly. So if you haven't done your taxes, please know that bring me your cats, bring me your dogs. We're absolutely pet friendly on Pembina and McGillivray. I've actually done taxes for clients in the past with their dog sitting on my feet, and I think I enjoyed the experience tremendously.
That's fantastic. That's something I've never heard before. I know that they're pet friendly here, or so I've been told, but I never have heard about a tax service that allows your customers to come inside and bring their animals, because some animals are uncomfortable with their owners who leave them alone. So this is a nice way for the people like that to be able to come in, do their taxes while keeping their animals happy at the same time.
Absolutely. We kind of stumbled upon this by accident. I had a client walk in one day and tell me, oh, I need to run out to my vehicle. I left my dog in the vehicle. Don't worry, it was in the summertime, tax season's during the winter. So I said, don't leave your animal outside to freeze. Bring your dog in. And, you know, this is what sort of started the whole pet-friendly environment. We have one client who has a dog that's been traumatized, and so he constantly holds and cuddles the dog. And he's come in and brought his dog as well. I've actually got several clients now who bring me their animals, and I love it.
Fantastic. Well, again, you can either come down here to the Winnipeg Humane Society to help donate, or you can text 41010, or you can call 927-1001. Again, we're going to be here until 8 o'clock, so you still have 2 hours, so that's plenty of time to make it down. We really encourage you to come down. And while you're down here, you can even look at some of the furry animals we have here. There's plenty of cute dogs and cats. But I think now we're going to go to a story about Kathy. She actually volunteers here overnight to help ensure that the kittens are not left alone and scared. I'd like to thank you again. I know you're heading off. This is your last hit of the day.
It is. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for all the good work that they do. And if you're out there listening, if you've not donated yet, don't wait till the end. Right now is a good time to donate.
Yeah, that's about it. Big shout out again. Thank you to Liberty Tax Service. They've been extremely big help today, and our title sponsor. And off to Kathy.
Yes, the animals get fed twice a day. The evening feeding is a volunteer shift, so that's what I do. They call it evening care. We don't have to deal with the litter boxes, just the food and water, which is really nice. And so basically, you just load up the cart like we were doing like a candy striper in a hospital. You just load up the cart with food and go from animal room to animal room, and feed everybody who needs feeding. So there's the cats that have the specific diets, like they need fiber diet or the gastro. So we'll take those with us. Hey, my friends, how are you? Hi, babies. Hi, Eleanor. Hi, sweetie. Which one are you? Oh, baby, are you Eleanor? You are. Hi, sweetheart. So there's a note on Eleanor's file that she hasn't been eating. Hi, sweetheart. I'm gonna put some gloves on, darling. I've got something for you. Do you want to try this? Look. Look. Do you want to try it? What do you think? Are you a good girl? Do you want to eat that? Hi, baby. Hi, sweetie. You're such a good girl. Come on down. Come on down. Hi, I know I made a noise. Come on, sweetie. Do you want to try this? I know there's a boy, right? Want to try this? It smells pretty good, eh? Oh, you want to have your head rubbed? Okay. Do you want to try some of that while we're doing that? What do you think? So yeah, so aside from the cats that do eat, and those are, you know, the ones that are pretty easy, you know, there's the ones that need a little extra attention. So we try to make sure that they get some food in them and that they kind of remember that eating is part of the routine. Right? Oh, look at you. Good girl. There's more over there. All right. So yeah, so that's Eleanor. So that's sort of one of the more sort of interesting ones that we do on the rounds, the ones that aren't so easy. It's really basically just, it's a way to keep a consistent eye on the cat, like on the cats and on their feeding and their drinking habits, and just making sure everybody's, you know, staying healthy and staying happy and having their best chance of getting adopted.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Well, you probably heard Zazu from The Lion King, that bossy little bird that would not leave Simba alone. This dog is nothing like that bird. We're here with Zazu, the 2.5-year-old. He just came in last week. He's a stray as far as we know. And this is Margaret. And Margaret, how did you meet Zazu?
I deal with the dogs in the back. I take them out into the runs. We're called kennel buddies. There's a whole crowd of us. And we come in and it's just to give the dogs a break, get them out in the yard, a bit of socializing, a bit of playtime. So that's where we usually meet them first.
Okay, and so it's new dogs, stressed out dogs. Why would a dog get stressed out in the Humane Society?
Being in those rooms, nice as they are, they're just not a normal environment. And for a dog, there's constant noise, there's people looking in, which they don't like. We have people that will tap on the glass, which they don't like. Some dogs deal with it really well, some don't, and they get stressed. So then they just need a break from the front and they go in the back for a bit.
And that's completely understandable. I'd be a little ticked off if someone kept tapping on my window. And especially for Zazu, because Zazu is actually blind completely in her right eye. And Margaret, some people might think, oh my gosh, blind dog, don't want to deal with that. But blind dogs, dogs with disabilities, animals with disabilities, are probably a lot easier to deal with than you think. Can you kind of expand on that?
Yeah, we've actually, a few years ago, had a dog here that was completely blind, and we used to take him out and we would say left and make him go left and right and like work with him to get him to follow certain commands, and he got adopted. He was, as far as I know, doing really well. But yeah, you know, it's like the ones that lose a leg. They really adapt really well, and his eye doesn't seem to bother Zazu at all. He's as full of energy as anybody, so.
And that's, I mean, he's only half blind, so he's got twice as much energy. Margaret, tell us a little bit about why you volunteer with the Humane Society.
I think like everybody here, I just love the animals, and it's such a pleasure. You get to take them out, you get to play with them, you socialize them, you see them come up the front and they just progress, and then they go home and we all have a cry, and then it's, you know, we start on the next one. So
it sounds like you have a real emotional attachment to them, even though you're just looking after them during the day.
Some of them you get very, very attached to, especially long-term ones, and you're thrilled when they go home, but believe me, it's a big cry session because, you know, that's it, that's another baby gone home, so.
To a new forever home. I love that pun. Stay at home with me forever. Gotta love it. Margaret, how long have you been volunteering here?
About 6 years.
Okay, why do you keep coming back? You could leave at any time.
Because I love it. I enjoy it. I like the people that are here. I love the animals that are here. Yeah.
And what do you think makes Zazu special? Why do you think Zazu would want to go home to, or why would a family want to adopt Zazu?
Because he's a really good guy. He's good with people, good with kids. Isn't good with cats, so it wouldn't have to be a cat home. He's not a cat guy, but he's a good guy. He's really friendly.
And cats are not an option with Zazu, and some of the dogs are. They have preferences, just like people. You can't blame them. Tell me a little bit more. What does it mean that he's on a hypo diet?
Well, some of them, they get bad tummies, they get bad poop, and it's just a diet that doesn't have grains or any preservatives in, so it's better for them. So they usually, if they have the bad poops, they'll put them on the hypo just to regulate them.
That is fair.
Yep.
You don't want to stress a dog out like that. But tell me about his habits. I heard that he likes to sit on top of a kennel.
No, actually, that was Piper that sits on the top of the
Piper?
kennel. Yeah.
You're getting him a notes Piper. Unbelievable.
No, Zazu's doesn't sit on his kennel. Does he? Does he? Well, I didn't know that. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me. I knew Piper did. Okay, Zazu likes to sit on the top of his kennel.
It's a perch. It's
Yeah.
a perch. Well, thank you so much,
You're
Margaret. And the volunteers here, just like Margaret, they come and they use their own time and they create emotional bonds with these animals just so that families like you can come and adopt them. And Margaret loves Zazu. Little kisses there. We're right now going to go to the lobby, and it's 6 o'clock actually, which means it's 10 after 6, sorry. And there's just under 2 hours left. That means we're gonna push for donations. Remember, Pet Plan Pet Insurance matches every donation $50 and above. You got 50 bucks, boom, it's $100 now. Way to go. And once again, thank you to Liberty Tax Services for being our title sponsor. This day could not have happened without you. We truly appreciate it. The creative communications students, Shaw TV, everybody here at the Humane Society, we very much appreciate it. And if you're not much of a caller, that's cool, whatever. Take out your phone, text RESCUE to 41010. That's 41010. You can decide how much you want to donate. It's easy. You can check us out on Twitter too, at the WHS. And we're multimedia here. You can hear us on the radio, you see us on the TV. Hi. Right now we're going to go to Laura. She's with Brianne, who's a foster parent.
I'm back with Brianne. She's been speaking to us a few times already about the various jobs she does here at the Humane Society. She works with adoption, she works in the gift shop, and she's here to tell us about the last thing she does, which is fostering. So what does an average day in fostering look like?
Well, it's a lot of getting animals ready to go to foster families and looking for foster parents, getting all the paperwork done, that kind of thing. We're always looking for more foster parents to help out with all the animals that we have here that need fostering. It's especially going to be important coming up in the few months coming up. Spring and summer tend to be pretty busy times for getting really big litters in, which is one of the many things that we need foster families for, is animals like kittens and puppies that haven't quite been ready for spay or neuter yet. They're still needing to grow. We also need families that are willing to take animals that have medical conditions, so things like broken bones, or we just saw Zazu, he had a kind of skin condition, he had some allergies, things like that are why we need foster families. And we basically provide all of the food, all of the supplies, we pay for everything. You just provide the home and the love for them for the temporary time that you have them.
How many animals would you say are in foster at the Humane Society at any given time? Do you know?
Well, I think right now we have about 70 animals in foster care.
70?
Yes,
Oh.
70. And in the summer months, we can have up to 250, 300 animals in foster care at any given time.
Wow, so the demand for foster families is really high. So how does someone become a foster parent? What's the process they go through?
Sure, so the process is you actually do it all online. You can just go to our website and go to Ways to Help and then click on the foster link. It also tells sort of all about how you what we do and what you need as a foster family on the website, and then you just go and you apply right there, and it'll get sent to me in my email address, and then we get back to you within a couple of days and do some follow-up questions and things like that, and then we sort of get you going. We send out emails and do phone calls to see whether a foster might be the right one for you and go from there.
So what are some of the necessities? I mean, obviously you're doing background check for like the basics, like are you a safe home, but like what are some really good qualities in a foster parent or a foster family?
Well, really, we're just looking at having people that love animals, obviously, and are, willing to sort of work with them. Especially with younger animals, there may be some behavior issues or training that, it'd be great if you can start doing that type of thing for them. But really, anything that you don't know how to do, we'll help you with. We'll tell you how to do it. We have our clinic staff available all the time for you, our behavior staff as well. So the resources are there for you if you don't know. So honestly, there's nothing really stopping anybody from being a foster parent unless they're not allowed to have animals in their home, obviously. But yeah, any home that's willing to give the love is what we're looking for.
And your home is one of those homes that's willing to give the love.
Yeah, I'm actually fostering a puppy right now, and he's almost 6 months old. He has a skin condition called Demodex, which is a common one that we get in, unfortunately, with young dogs that maybe haven't had really great nutrition early in life. Sometimes they'll have this mite that they have a bad reaction to, so he has had pretty itchy skin for the past several months. So we've actually had him for almost 2 months now. On average, though, most of the time fostering only lasts for about 2 weeks to a month. It depends on the condition or why they're in foster. But the 2-month thing is what we're doing right now, and he's just an awesome dog. So,
what's been your favorite memory from fostering so far?
Favorite memory, oh boy. Well, I think for me it has to be dealing with moms and their litters of animals. I mean, we get moms with litters of kittens and moms with litters of puppies, and we have some amazing foster families that take litters of 12. And I mean, so we're talking mom plus 12 puppies. That's a lot of dog to have in one place. So I mean, honestly, that really just warms my heart. We can't obviously do what we do here without foster families that are willing to take animals like that. So that's something that really stands out for me. For my own personal standout with my foster, it's just really watching him grow. He's an Alaskan Malamute puppy, so he was quite a bit smaller when we first got him, and now he's gotten very large and is just developing his personality, and it's so wonderful to watch.
That's great. Thank you for fostering. So anyone can become a foster parent as long as you have a loving home to give. Go to winnipeghumanesociety.ca today to become a foster parent. And there's still 2 hours left of this telethon. You can text the word rescue to 41010 to donate if you don't have the time to make it down in person, or you can call 204-297-1001 to make your donation. And right now we're going to 2 stories, one about Buttercup and one about Mr. Cat, who is retiring.
We skin scraped her there this morning. That's why she's got that little red spot.
This patchwork pup is named Buttercup. She's a 1-year-old stray from Save a Dog Network.
And she had all these areas where she was missing hair and had thickened skin and was itchy. So she looked like quite a mess when she first came into us.
Buttercup is being treated for Demodex, a non-contagious parasite that causes a dog's hair to fall out.
And that's what we were skin scraping for, to see if there were still some present. And there were quite a few today.
Treatment for Demodex takes months of weekly injections, bi-weekly baths with a special shampoo, and skin scraping to make sure there's no parasites left.
She doesn't have a lot of hair left at all, but it's starting to grow back in.
If left untreated, the animals can develop painful, itchy secondary bacterial infections.
Hey, sweetheart.
Once the Demodex is cleared, Buttercup will be ready for adoption.
Donations are so important, especially for sweet gals like this, because we will have her for months. Thank you, Buttercup. Thank you for the kisses.
Buttercup's antibiotics cost about $60, so donations can help with medical care. But donations can also help keep Buttercup in a loving foster home during treatment.
A donation towards the food for the foster would be very important, because of course when our animals are sent from the Humane Society to foster, all of the supplies are covered. So donations can go towards her food and care in the foster home as well. No dog wants to be in a kennel, almost all the time, every day for months while they're getting treatment. So at least this, she can be in a normal home environment and come in weekly for her injections. As you can see, she's an excellent patient. Very, very sweet. And she's starting to look a lot better.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
My name's Janet Levine, and this is Mr. Cat, and I've been fostering him for about 6 months now. He alternates with River, so I'll have him for 2 months, and then I'll have River for 2 months. Mr. Cat is retiring today. I'm his vacation home, so all I do is he comes over and he relaxes on my bed and I clean up after him, but we love having him. He's just a wonderful addition to the home.
River is the second behavior assessment cat. He and Mr. Cat currently help us assess dogs to see their behavior and temperament towards cats. Now today we're actually retiring Mr. Cat. We did find that although he did okay, he did get stressed from time to time, and so we'd send him to a foster home for 2 months for a vacation. We have decided that MC, short for Mr. Cat, is probably not the best assessor cat. He does tend to get overwhelmed and stressed by the dogs, and of course we don't want to see that. We'd like to see him in a home where he's happy and loved and spoiled like he deserves. Sit. Yeah, good boy. There you go. River, he gets a little grumpy with the dogs, but he bounces back fairly well. I'd like to find him a forever home. Yes, I know, you want that hot dog. Huh? Last week we had 98 animals in foster. And that's 98 animals that could be sitting in kennels here. So it's nice to know that there's people that open their homes to 98 animals and giving them the love that they need and deserve instead of sitting here.
And they're always looking for homes and opportunities to house these animals. So any money that can help make more space in the shelter, or anyone who can donate their time to foster or even volunteer, it does a lot of good.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Welcome back, and before we get started, just a big thank you to Norma with a $500 donation, Patty with $50, and Judy with $50. We really appreciate those donations. And here with me is somebody who knows the absolute value of these donations. This is Michelle. She works in intake and lost and found here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And as we were talking just before we got on air, a lot of people don't understand really what you do. So can you tell me a little bit about your kind of misunderstood department?
For sure. Well, we actually do lost and found and intake, so pretty much every animal that's going to come into our shelter comes through our shelter, through those doors. So in our prime season, we usually get 30 to 40 cats per day, and some dogs and some wildlife. So that could end up to about 300 animals in 1 week very easily. And it does break my heart to say a lot of them do need care. So they come to us maybe not in the best shapes that, most people, see their animals at home, which is quite sad, but at the same time, it's nice I feel very privileged to work here, to see them get better and see them recover.
And that's really remarkable to even think that you would be getting as many as 30 cats in one day, because one family, one person might find and bring in one cat and think that's just amazing, but 30 all at once is incredible to be able to take care of that many cats. But at the same time, from the other end, what you also deal with is, what do people do if they've lost an animal themselves? How do you help them deal with that?
Exactly. It's very stressful on people. Myself even, I lost my dog for 15 minutes, almost went insane. It's very difficult for these people, so they're in high emotions. I do recommend highly to call us. We're going to check our database. We're going to see which animals are there. We're also linked into some social media. We work that angle as well, and we do a lot of reuniting via tattoos. So as soon as an animal comes in, the first thing we check is for identification. So we're going to check for an ear tattoo, which is basically a code that tells us who the owner is. It's very instrumental. Or a microchip, which is embedded under the skin, which has the owner's information as well. We're going to call the owner right away and say, hey, your cat or your pet is here, please come down. And if we're very lucky, they're going to come right away. And if there's no identification, we're going to check our loss database. So that's why it's important that you do call and make a loss report, especially within the 3 days. Because after the 3 days, we're going to process that animal for adoption. And we can still try to get your animal to you once it's in adoption, but once it's adopted, it's very difficult. So please call us within the first 3 days. Is very important if your cat or animal does not have any identification.
Exactly, and now, like most people here at the Humane Society, you are a pet owner yourself, so you really understand the importance of not only getting your pet tattooed or microchipped, but also making sure that if anything does happen, it's really nice to have a place where somebody can go to get reunited with that animal.
For sure, and I do see a lot of really happy stories too. So, you know, my job is very rewarding. I do have to say I am so thankful for the people that donate. I don't think they really do understand how important it is. And one example, and this lovely lady was donating. She was just donating $20. And she said to me, she said, it's just $20. And I couldn't believe that she did not understand the value of that. That $20 could save an animal's life. And it's very passionate to me. And so at any point, anybody who does donate, we appreciate it. We use their donations properly, with care, and of course, we try to save lives.
And that is exactly why we're doing this telethon, and that is exactly why anything you can donate today or any day is so incredibly important. It is making a difference in these animals' lives, and it is making a difference in families' lives. Now, on that note, we would like to thank some of our sponsors, Sprott Asset Management, Bayview Construction, and Pleasant Plumber. Thank you again for all your contributions today. And thank you again, Michelle. We are now going to go to Brittany, who's talking to a foster parent named Anita and a cat.
Hi, thank you, Danielle. We are here with volunteer Anita and one of the cats that's up for adoption, Onyx. Onyx is a little stressed out right now. He is normally a very friendly cat and likes people, but you know, this environment can be a little stressful for them. So that brings us to the topic of fostering. And Anita, you may recognize her from one of the videos that we have shown today, and she is fostering underweight kittens. Anita, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I get to have the fun of taking a kittens or a cat home, and I get to fatten them up. And when else we get to do that? Usually it's the opposite, eat healthy. And so we get to give them treats. They still have to eat healthy, but we need to get them to a healthy weight, so then they get to come back to the Humane Society, and the kittens then get neutered and out for adoption, and the cats just then are healthy and can also go out for adoption. I do have a foster at home right now, but we just got him on Friday night, so he's still bonding with us. So we figured Onyx, being already here and really friendly while we were waiting for our turn, is now a little fidgety, and he wants to play with somebody. He wants to go home with you. That's what he wants. He is a 6-year-old neutered male, and he's thinking, you know what, I've been here now for almost a month, and I'd like to have a home of my own. He loves to be around people. He's been around calm dogs. He's good with kids. He hasn't really met a lot of other cats, so would need to be a little bit of a slow introduction, but is expected to do well. And he is absolutely gorgeous. And he's just this warm, furry bundle of love. And he wants to share that with everybody here in the room is the problem.
He is just looking around, is amazed by everything, as am I. So I can sympathize with Onyx. You know, it can be a little nerve-wracking in front of the camera. And if you, I don't know if we can get in and see this, but he is mostly black cat, but he does in his back paws have little bits of white, which I think are just adorable. I think he would add to any home and really just make that kind of forever pet. He's getting a little fidgety, so I think that we might have to wrap it up a little bit, but I know, Anita, you did some fundraising efforts of your own, so do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I've been fostering now for a year, and because I work from home selling Epicure, I am able to bring pets in the day for vet visits and what have you. And I did a little bit of a fundraiser, and so my customers and I came up with $100.
Oh no!
Like I said, Onyx just wants to share the
love.
Thank you very much, Anita. And so this is $100 here, but this is going to get matched by pet plan, pet insurance, so it's going to be $200. That's amazing. Thank you. Want to send a special thank you to Liberty Tax Service. They've been the sponsor for all day today, as well as the creative communication students here working. We've raised $1,500, and that's going to be doubled to equal $3,000. So that's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the thing that I loved about Bingo is that he came in basically looking like he'd just come through a horror movie. And the first thing he did was sit down and offer me his paw and sit there and shake paw with me. So he's a super sweet dog. Good boy. He came in on a Saturday when I was here, so I was sort of the first vet to attend to him. And as the story goes, I guess he was found on the side of the highway, sort of in the Stonewall area, kind of just lying on the side of the road. And a good passerby found him and brought him into us. And he unfortunately has a bunch of broken teeth. So all of his big canine teeth, all of them are broken off and rotten, so I need to take those out. So we're doing that. We can see them just breaking them because of chewing behavior. You know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. He's a pretty beat up boy, so it's hard to say what he's been doing out there in the country, whether he had a home or whether he was, you know, surviving on his own, what he was eating. So, like, this part is all the root, and then normally you would have, like, you know, your pointy canine that would come off of that. So this one looks small because it's broken. My hands are sore though, it's a workout. I'm gonna have blisters, I think. Sometimes it can be a lot of work to get one individual animal up to adoptions, and so that's why it's so important to have the support. Good boy.
Hang on, hang on.
Good boy. What?
Yeah. You're silly. You're silly. What? What? You need something more? What else do you need? Huh? A home? Yes. We're working on it. We'll get you one of those.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
We've reached $34,000, just over, as our total count of funds raised so far today. It's 6:30, just passed, and we have an hour and a half left to hit our goal of 70,000. So we really need all the support we can get. People call in, and again, pet insurance is matching donations of $50 or more, which is a huge opportunity to make some money for these lovely animals today. We have Kelsey here, who is on her way to the dog park that's located conveniently right beside the Winnipeg Humane Society. And she heard about our telethon on the radio, and she came down with her dog Gilbert. So they're stopping in before their walk today. And Kelsey, can you tell us a bit about it's an English Bulldog. An English Bulldog. And can you tell us a bit about kind of what Gilbert's brought to your life?
Lots of joy. We love going to the dog park, especially just beside the Humane Society. We probably go 3 times a week. It's nice to get outside, meet new people, new dogs, everything like that.
And I understand Gilbert has a bit of a skin condition that you have to deal with. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, so Gilbert has, like most bulldogs, he has food allergies, so he has a very restricted diet. But that definitely has caused some vet trips, and you know, dogs, they get into things and they eat things they shouldn't, so.
And to put that in perspective, Gilbert has a loving home and costs his owner, I mean, she's taking regular visits to the vet. Think about the dogs that are coming in here and need the same amount of special care like Gilbert does. But the Winnipeg Humane Society is responsible for paying for that. So it really does put it in perspective. The Winnipeg Humane Society puts so much money into the care for these animals and make sure that they're ready for a loving home, just like Gilbert has here with Kelsey. Kelsey, thank you so much for coming and meeting with us today. And Gilbert, I hope you enjoy your walk. He's very excited. So next we're going to Jen with Melissa Rogers from the Winnipeg Humane Society Fundraising Department.
Thanks, Maddie and Kelsey and Gilbert. And so I'm here with Melissa, and we're going to be talking a bit about fundraising. We just had a call come in. We got a donation for $100, which means Pet Plan, Pet Insurance. Yes! Pet Plan Pet Insurance has matched that, so that is now $200. So keep calling in with your donations, and we're just going to be talking about different ways that you can donate. So what are all the ways that you can donate today, Melissa?
Well, today you can donate online. You can text for 1010. Oh, it's a rescue for 1010. You can also call in to our lovely phone room here. You can come in person. The drive-through is now down and done with, but you can still come here and come into the shelter. We're open till 8 p.m. Yeah, and again, you know, if you can't make your donation today, you can also call or come do online tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and so this all goes to such a wonderful cause, and no matter how big or small your donation is, it goes a far ways. And even just $10 gets a vaccine for a dog or a cat, and $35 is a heartworm treatment, $45 for behavior training aids, and $75 to $85 you spay or neuter a dog. And if you donate over $50, then that is matched, so you'd be spay or neutering 2 dogs. And you've been at the Winnipeg Humane Society a while, and so what's your favorite part about working here?
I just love working for the animals. I mean, they are my boss. They are, I come in every morning for them, and the team here is amazing. I mean, we all are animal lovers, and there's nothing better than to come in and see an animal that's been abandoned or injured or you know, has lost its home for various reasons, and being able to help it. And we can't do that without our donors. So we absolutely cannot do it without the funding that the donors give us, because we are a nonprofit organization. So the generosity of our donors is absolutely amazing and touching. And again, like I said, we just can't do it without you guys.
And you have a cat. What do you love most about your cat?
I do have a cat. Her name's Canada, and my cat, she's just so therapeutic. I love her. You know, I go at home and I can look at her and I can pet her, and even after a long day, she just looks at me with all that love, and it's just amazing. Like, the bond between an animal and human is just so amazing.
And so today, with your donation, you're going to be helping create those bonds for many people who are going to have, for many pets who are going to have their forever homes with owners. And so call in and donate no matter what you can, $10 or $50 or $100, even more. And that will be going to the Winnipeg Humane Society. You can also check out what's going on here at the Telethon that we've been going strong now for quite a few hours. And so you can look us up on Instagram at WHS Animals and on Twitter at the WHS. And the hashtag is 1001 donations. Nice little pun there. And big thanks to Liberty Tax Service, who has been the title sponsor of today's Telethon. And so we just want to mention too, we have reached over $34,000 of our $70,000 goal. Yeah. So keep calling in, and now we're going to be looking at Olive, whose foot was crushed and had surgery. So your donations, those help with those surgeries and with dogs like Olive.
So this is Olive. She is a 9-week-old puppy, and she was actually brought into Morden Veterinary Clinic. And one of the veterinarians that works with us here brought her into us, and she'll do that occasionally with strays and animals that they find, which is excellent. And then we take them in here, and we've been treating her for almost a week and a half now. And she had a crush injury to her right front foot, so we'll see that today. This is something we have to deal with daily, and it's expensive. Actually, wounds can be one of the most expensive things because of the bandage changes, the sedation, the different drugs you have to use to be able to do it, and all the materials. So it can be very frustrating if we don't have the money to do it. That's why we appreciate all the money that the donors give, because even the small donation of $25, that's one bandage change for her. Those all make a difference for us and her. You can lick. Go ahead, lick away. Lick away, lick away. There you go. There you go. You just wanted to get up, huh? There we go. All right, let's see how she looks with that. That's all she wanted. That's right.
Come on, Olive. Olive, sit for me. Come on, you sit for me. Can you sit? Oh, there's a good girl. What a good girl. It's actually healed very, very well. I mean, it still looks like it was a fairly serious injury. I mean, as you can see, it doesn't affect her from moving around. She loves to go for walks. She loves to play. Eventually, they find their forever home, so that makes it all worthwhile. Hey? Yeah. There you go.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or you can go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
About a 3-year-old stray who was brought into us, and he had quite the wound on his neck. So what happened to him is he was outside on the streets and got into a fight with another cat and got a big abscess on his neck from that fight. He's a very good boy. Yeah, he just missed his jugular. Very, very lucky cat. His carotid and his jugular right underneath there. So very lucky. That's looking amazing since the last time I've seen it. So we'll give it a good clean up there today. But that looks so much better. So his least favorite part, but he's still pretty good for it. We do need to put it under the water. We perform what's called hydrotherapy. That's one of the best things to get that wound healing. And we do this every day to him right now. It's really good. It's the water, and it's encouraging new vascular growth and wound healing. There, and as you can see, he's being very good for this. You know, as you're told, most cats don't like water. And here I'm barely putting any pressure on his head and just putting him underneath there. Give it a good clean. So another 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks and he should be good. Unfortunately, while we've got him here, we can't send him to foster because he still needs the hydrotherapy and the bandage changes. Yeah, so, you know, in private practice, this would be quite expensive because of the daily management, right? Because you've got to do those bandage changes every day, you know, minimum of, you know, every 2 days, but definitely we're doing them every day here. And so that would be, you know, hundreds of dollars in the end. So you people can help, you know, even if you do a bandage change, even if you donate $5 towards the bandage material, you know, that helps as a donation towards his bandage materials for 1 day. I'd say his bandaging material probably costs around $20 a day, as well as the ointments and everything that we do put on. So that donation would help you for 1 day give this guy a better chance. Not many cats that would behave this well for this. And like I said, we don't sedate him or do anything for this. He's just well behaved, like he knows we're helping him. It can be in between $3 to $5 a roll. So, you know, any donation you can make towards bandage materials helps this guy out.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online, winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Well, wasn't that a wonderful, heartwarming story? We're back here in the lobby of the Winnipeg Humane Society, and we do have some sponsors that we're going to thank first, right off the hop. They are the Keniston Superstore, A&S Homes. You may have seen the signs in the other room for A&S Homes. They're actually sponsoring all of our telephones today. And Domino's Pizza, of course. Thank you guys for feeding us. Seriously, we may have all fainted from hunger by now if you hadn't have done that. So thank you so much to everybody. And with me here is, of course, Michelle. She is with the Winnipeg Humane Society, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what she does here.
Well, I do lost and found, mainly, but I also help in the behavioral department.
Okay. And this is lost and found for cats and behavioral department for cats, right?
Yeah, and dogs.
Okay, and dogs too. Okay, awesome. So let's talk. That's the Yelp line, correct?
Yes,
yeah. The Yelp line. If you don't know, you can call them. The phone number's on the Winnipeg Humane Society website. So what kind of things do you help with the behavioral? Like what behavioral problems is that? Like when my cat, say, I don't know, I open the door and he suddenly decides to run out between my legs and hide under the car. Is that one of the things that you help with?
Definitely. It happens a lot. There's some, there is a bylaw that you're not allowed to let your cats out. So people generally try to keep their animals in.
But he just takes off.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they learn to do that. They're very smart. The Yelp line has some really good tips on how you can stop that from happening. It is very simple and very easy, and they're really good at it. So just give them a call. They would love to hear from you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just a quick call. Like I said, the number's on the Winnipeg Humane Society website. It's called the Yelp line, YELP. And so how did you get involved with the cat behavioral line?
Well, pretty much I was told to go there, but no, that's not it. But I started as a volunteer here, and I worked with dogs mainly, and a position came available, and I've always had a passion for animals, and so the behavioral department sort of took me in and into intake, and now I'm very honored to work here.
Okay, excellent. And we were chatting a little bit before about, because you also do lost and found.
Yes.
And I was surprised by the number that you gave me. What was that number of, like, how many, was it just cats or was it both cats and dogs?
Both cats and dogs, that's the number I gave you. So by the end of summer, I actually had over 1,000 open loss reports for animals that had not been reunited yet. So it is really important to try to keep your animals in, because anytime they get out, you never know what they could meet up with, you know. So.
Especially, and even we all know it's a bylaw now, so you do have to tattoo and register your cats, and that's something that helps people like Michelle here find them and get them back to you, because you love your pet.
Yeah.
You want to be able to cuddle with them. How are you going to do that if they've run away and you can't find them? Okay. So
tattoos are so important. Yeah.
Exactly.
As soon as I see one, I'm like, whoa, awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll get that cat home to its owner.
Exactly. And they can get tattooed here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, right?
Generally, it's done when you spay or neuter your animal.
Okay.
So, and it's a code that tells us exactly when they were fixed and who they are actually registered to. So, if you don't have a tattoo in your animal, microchipping is an excellent, side option, which is basically just a chip that's embedded, very, very small chip behind the neck, and then that has indication.
Excellent. Okay, so there you go. You've heard it here. If you actually, and I believe if you've adopted from the Winnipeg Humane Society, everyone is spayed, neutered, and chipped or tattooed already. So, but if you haven't adopted from the Winnipeg Humane Society, double check, just make sure. I mean, spaying and neutering, that is an option. Obviously, we want to try to keep some of the stray cat population down just a little bit. They're adorable, but they can sometimes reproduce as quick as bunnies. Not quite as quick, but they can definitely reproduce quickly. But you can also make an appointment here at the clinic to get your cat spayed or neutered, and same with your dog. And at the same time, they will tattoo or chip them. So they will always come home. Excellent. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
We're going to be going back to Rhea, who has Maggie, a wonderful dog, back in the other room. And stay tuned, because coming up, we have a donation from the Creative Communications class, and we're going to show you how much that is coming up a little bit later in the show.
So we're here with Maggie and Margaret. Maggie is a 4-year-old. Oh, I'm sorry, did I scare you? Aw. Maggie is a 4-year-old lab mix, and we're here with Margaret, one of the volunteers. But before we talk about Maggie, I just want to thank one of our latest donations from Gordon. It was made for $250, which is actually going to be matched by Pet Plan Pet Insurance for $500 in total. So thank you so much for calling in that donation. Margaret, why don't you tell us a little bit about Maggie and how she came to the Humane Society and what you've done to work with her?
Okay, Maggie was surrendered. She has lived with children. She is recommended for a home with slightly older children just because she's super high energy. Like if somebody likes running, this is the dog. Like she just is non-stop.
She would be the perfect partner for a jogger, just to get all that energy out every single day with her.
But she's super sweet. She loves people. You just have to go a little slow with her. There's some people, for whatever reason, she's a bit skittish with. But other than that, she's a great girl. She's super friendly, super cuddly when she's not energetic.
What are some of the activities that you as a volunteer like to do with Maggie? Does she like to play fetch or go to the park?
She loves playing fetch.
She's just checking on how the donations are going.
She likes to socialize. No, she does like to play fetch. So when she was in the back, that would be what we would do in the yard. My memory of her is it was continual throw the ball, bring it back, throw the ball, bring it back. I ran out of energy before she did, so you know.
So you were telling me that yesterday you actually took her to an adoption event. How did that go?
Very, very well, because these adoption events, they're great, but for some dogs, especially like Maggie, 5 hours is stressful. It's a long day. She did super. Lots of people, lots of kids. She was good with everybody, and in fact was a lot quieter than she is now. And we worked on shake a paw, and by the end of the day, she got it down.
I just saw you doing it now, and she was doing it fantastic. I'm noticing that every time something happens in the room, she's on alert.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What else can you tell us about her personality? What kind of family do you think? What should a family know before bringing Maggie into their house?
Well, she's going to need lots of exercise, so you've got to be prepared to walk her morning and night. If you've got a big yard, get out there, play fetch with her, play ball. Again, older kids, so probably 10 years old and older, that can both burn off energy. You know, that's the thing with her.
What do you think would be the heart-wrenching factor for families to say, okay, this is why I want this dog?
I don't know. I mean, for me, they're all heart-wrenching, you know.
For me, her eyes are just so cute. Just the ears.
Yeah.
You were talking about the ears.
That's true. She's got one ear that kind of sticks out permanently, and it's really cute. You know, one will flop down, but the other's permanently out to the side. Every dog here is cute to me, has got a special thing, so, you know, it's always hard to say why this one, but she's a good girl. You can see she likes her belly rubs.
Do you know how long that Maggie has been here since?
She's been here since mid-January.
Okay, so a couple of months now. Yeah. All right. Well, if you guys are interested in adopting Maggie, I'm sure she would be a great addition to your home. The next story is a heartwarming story about two dogs, Zoe and Henry. They were put together. They were both a little bit antisocial, but they were paired up at the Humane Society, and one of them has been adopted. Let's take a look at that story.
Okay, so we are here with Chewbacca. We had Star Wars characters here. Now we have one in the flesh, 6-year-old Chewbacca with his owner from Stonewall. Tell me, why did you come all the way out from Stonewall today?
Because the Humane Society is a great place. You get to rescue pets and they get to rescue you right back. Chewy, we got him 6 years ago from the Humane Society, and so we're here today to hopefully adopt a little puppy. We met her earlier today, and we had to bring our dogs in to meet her so that they know if they get along or not.
And that is a really important thing for people at home. If you already have a pet and you want to adopt one here at the Humane Society today or anytime, it's very important that you bring your now pets in to meet them. So Chewbacca and actually Jersey is out back meeting Carolina the puppy. And tell me, why would you think either of your dogs might have an issue or maybe a little temperament problem with Carolina, the puppy?
Well, Jersey is, she's 2 years old. She's 2.5, and she's way more rambunctious than Chewy is. Chewy's a very laid-back fella. Jersey loves to play, and Carolina is the sweetest little puppy. She might be overwhelmed by Jersey, so we want to make sure that Jersey isn't going to hurt her, not, meaning to, but she could be too much for her. So we want to just make sure that she's going to get along with her.
And all dogs, just like people, have different temperaments, right? So
absolutely.
You do want to double check. And is there anything that makes Chewy Baka special? Does he do any tricks, or he's your dog? I understand. There's a family of 4. So, but he's her dog. So, what does Chewy Baka do?
Chewy doesn't actually do a heck of a lot. He is just a big cuddler. He thinks he's only about 4 pounds, but he's about 100. And so that makes it a little difficult on the couch when he decides to lay on you. But yeah, no, he's just the sweetest dog. Great with my kids, always has been. Always worry about dogs when you're around food and kids, and put your hand right in his bowl, he won't even touch it. Like, he's the greatest dog. Never ate a toy, never did anything. He's the best dog I've ever known.
Sounds like the real Chewy from Star Wars. Like your protector, best friend. So it sounds like a full house.
Yeah.
You have 2 dogs now and 2 kids. Why did you want to get a puppy today?
Actually, it was a very spontaneous, spur-of-the-moment decision. We were out shopping. There was a big record sale over at the Victoria. We went to a liquidation center, and then it was like, the kids need something to, it's a great responsibility for young kids. My kids were really little when I got Chewy, so obviously he's my dog, but I would really love it if they had the connection that I have with Chewy. That have that dog that's your dog, not your parents' dog that you love and touch every once in a while, but to have a dog and cleaning up poop and feeding dogs and making sure they have water all the time. And kids, my oldest one just joined cadets. This is just another great way to show responsibility and to teach them.
And how old are your kids now?
They're 12 and 7.
So you said they're ready for that responsibility. What kind of things will you teach them? Did you train Chewy yourself?
Yeah, he was, again, very lucky to have him. He was very, very easy to train. He actually trained me on potty training. I didn't know that he knew what he was going to do, and the first time he asked me to go outside, I had no idea what he was asking, and he peed on the floor. And it was completely my fault. But yeah, he was very easy to train. So yeah, they're going to work with their dog and teach her how to do all the fun tricks and make sure she walks well on a leash, and take her for walks, and make sure they get their butts off the couch and pay attention to their dog.
It gets kids active too, right? Like you said, get them walking and everything. And it sounds like you're
so much time on the iPads and watching TV and stuff, and it's enough already.
Well, what they should do on their iPad right now is go to the Winnipeg Humane Society website, because we're live streaming there. And a big, big thank you to Liberty Tax Services. They're our title sponsor today. And we also want to give a shout out to Pet Insurance. Every donation of $50, they match. $50, boom, $100. There you go. And once again, thank you to ANS Homes. They're our phone sponsor. We have a phone room full of volunteers who have been answering the phones all day. Chewy has escaped the building. He has decided that's what he wants to do. No big deal, no big deal. We have 1 hour left to donate, people. That's all we got. 1 hour. Don't know the total of that we have so far, but if you have any cash, remember, $10 is a vaccine, $35, heartworm treatment. Dig in your pockets and help these animals, help these volunteers. You're good. Chewy he's gone to the galaxy. He's decided what he wants to do. So there's 1 hour left to donate, and we want to make sure everyone at home knows that the creative communication students, including myself, we have raised over $1,500, and with tea and pierogies, and we're putting on this show, and we just really want to thank everybody at home who is also donating. So once again, thanks to Liberty Tax Services, and right now you're going to check out a story of Zoe and Henry. I actually interviewed Henry's family earlier, the Goods, and so they took Henry home. He is a great addition to their family, but Zoe's still looking for a home. So if you're home and you're looking for a dog, watch this story, check out Zoe, because she is ready to go home with you.
Okay. So this is Henry and Zoe, and they have been here since December. And when Zoe came in, she was really shy, and so was Henry. And what the Humane Society volunteers decided to do was pair them up.
Gabrielle Thiessen has been volunteering for the Winnipeg Humane Society for 9 years. She's a behavior assistant and kennel buddy. She met Henry and Zoe when they first came into the shelter, so she had a chance to take them out in the back and work with them on a regular basis. When the dogs move up to adoption, Gabrielle also does dog walking, so she got to follow Henry and Zoe into adoption and still take them out for walks and work with them. They love her. When Zoe came in December, she was terrified. Gabrielle spent time with Zoe in the kennels, getting her used to people again.
And I started working with her on a regular basis, and so did the behavior department and a lot of other volunteers. And she just got better and better and better to the point where they decided that she could go up to adoption. Because she's so fearful, that's sort of what led to her being paired up with Henry. And that's why the two of them are together in front.
Zoe was so shut down. She wasn't moving anywhere. She just we'd bring her into the office. She'd just sit there quietly. And so we would bring Henry down because we thought, well, what about another dog?
Zoe and Henry were approved separately for adoption, but when they were apart, they struggled.
And we thought, you know what? Let's see if we can get them both together and see how that goes. And of course, next day they're on top of the kennel together, sleeping, doing everything together. They're like two peas in the pod almost.
Yeah, sometimes when you go into the room, there's that bed, and they're both curled up, and they're just sort of curled into each other, like you can't tell which dog ends and which dog begins.
And since then, they've become totally different dogs. They are way more friendly, they are inseparable, they're in love with each other, and this is just the best love story I've ever heard. We would really like for these two dogs to be adopted together because they just love each other, and they deserve a home where they can be a family forever.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
This little sweetheart here is Daisy, but you might all know her a little bit better as Olive. You probably saw a video about her earlier. She had her paw repaired here at the Humane Society a little while ago, and like her owners Jessica and Lori are saying, she is just the toughest dog in Manitoba. She's an absolute sweetheart. She's having a lot of fun here so far. So can you tell me a little bit first about how you first came to get Daisy?
Well, it was Jessica's birthday, and she wanted a dog, and the first place we thought of was a Humane Society, and we really wanted to get a rescue dog, and so we came and we saw her one day, and then we left, and they said, okay, Daisy's a little special. Olive at that time was a little special, and she's going to need a little bit more attention and training. And then we went to a couple other places and came back, and we kept thinking of her little face in the window, and we came back and we talked to the trainers here, and she's ours, and Jessie got a good birthday present.
And so many people today have been thinking about her adorable little face. One person, I believe his name is Garrick, had seen her story and just had to donate. And we've been seeing that so many time again today. All these amazing dogs and cats and other animals are absolutely fantastic. But sometimes, like Olive or Daisy now, they do require a little bit of extra care, which I don't know if you were anticipating. Can you tell me what that process was kind of like, taking care of her?
Sure. Well, physically, you can see her paw. We understand she was caught in a trap when she was about 4 weeks old. So physically there was that concern, and we actually, when we brought her home, we live on a couple of acres, and she just ran. She ran and ran and ran and ran for a couple of days, and then we noticed her limping a little bit. It's a little concerned about, how she would be able to manage with her paw, so we brought her back to the vet services here, and they were just wonderful with us and looked at her, a little bit swollen. They said, this dog is going to be fine, and she's just probably a little bit overused it a bit, and she has run. We take her on about a mile run every day up in an area off leash, and she's fine. She's tough. She's ran. Well, I thought maybe 30 below weather would get her, but hasn't yet, and she's a great little dog. Now, mentally, she's a little bit of a challenge in that we think there must be some boxer in her. She's very reactive, and because what I've been told is because she's only 4 weeks when she had the accident, she's been kenneled for 4 weeks and really hasn't been exposed to a lot of other dogs or people. So we're going through a few lessons on that, and I'll put a plug in for the Humane Society in that they called us 3 days after to see how we're doing with her. We've had her in classes here with Catherine, one of the trainers, and nothing but A pluses. And then now we've got her in another private lessons, trying to get her socialized a little bit more with other dogs. She doesn't want to hurt them. She just wants to jump all over them and play with them. So she just has to learn a little bit of manners, and she's fine. And the Humane Society has been outstanding with us, so really good.
Well, for somebody who doesn't socialize with a lot of dogs very often, she's been doing great so far today. And
She loves to eat, so.
that's very fair. She's had a lot of treats already. She's been pretty spoiled. Now, you and the Humane Society have obviously made a huge impact on Daisy's life, but how has she impacted yours?
Jesse won't talk. Well, my husband is at home, and he comes home after work every night, and he's got a long day, and he comes home, and here's this dog looking to go for a run every day. So he just loves taking her out for a run, and anybody who has an animal know how great it is to come home and see a happy wagging tail, and I think fitness-wise it's good for us because we don't sit down a lot with her anymore, and she's always wants to go for a walk or run, or I think probably we'll get her into some agility training or some ball training because she just loves the ball. So it's good for us physically. It's good for us to have a happy face when we come home. So we just love having her around. She's a lot bigger. I actually wanted a smaller dog, but now I'm sold on her. So yeah.
With all that in mind, it's amazing how she's been sitting so still. She's been so good. She really deserves a break.
As I said, she's still in training.
Aw, well, that's okay. And if you do want to help dogs like Daisy, you can always text rescue to 41010. And again, a huge thank you to our title sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. They've been absolutely amazing, and everybody who's brought in their pets today has been absolutely amazing as well. So thank you again very much. It was very nice to meet Daisy, especially after hearing her wonderful story.
Yeah.
And coming up now, we have Erin, who's going to be talking to Leanne from QX104.
Thanks, Danielle. I'm here with Leanne Cater, boss lady at QX104 FM. How long have you been coming to the Humane Society to do like the health?
Well, since I've been in Manitoba, actually, I was just looking back. I had a picture from one of my very first events when I moved to Winnipeg was the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 donations, and it was on St. Patrick's Day that year. So this is my 4th year. No big green hat this year, but yeah, it's a lot of fun every year. I always look forward to it.
Great. And how do you feel to be able to be part of an event like this?
I feel great. Well, of course, I feel actually really privileged to be a part of an event like this because over the years I've had many family members come from the Humane Society in different cities around the country, and I know how important it is, the work that's done at the Winnipeg Humane Society, the work they do in our community beyond what you maybe think is traditional role of Winnipeg Humane Society, and I know there's so many different ways they contribute, including, if you're a fan of the rescues in Manitoba, rescues do a lot of great work. Well, the Winnipeg Humane Society reaches out to them, and they help a lot of times with a lot of the stuff that the rescues can't handle. So, I mean, you can donate and support your favorite rescue and just say, donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society and say that's what you want it to go towards is their medical bills, because they're always helping with everyone, and they need the money. And so it's important to have events like this to make sure that money keeps coming in. Because when you see the Winnipeg Humane Society everywhere and being so successful and so many success stories, you might think, oh, well, they're looked after, but the bills keep on coming. So we need to keep supporting them if we want to keep getting that great result.
That is so true. And so you yourself have some fur babies at home?
I do. I have Boss Kitty Polly Prissy Pants, who is a rescue kitten and that I got here in Winnipeg. She was my adopted family. I left the rest of my family back in Ontario, so I had to adopt some family to have here, and she's it. But I don't know, Mr. White is kind of pulling at my heartstrings today. I think maybe Boss Kitty Polly Prissy Pants needs some company.
I hope so. He's definitely so cute. So. Great. Well, we have just over an hour left to donate, so please feel free to donate or drop by. And right now we are going to go to the Black Dog Club, which is a club where they get together with black dogs once a month. You'll just watch the story. You'll see it.
Excuse me while I get run over here.
Denver might have some extra accessories, but he runs the Black Dog Club.
The Black Dog Club is run by the Winnipeg Humane Society. It's a group of pet owners that meet once a month to have their dogs socialize, get some exercise, and destigmatize the color of their fur.
Black dog clubs have a stigma associated with them. They're one of the hardest dogs to adopt. Whether it's superstition, the color of the hair, that there's just more black dogs. For whatever reason, they are the ones that are in the kennels the longest.
Leslie Cass has organized the club for 3 years. She says she usually gets about 10 people out walking every month. The group activity does more for the dogs than get their heart rate up.
We're exercising our dogs and making sure that they're happy and healthy, and a tired dog is a good dog. The last thing we want is for a dog to be returned to the Humane Society because it's got behavioral issues. So it's really important to exercise your dog and keep them sharp.
Denver, swing. Hey, I said swing. Sometimes he'll do it. And
For Denver, it's a way to use his wheels and show the other dogs who's boss.
So it's really important that you think of contributing to the Humane Society. They do a lot of great work. They save a lot of dogs, a lot of black dogs, a lot of multicolored dogs. And it's really important that we find these dogs their forever homes.
wait. Good job.
The Winnipeg Humane Society relies on donations to keep black dogs comfortable until they can find a family.
Photobomb.
Become a monthly donor. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Society. While we really love large donations here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, even small donations are very much appreciated. $5, $10, or $25 can do a lot of good for helping dogs and cats in our community. Your $5 donation will buy 1 package of suture used to spay 1 cat. Your $10 donation can provide 1 monthly treatment of heartworm prevention. Your $25 donation will neuter 1 cat. Snip, snip. Your $50 donation will help spay a cat like Mittens here.
Call right now to donate. Call 927-1001. Outside Winnipeg, 1-866-436-1001. Or go online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
There's no stigma against black dogs here at the Humane Society, and there's no stigma or superstitions around black cats. And here we have Princess, the 15-and-a-half-year-old cat. She's a senior.
Yes.
She's a veteran. This is Melissa Martin. She's a Winnipeg Free Press reporter, and she came down here today to show off Princess. How you doing?
I am wonderful, thank you. Yeah.
So you got Princess when from the Humane Society?
We got her in October. Yeah, middle of October we brought her home, so it's been 6 months? How long is that? I can't count.
I cannot do math on air.
Since then, yeah.
So why did you decide to pick up a cat that day?
You know, it was a bit of an accident. We already had some cats at home. I wasn't looking for another one, but I came down here with my best friend who was thinking about getting a cat, and as soon as I saw her, I fell in love, and it took me a couple weeks to convince my better half that we should add another one. But as soon as he met her, he fell in love with her too, and yeah, it's been a happy family ever since.
She is beautiful, and we were talking earlier that Princess's eyes actually blend in just like the buttons. She doesn't show up, but I promise she's here. So have you actually ever had someone come into your house and be like, oh my gosh, black cat, don't let her cross my path?
No, the only feedback we get when people meet her is people think she's adorable. People can't believe she's almost 16 years old because she has so much energy and she's so lively. That's kind of the only comments we've gotten about her.
Which is great. And if you've been watching us for a while, we're actually in the last hour of the program. There's under an hour left of us today. But Princess and Melissa were featured in a story that was shot by one of the creative communication students here, and that's what we're all doing today. We're creative communication students from Red River College. I'm wondering, you said Princess has a lot of energy. What's a quirk that she does at home?
Oh, she has so many. She, as soon as we go into the bathroom in the morning, she flies in there at top speed and sits on the back of the toilet while we shower, which is really Fascinating. That's her favorite. She has these little mice that she spends hours knocking around and collecting. Like she'll gather like 2 or 3 of them, and then she'll move them up and down stairs, like in a group, you know. She does that. She has just so many funny little quirks.
So how does she get along with your other cat? How old is your other cat?
We've got a number of other cats.
Oh, okay.
in a range of ages from 6 to about 20. So yeah. So no, it was actually pretty seamless. She her first day in the house, you know, a new cat, older cat coming into established. With other cats in the house, we were want to be careful about it, but as soon as she was kind of free in the house, she went right up to each of them and introduced herself and stretched out her nose to touch each of them by the nose, and she just was super cool with them, and it took them a little while to get used to the kind of newcomer, but it actually was pretty seamless other than that.
And so for people who are looking to adopt a kitten, maybe have your mind set on a kitten. That's fair, that's totally fine, but there are a lot of older cats here at the Humane Society. So Melissa, what's it like taking care of older cats? You said you have a cat that's, getting wild here, Princess, jeez. You said you have a cat that's 20 years old? Okay, so is there anything special that people have to know about taking care of senior cats?
Well, obviously you need to be keep up with their veterinary visits. You need to maybe keep a bit of an eye on how they're doing in general, and I think in some ways it's just a lot of it is just sort of about the emotional preparation of taking care of, especially an older cat. My oldest cat is she's not in great health. She has very bad arthritis, and so it does take a lot of extra care on that end of things. But then on the other hand, you have Princess, who is, she is almost 16, but you wouldn't believe she was a day older 3. She's always awake, she's always running around, she's so energetic, healthy, spry, so there's that range, right? But yeah, the biggest thing is just keeping up in the vet stuff, and just but other than that, I think there's a lot of benefit to it, because when you get an older cat, they're past their crazy kitten phase, and a lot of them are just really looking for a place they can settle down in.
A place that they can move mice in a group up and down the stairs. And it is important to keep your cats or your dogs in check at the vet, which leads me to thank our hero sponsors, Transcona Veterinary Hospital and D7 Property Management. Thank you so much. You're making this day possible for us. You made it possible for Melissa to adopt Princess here. And once again, I'm going to remind everybody at home who's listening and who's watching us on Shaw, or maybe you're live streaming it, make sure you text 41010. You text the word rescue. That you can choose however much you want to donate. Pet plan, pet insurance matches every donation above $50 and above. So $50, what turns into $100? That's right. There you go. And really, we just want to thank you who are listening and watching at home. We're on Twitter. You can go to @the_WHS. You can tweet at us, see how we're doing. Also on Instagram, you might see a picture of Princess crawling around on there. And now you're going to go see Cliff out in the lobby, who is talking to Zoe the dog.
And we've got beautiful Zoe here. She's just lying on the floor for us. She's nice and quiet and timid. What can you tell us more about Zoe?
When she first came in, she was really, really frightened in the back. She would go to the back end of the cage when you went to take her out. She'd be shivering and she'd growl at you. So we would go in and sit with her and just kind of keep dropping treats till she got close. So you just have to take it really slow. And then once she was used to us, we'd take her out in the yard, and she's totally different. She likes to cuddle and lean into you, but she just needs that little bit of time just to get used to people.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people I've noticed, they even with people, it takes time for them to warm up a lot of the time, and it's no different with animals. Zoe now, when I first came and saw her, she was timid at first, but now she's quite friendly and she's quite comfortable around me. It's nice. It's recommended that she's not taken in with another family who already has an animal, a cat or a dog. She likes to play on her own. And if you have children who are a little bit older and who you're looking to give a little bit more responsibility to, this would be a great opportunity for you to do so.
Yes, it would. She's, again, young children would, just by their nature, are just a bit too exuberant for her, so they would frighten her. So she's better in a home with kids that just know how to react to a dog and how to deal with a dog. But she'd make a great companion. She's super cuddly, super friendly.
So this is your 5th interview today. How are you feeling?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. This one is easy.
Yeah. It's been a long day. We still have about 45 minutes here to go. You can make sure you call in 927-1001. You can text rescue to 41010. You can go online to donate, or you can still come down if you have enough time. We still have 45 minutes to go. I think we're doing well. Yeah, if you
down to meet Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe's beautiful. She's nice and calm, and she really needs a good home. She's 18 months old, and she's gonna have a long and healthy life ahead of her.
Yeah, they have her as a Rottweiler mix, but I mean she's not the standard Rottweiler build at all. The colouring is Rottweiler, the rest isn't.
Yeah, so again, we'd like to thank Regeer's Printing and Cora's Breakfast and Lunch for sponsoring us this hour. Next, we're gonna go to Molly, a blind cat who has no eyes.
Oh, there we go. Good girl, Mama.
Molly loves exploring in the
Good
snow.
girl.
Some days she likes to conquer snow mountains, but today she's taking it easy and sniffing around. She uses her nose to guide her places. That's because Molly is blind.
Meow. Are you smileys? Are you happy papas? Good girl. Let's see.
Molly is a 2-year-old Lhasa Apso, and she has special needs. She's completely blind. She had her eyes removed before I adopted her.
Molly's owner, Megan Funnell, adopted her from the Winnipeg Humane Society a year ago. The furry pup was found in a back alley with severe damage to one eye and glaucoma in the other.
Use your stairs,
The veterinarians at the Humane Society removed both of Molly's eyes.
Good girl. Are you gonna use your stairs, Mama?
But this hasn't slowed her down.
Good girl. Good girl, Mama. Good girl.
Oh. Aside from the fact that she can't see, it doesn't make her any different or any less of an animal. She lives life just like any other animal would. And I think it's so important for people to understand that and to know that.
Since adopting Molly, Funnell says she's made it her mission to educate others on pets with disabilities.
I'm becoming a huge advocate for this because I find that when I talk to people about Molly, as soon as I mention that my dog is blind, people immediately jump to the conclusion that it's too hard to have an animal with a disability or to have a dog that is visually impaired.
Funnell isn't the only one changing lives. She credits Molly for her new outlook on life.
I think she's truly taught me that living life in darkness is not a scary thing, because she conquers her world every single day, and she always has a big smile on her face, and she's always so happy, and she truly does live life to the fullest.
Do you want to play in the snow sis with your mom? Do you want to play in the snow sis? Come here. Come on.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
It's down to the last hour here at the Liberty Tax Service 1001 Donations Telethon. So get all those last minute donations in. There are so many ways to donate. You can text RESCUE to 41010. You can call into the shelter. You can donate online. Just get those last minute donations in. I'm here with Roscoe the cat, who's a little bit scared of all the commotion, and his best friend / owner, Kyle. And Kyle actually works here at the Humane Society. Why don't you tell us what you do?
That's right. I'm the communications coordinator. So all the cats and dogs and animals that you see on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, I'm usually the man behind it, yeah. And then also a lot to do with the internal communications and just getting the great word out about all of the stories that we at the Humane Society here do to benefit animals all around our community.
That must be such a great job. You just get to tell great stories about animals all day.
It really is. I mean, I'm very blessed and very lucky, and I mean, the most important thing, or the thing that I find most rewarding about it, is the type of stories that we get to tell. You've seen so many examples of it here today with stories about Snowflake the dog who needed skin grafting surgery. We've seen cats who need, leg amputations, just animals when they're at their absolute worst, and the Winnipeg Humane Society comes through with them and finds them loving homes, giving them those lives that they just deserve.
That must be so great to be able to see firsthand all of the really hard work that goes into, helping any one animal get from intake to adoption. Like you get to see that.
Oh, very much so. I mean, it's up close and personal, and I mean, I've gained just a whole new respect for everyone, all the staff workers that work here, and even everyone here who's behind us, the volunteers. We have over 700 volunteers here, and we would not be able to do the work that we do without them. If we had to pay every single volunteer a minimum wage salary, it would be over $500,000 a year that we would have to pay. So I mean, hats off to them for all the great work that they do. For real, thank you.
Wow, that's awesome. And you adopted your cat, Roscoe, fairly recently from the Humane Society.
Yeah, it was Louis Riel Day, actually. I was off work, but I had been thinking about adopting, and I came in, saw him in his kennel, and I was just petting him, and he had this little quirk where he just loved pushing his back feet up against my hands when I was petting him, and I knew right then and there that this was definitely the guy that I wanted. I thought I was going to get maybe an older cat. I really wanted to give a senior cat a home, but no, just something about this guy that,
your heart.
yeah, it's really true what they say when the animal picks you, for sure.
Aww, that's great. And how's the adjustment been with him in the new home? You settling in well?
Yeah, I thought I was really lucky. I thought I got like this really calm, cool, chill, collected cat that would just be really nice to chill with. But he warmed up actually after a while, and then soon he used to be scared of his laser lighter toy and the wand toy that I had. Now all of a sudden they're his favorite things. He's tearing all over the place. Just like with Melissa Martin's cat, Roscoe seems to have a weird obsession with the bathroom, specifically the toilet, and going into the shower after I'm finished up there and licking the water from the floor. So, he has his own little weird quirks.
Weird.
But
yeah, Roscoe, you're a weird guy.
He is a weird guy.
You're a weird guy, and you don't want to show your face to the camera. He just wants to gaze lovingly at your face.
Yeah, we've it's only been about a month now, but just the connection that you share with these animals is unreal. And the work here that we do at the Humane Society and everyone's donations, they're really what do it all and create these stories.
Without donations, like beautiful bonds that you can form with those animals, wouldn't be able to happen, because we couldn't get from the start of the process to the happily ever after adoption. Like, donations are needed every single step of the way.
That's exactly it. And I think a lot of the time, we do showcase some of the most extreme cases that we do see each and every year here at the Humane Society, but there's thousands of stories just like mine, where it's just a regular guy or a regular woman who comes in and just adopts a regular cat, and they have an extraordinary bond after.
Aww. Well, I'm really happy to hear that you and Roscoe are so happy together. Once again, we are in the final hour. Please get those last donations in. You can go, we hear the phone right now. You can go online, you can text, you can call, and a big thank you to our media sponsors. So that's Shaw TV, the Winnipeg Free Press, QX104, and 94.3 The Drive. And finally, a big thank you to my fellow creative communications students for being on air hosting, for being behind the scenes, and just thanks everybody. Let's get those final donations in.
Last hour of the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon we're hosting today. Mocha was taken home by your family last Sunday? So she's been with the family for 1 week, and can you tell me how you decided on the name Mocha? Alex, I understand you named her.
Our parents were trying to trick us by saying they were going to get coffee, and we came and got the dog, so I decided Mocha.
Oh, so you didn't know your parents were coming home with this dog?
No.
But you had met Mocha before, right?
Yeah.
And how did she steal your heart? When you first met Mocha, what was it that drew you to her?
I don't know, Gabby? You? What'd you like them?
I don't know.
Did I hear that she crawled under the legs of your mom?
Oh, yeah.
And so your mom made the executive decision? Yeah. She said, she's coming home with us.
Yep.
And how much fun have you had with Mocha in this last week, having her at home with you guys?
Quite a lot.
Yeah? What have you guys done with her?
Taking her for walks, played outside.
Kept chasing the puck.
when we were playing, when we play hockey outside.
And what is it like walking with her? Is she a little uncoordinated, or has she got it all figured out?
Sometimes she cooperates, sometimes she doesn't.
Are you guys going to make sure that you train her well and she's an easy dog to walk?
Yeah.
Oh, look at her. She's so sweet. And how excited are you to have a new little puppy at your home?
Pretty excited. It's very fun.
And Gabby, what's your favorite part about your new little sister?
That when Mom says to attack Alex, she comes up to Alex and then attacks him.
Alex, how do you feel about that?
Not good.
two little sisters to pick on you. Well, thank you guys so much for bringing in your little puppy here. She's such a treat. She's so cute, and I know you're going to have a ton of fun with her. Thank you to our hospitality sponsors, Sprouts Asset Management, and thanks for coming in, you guys. It was a treat to meet you and to meet your little dog here. Next, we're going to Nelson, which is a cat with no back feet.
I love it when it's like, we did it. Are you itchy? Like sometimes if he's itchy, he'll move his leg and then we'll both itch it together. Yeah, because he doesn't have a foot. Like to me, it looks like just the feet because he still has knees, whatever they're called in cats. Yeah, so it's just missing the feet. When we were fostering him, they sent us with a wheelchair, which he was really scared of. Like we really gave it a good try, but I saw no progress. He just really was scared of it. And then that's when we tried out the bag, which really worked. It's just like a nylon sack, and this goes around his neck, like that. You know? Cool. Yeah, you zip it like this. Just being creative, like he's not that much different than a regular cat, you know, like he can walk around, he sleeps, I don't know what he does too. He can't jump obviously, but he can climb up on couches and stuff like that, like yeah, we have to help him down, but he can get up, like he claws his way up, so. To me, he's just kind of like a regular cat. He's pretty shy, but you know, lots of cats are shy, like he doesn't seem that disabled to me.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society.
So Fix in February is a new program this year. Our donors donate to our spay-neuter program. Normally that allows us to offer low-cost spay-neuter for low-income clients. And in addition to that, we've got some grant money from the city. So this month we're doing spay-neuter surgeries for $5. And it's actually quite remarkable. As soon as we announced, we had hundreds of people saying, I want to get my cat fixed. So there's a lot of great cat owners out there, and they can't afford to have it done. So with our donor support and with grants that we can get, we are doing a big blitz right now. You can see we've got lots of activity. We got cats on every table and anesthetized and getting fixed. So the costs that go into a spay or neuter surgery, you know, it can be like $5 for the suture. If you can donate $5 a month, that suture's covered for helping somebody get their cat spayed. And they're great cat owners. They're just having trouble financially, so small amounts add up. The equipment, if somebody wanted to donate a larger amount, an anesthetic machine is about $3,000, and we have 6 of them here. So maintenance costs and so on like that. So there's a huge range of ways that people can become involved to help reduce cat overpopulation and to help good cat owners be better cat owners. But there's so many cats, unfortunately, roaming the streets in Winnipeg. So these people who really need our services with our low-income spay-neuter program, you know, those are the cats that are out there reproducing. So Spay-neuters the main way that we deal with, homeless, scared, injured cats on the street. Well, none of this could happen without our donations. When we're charging somebody $5 or $25 on a regular low-income cost for a surgery, that doesn't cover the cost of the surgery. The materials alone are $35 going into a cat space, so the consumables, in addition to staffing and building and so on. So none of this would happen without our donors, and we're really glad that the community here in Winnipeg that supports this clinic and this kind of programming.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way, that's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverley and Wilkes.
So the creative communications students at Red River College have been working hard to put together this telethon. We've been filming these stories over the past couple of months, and we are so happy to be here live at the Winnipeg Humane Society, making sure that donations are coming in. There's about 20 minutes left to get donations in, and right now the Red River College students here want to give their donation. So Jen, do you want to tell me how much money we raised and how we did it?
So we have just over $1,500 that we raised, and we are so privileged to give this to the Winnipeg Humane Society today. And so we raised this through two fundraisers that we did through our class and through everybody that we know. And so we did a pierogi fundraiser, and we also did a steeped tea fundraiser, so just kind of hitting everybody there. And so it was a wonderful opportunity to just fundraise and get the word out about the telethon and help the animals here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. So we are very pleased to give this wad of cash here to you. That's over $1,500 here, and that will be matched today by Pet Plan Pet Insurance, so it will be over $3,000.
Well, thank you so much for the money and for first of all putting together this telethon and radiothon for us and with us. This money is of course going to go towards helping animals across the city and the province, to our clinic, helping animals that have been abused and that we rehabilitate, and also to help us with our adoptions. So we're extremely grateful and humbled by your support and the support of everyone else. We still have 20 minutes. You can call, you can donate online, you can text. We really depend on the generosity of all of you. So if you could spare $5, any amount, we'll be extremely grateful for your support.
Excellent. So that's right. There's 20 minutes left to get those donations in. You can call at 204-927-1001. You can make your donations online at the Winnipeg Humane Society website, and you can text RESCUE to 41010. Make sure you get those donations in. Every little bit helps. You don't have to have a lot of cash like we did. You don't have to come down in person. Every little bit helps, from $1 to $300 and more. Next up, we're going to a story about a blood donor clinic and about a dog that went through 3 different surgeries and how now she gives back by donating blood, which is really wonderful. And we just want to thank our title sponsor, Liberty Tax, and Pet Plan Pet Insurance for doubling our donations. Thanks so much.
Smoothie is a healthy 7-year-old dog. She comes into the Winnipeg Humane Society every 4 months and lays perfectly still on this table while the nurses check her blood. Smoothie is a blood donor. She's been donating for 3.5 years.
There's such a need for canine blood. I mean, there's so many dogs that require surgery, and the surgery requires blood transfusions.
Smoothie spent some time at the Winnipeg Humane Society as a puppy and needed 3 surgeries.
It's just a way of her giving back, I guess. And I know that's hard to explain to her sometimes why she's doing it, but we just like the idea that she's giving something back.
A dog can give about 2 cups of blood in one donation. That's 10% of its blood volume. The benefits are huge.
We've used plasma to treat puppies with suppressed immune system, whole blood for animals that have had major bleeding, packed red cells for shock situations. So it's excellent that it's centered right here and available to us.
The Canadian Animal Blood Bank has blood collection clinics set up all over the city. You need to make an appointment, but the process is quick and easy.
A lot of people, first timers, are amazed at how that's all. That's all he had to do was get a belly rub and lay still for 2 minutes. And it's true. It is so simple. It is quite amazing.
The blood is used in surgeries at clinics across Canada. These surgeries can be expensive, and Dr. Ansu says that every donation helps.
When we have a case that's requiring emergency blood products, it does cost a fair amount of money in the treatment of that animal, but we make the decision if we're going to be treating this animal, we're going to treat it properly, and we get all the stuff that we need for that animal, materials, blood products, surgery, whatever it needs. When we like to commit to an animal, we want to make a full commitment.
Stop by today between 11 and 8. Visit the animals, get a behind-the-scenes look at the live telethon, and make a donation while you're here. We're at 45 Hearst Way. That's behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Well, the only time I tried to donate blood, I passed out. Not pretty, not gonna lie, it's not a good day, but thank goodness there are dogs and volunteers who bring their dogs here to the Humane Society to donate blood for other dogs, because as you've seen throughout the day, we have so many animals that go through surgeries. They just need all the help they can get. So if you don't have money, and you have a puppy or a dog who's ready to give blood, that is another option for donations. And speaking of donations, we have the volunteers, who have been picking up the phones for the last few hours. And this here is Carly. She just started volunteering for the Humane Society 1 month ago. So you've been picking up the phones for a couple of hours. How's that been going? Have you gotten nervous? What's that like?
The first phone call's pretty nervous, but after that it's really easy. Everybody's super friendly, really excited, and just wants to help out with the animals, so it's really good.
Good, good. And you actually have a dog at home, right? That's from the Humane Society. What's its name?
Jagger.
Jigger. Jagger. Ooh, like Mick Jagger. Either Bottles or Mick Jagger. Cool, cool. Actually, speaking of popping bottles, Carly was actually partying last night at a wedding social. But they have lives too, come on. But she got up in the time to come and volunteer here today, which is what all of the volunteers do. They interrupt their own lives. Krista was grocery shopping at Superstore earlier today, getting her Sunday morning groceries done, but they take their own time and, phone call! They take their own time and they come here to volunteer their time. And I've actually got an updated total. Right now, we're at $41,503.17. Let's get a round of applause. Thank you so much. Everyone at home, that is because of you. And it doesn't matter how much money you have, you can donate to the Humane Society. $10 is a vaccine. You've got $35 as a heartworm treatment. $45 behavior training aid. So we've seen a couple of stories too about dogs that need to be socialized or dogs that need just help. That helps as well. But $5 extra on top of that 45, pet plan pet insurance doubles that donation. So 50 and above, you have it doubled. Amazing. Excellent. So Carly, tell us a little bit more about Jagger. You got him from here. What's he like at home? Is he rambunctious? Is he chillax?
No, he's actually really old. We got him when he was 7, and he's a massive German Shepherd. But we just had a baby recently, and he's so good. He crawls all over him, lets him pull his ears and everything. He's just a really laid back, easy, just a great dog. Yeah, he's a really good guy.
Do you know how old Jagger is?
They guessed he was around 7 when we adopted him, so he's about 8 years old now, I would say, maybe a bit over. So.
And congratulations on your baby, boy or girl?
Boy.
A little boy, so 2 boys at home then. And that's very lucky actually, and a lot of dogs here are very good with kids. If you have a brand new baby at home, or maybe you have some toddlers, there are dogs and cats and even rabbits available for you to come pick up, give them a forever home. Krista is taking a donation in right now from Mary. Thanks so much, Mary. Jeez, you're live right now. Krista's like, don't interrupt me. God. Carly, what else about Jagger? Why Jagger?
You know what? I don't know. We were walking here one day. We came in, weren't sure if we were going to adopt or not, and it was just the typical story. You just saw him, and that was it. You know, I just fell in love with him. He was just big and sitting there all calm and just looking at us, and that was it. We were sold. So.
Is he a big dog?
He's massive. Yeah, he's really big.
Right, German Shepherd, right?
Yes.
Would you say that you were attracted to a bigger dog?
Yeah, definitely. I've always loved bigger dogs. I've always had all growing up and everything. So, and there's definitely lots of them here. So, yeah, no, he's huge.
There are tons of big dogs and small dogs. We've had plenty of animals come through here, and if you've been watching us all day, we've been on air since 11 o'clock, and there's just over 15 minutes left. Make those last-minute donations. Chris, I'm going to come to you right now. Mary, tell me a little bit about Mary. What did she talk about?
She is actually donating in memory of a friend of hers, Mrs. Patricia.
Mrs. Patricia. Is that a friend? So, wait, that's her human friend? That is good to note. Thank you, Mary, in memory of Mrs. Patricia. And I understand you were telling me earlier, a lot of people make donations in memoriam of pets or even people, and this is your third year, correct?
Yes, it is.
So how does it make you feel when you pick up the phone and someone tells you, this money is for my dear Susie Q, the puppy, who passed away?
Well, last year there's actually one caller that had just lost her pet, lost a cat, and everybody at the table was crying, including me, because I had just lost my cat, and yeah, it's emotional, but coming here, we know that they take care of animals, and it's a good place.
Absolutely, and I was chatting with Margaret earlier, and she made the comment that you really have an emotional bond here with the animals if you spend enough time. Carly, I'm coming back to you. So you're a cat cuddler, right? So what does that mean? What's that job entail?
Well, it's the best job ever. It's exactly what it sounds like. You just hang out with cats and just give them some company, just human interaction, lots of socializing, and if they don't want to hang out, that's okay. You can just kind of just be there with them. It's just, yeah, really good exposure, and yeah, it's fun.
Can you think of a cat that really piqued your interest? I mean, maybe Jagger could use a cat friend?
Maybe. Yeah, we were actually just talking earlier about there's a guy here named Socks, and he's black and he's got white paws and everything, and he's just really, I think he's a little bit older, but he's just so sweet, really big, and he's got the most unique sounding meow. He's just a character for sure. He'd make a good companion.
That's excellent. And, if you have another pet at home that's looking for a friend, don't take Socks, because Carly's probably going to take Socks. He's called for, sorry. So once again, thank you to Liberty Tax Services for being our title sponsor. This day could not have happened without you. It means so much to everybody here, the volunteers. It is excellent. And our event sponsor, Tom Powell Design. Shout out to you. Thanks so much. We are going to reintroduce you, I guess, to Snowflake. Snowflake was our first pet guest, and she was a burn victim, and her owner were in an accident, and now you're going to have to watch the story to figure out what happens.
Eye ointment. All right, we'll get her up.
Every day for weeks, Snowflake lay on this table for treatment after she was in a semi-truck accident when her owner, Wade Newman, lost control and crashed into an excavator.
I remember seeing bright yellow and hammering the brakes and then truck sliding onto it, slipping onto its side and sliding, and flames coming up through the floorboards. And I was holding on for like dear life, so it's like I was just holding on to the steering wheel with everything I had.
Newman and his other dog, Sasha, escaped with minor injuries. But as Dr. Melanie Youngs, a veterinarian at the Winnipeg Humane Society, explains, Snowflake suffered severe burns all over her body.
The left side of her body seemed to take the worst of the burns. She's been through quite an awful ordeal. It's still going to be evolving every day. All we can do is keep treating and looking at them. The initial burns, some of them are obvious right off the bat. But others, deeper tissue injury because of the intense heat, those can take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to fully show how severe they are.
For 15 minutes every day, Snowflake went through hydrotherapy, a painful but necessary process to treat her wounds.
So we're basically just washing the areas with cool water, so that's going to keep everything clean, wash away all the tissue exudate as the body is trying to heal itself. The cool water can reduce some of the swelling as well. So right now we're basically just, burns are open wounds, so we just have to treat them as wounds and keep them bandaged, keep them covered, keep them clean, and change those dressings at least every day. Like, all of this can heal. It's just skin. It just takes time. It is going to be a lot of work and, take a lot of resources, both time and materials, for us to treat Snowflake. But it's just, we really want to help her, and we really want to help the family. All right, Sweet Pea, now to start the mummification process.
That mummification process involved Youngs and her assistants bandaging some of the smaller wounds, cleaning others with honey, and then wrapping Snowflake up.
And then we'll still have to warm her and sit with her to recover, so probably another, half hour. And then this afternoon we'll just give her some love and some roast chicken. And tomorrow we will do this again.
But first, someone like Marissa Kelso would sit with Snowflake for half an hour and blow dry her fur by hand. The whole process took a lot of time and a lot of love, but the staff said it was well worth it to help Snowflake and Newman.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine the terror for her and the terror for the owner. It would have been quite an ordeal, that's for sure.
And one of the hardest parts for Newman was waiting for Snowflake to come home.
They're my life. I'm with them all the time. They come to work with me. They ride around in all vehicles with me. It's like they're with me all the time. I don't plan on having kids. These are hits, so they're there all the time. Hey, yeah. Can't wait for you to come home, girl. Hey.
Now Snowflake is healing, healthy, and happy back at home with Newman.
Well, thank you very much.
Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
I'm here with Michelle Catani from QX 104, and she's been a real trooper being here since, was it 10:30 this morning?
10:45, something like that, yeah.
So that is a real long day.
It's been a really great day, though.
Yeah, and I understand this event has a bit of a special place in your heart.
It does. I actually brought my dog home last year from this radiothon, and she's the greatest. Her name's Mackie, and she's just beautiful and wonderful, and we've had a really great year together. So,
a special year. That's I mean, there's been lots of dogs being taken home today, and I mean, we've raised a ton of cash, and it's been great to have you guys here and celebrating this with us. And I mean, it's been a really lively event. Tons happening. We had a puppy in here just minutes ago. What's kind of been your favorite dog you've met today?
I think Bingo. It's the first one I met this morning. The sweetest dog in the world. So cute and just really, really sweet.
Well, thank you so much for talking with us today. Thanks to our sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. And next up, Laura and a dog.
Big thank you to Margaret, who just donated. She called in and donated $50, and because Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching every donation, that $50 is going to turn into $100. Thank you so much. We are down to the wire in the last hour, the last half hour, last 10 minutes. This telethon is almost wrapped up. We're going all day. Get those last minute donations in. You can call, you can text, you can go online, you can come down in person if you can make it. And I'm sitting here with Akira, who is a beautiful, beautiful shepherd mix up for adoption. And I'm also here with Jamie. Why don't you tell me a little bit about Akira, if I can awkwardly take this over.
Hi, Akira is a 3-year-old shepherd mix. She's been down here at the shelter since January 2016. Yeah, she's a sweetheart, as you can tell. Yeah, I know. I like you too. She's very affectionate, and yeah. And she actually had a litter of puppies. So she's a mom, and she's now looking for her home. So that's the best that I got for you so far. Anything else?
So we've got some notes on Akira. She loves to play with stuffed toys. We've got a toy for her here that she was just playing with earlier. Do you want it? Do you want it? No, not right now. Not right now. She's very smart and she's a fast learner. She'd make a great addition to your family. You can come down and meet her. Look at how sweet she is. Look at these big ears. On average, it costs about $400, is that right, to get a dog from the point where they come in to the point where they're adopted?
Yeah, that would make good sense, yeah.
So $400 per dog. That's why we really need these events like today. We need your donations. The Humane Society could not operate without donations. It just wouldn't be possible. Beautiful dogs like Akira wouldn't have a place where they can stay and have such great care taken of them before they can find their homes. It is so important. Please, please donate. We're down to the wire. We have raised a great amount of money today, all because of people like you. Thank you so much. Look at her. You have a shepherd, right, you said?
No, I have a dog at home.
Okay.
Yeah, but she has a lot of similarities in personality, but hyper.
Yeah, she's calmed down a little bit now, but earlier she was very hyper. Yeah. All right, so get those last-minute donations in. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated. Thank you to Liberty Tax Service for being our title sponsor. And night's almost over, folks.
Mittens, come on. Come on. So he kind of shuffles. Gets around quite well, just kind of shuffling like that, but we want him to actually practice more getting his foot underneath him. It's just difficult when it's slippery, but yeah, he can really move. Once he gets his foot on, he can really tear around. So he gets it a bit underneath him, but this is the grippy foot's much better for him. So I've just shaped it to his foot and then made him kind of like a little walking grippy pad here with some silicone. It's kind of padded in itself, and I'll incorporate this with it. So this just tapes on like this, and then he just takes off like crazy. Close here. We went through a few designs for him, and this seems to be simple, but it's been working the best. They don't really have commercial prosthetics. If you look online, you'll see examples of what people have made, and some of them are really fancy. And what we discovered with him is I wanted to provide more support, so I was kind of having the splint part down the front of the leg and then bending the foot around. But he really needs to move his ankle to move properly, because he hasn't been using it a lot. He just needs some physio to get that muscle toned up again, because he has been kind of shuffling around on his own. But once he puts it on for a day or so, then he gets better. Oh, you're so bad. You're so bad. Come on. Without donations, nothing would have been possible for Mittens. He was brought to us. He needed a lot of care. We had to amputate one of the legs. And fostering was very important in his healing. Lots of antibiotics, x-rays, the surgery for the amputation, and then ordering the brace for him. You know, some of these things cost a little bit and some of them cost a lot. And I like to say anybody can be involved in the care of somebody like Mittens. The little splint he's wearing, you know, it's kind of like a $12 item, and somebody wants to donate $12, we've made a foot for him. And then this is just caulking from the hardware store, so, and then the surgery costs were probably about $500. So there's a lot of people are involved in the care of animals like this. And you know, our monthly donors who give $25 a month are just as important as the people who donate big pieces of equipment. Because we're very lucky. We have a lot of people who believe in what we do, and we're very proud of that, and we want to do what they want us to do with their money. So, and that's helping guys like Mittens. Yeah, I'm going to tighten that up a little bit. It's a little loose, I think. It'll run around better. Once we get that permanent splint tomorrow and he'll be on his way to adoption.
Perfect.
Double your donation. Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching all donations of $50 or more. Call 927-1001, outside Winnipeg 1-866-436-1001, or go online winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
So a quick hello to our tech crew. That's Shanae, who's switching, Jordan's directing, Neil's on audio, and this behind me, the volunteers on the phone, and the CRECOM class, Creative Communications, who have put this telethon on in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society. The volunteers, the staff, it's huge the amount of work gone into this. So thank you for donating. You still can donate. Text RESCUE to 41010 or go online to winnipeghumanesociety.ca. Every little bit counts. But Pet Plan Pet Insurance is matching donations of $50 and more. I do want to seriously give a heartfelt thank you to all the volunteers here who have been here answering the phones, bringing animals in for the students to talk about and to interview. The amount of love and work, effort that the volunteers and the staff at the Humane Society put into these animals is, it's why we do this every year. The students have learned so much. They've learned so much about the technical aspects, right? They're on camera, they're directing, they're switching, they're hosting. You've watched them for 9 hours. But what they're really learning is that people in Winnipeg care. They're learning how to connect with the animals, with the community, and they're learning so much from you who have donated. So I just think we should end this with a big round of applause for everyone who's donated. Thank you. Goodbye.
You're thinking paradise, right? Backyard rinks such as this one are where kids add to the thread that is the very fabric of this country, being on skates, on the ice, in freezing cold temperatures. This right here is a perfect example of what winter in Winnipeg is all about. And today, it's all ours. This is Sports Talk on Shaw TV.